Welcome back to Sleep Storyteller, where every night is a new adventure, and every story is a journey into the unknown. I'm so glad you're here, ready to relax, unwind, and let the gentle sound of rain guide you into a peaceful slumber. As we begin tonight's story, I invite you to close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let the world outside fade away. Remember, this is your space, a place to let go, to dream, and to find the calm you need. If you're ready for tonight's story, go ahead and hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment below sharing what helps you relax most at night. Now, let's begin. The Whispering Caverns, Part 1, The Call of the Valley. In a land far removed from bustling cities and noisy towns, a quiet valley lay cradled between towering mountains. The valley, veiled in mist every morning, was a place of legends whispered around firesides. The villagers who lived near its edge spoke in hushed tones about the caverns hidden within, caverns that sang a new melody every night. Some claimed the melodies were the voices of the wind, while others swore they were the lamentations of spirits long forgotten. Whatever the truth, few dared to venture near, for the caverns were said to call to those with heavy hearts and restless souls, never to release them. It was here, in the shadow of these towering peaks, that Cale arrived on a quiet evening. The golden light of the setting sun illuminated his weary face, and his steps were heavy with the burden of unanswered questions. A traveling historian and collector of myths, Cale had heard whispers of the caverns from a merchant in a distant town. Intrigued, he had followed the trail of tales, hoping to uncover the truth behind the mysterious melodies. As he approached the edge of the valley, Cale paused to take in the view. The mist swirled gently, almost as if it were alive, and the faintest strains of a melody reached his ears, a haunting, otherworldly tune that sent a shiver down his spine. He couldn't tell if the sound was coming from the wind, the distant forest, or something deeper within the earth itself. Curious place, he murmured to himself, pulling his cloak tighter against the evening chill. No wonder the villagers fear it. Cale made his way to the nearest settlement, a small cluster of cottages with thatched roofs and gardens overgrown with wildflowers. Smoke curled lazily from chimneys, and the smell of roasting herbs and bread lingered in the air. He knocked on the door of the largest cottage, hoping for lodging and perhaps a story or two about the caverns. The door creaked open, revealing an older woman with a kind but weathered face. Her sharp eyes immediately took in the stranger standing on her doorstep. "Another wanderer drawn by the caverns, are you?" she said, her voice tinged with both curiosity and caution. "You won't be the first, and I doubt you'll be the last." Cale inclined his head respectfully. "I am Cale, a historian. I've traveled far to learn the truth about the melodies that echo through the valley. Would you allow me to stay the night and share what you know?" The woman hesitated for a moment before stepping aside. "Come in, then. I'm Ira. But I'll warn you, those caverns are not for the faint of heart." Inside, the cottage was warm and inviting. A fire crackled in the hearth, and the scent of lavender filled the air. Ira motioned for Cale to sit at the table, where a loaf of bread and a pot of steaming tea waited. As they ate, Cale listened intently to Ira's stories. "The caverns have been here longer than anyone can remember," she began, her voice steady but laced with an edge of unease. "The melodies, they say they come from the spirits of those who once lived in the valley. A great people, wise and kind, but burdened by a tragedy so deep it tore their world apart. Cale leaned forward. A tragedy? What kind? Ira shook her head. No one knows for certain. Some say it was a betrayal, others a curse. But the melodies started after their disappearance, and they've never stopped. Some who enter the caverns claim to hear voices, whispers that promise answers to the questions that haunt them. But her voice trailed off, and she stared into the fire, as if seeing something far away. But not all who enter return, Cale finished for her, his tone thoughtful. Ira nodded solemnly. Those who do return are changed. Quiet, distant. As if part of them was left behind in the caverns. Whatever you seek, Cale, tread carefully. The caverns give, but they also take. That night, as Cale lay in the small guest bed, the melody from the valley grew louder, weaving through the air like a living thing. He closed his eyes and let the music wash over him, its haunting beauty both calming and unsettling. When dawn broke, Cale rose with a sense of resolve. He packed his satchel, ensuring his journal, lantern, and compass were secure. As he prepared to leave, Ira approached him with a small bundle wrapped in cloth. Take this, she said, pressing it into his hands. Cale unwrapped it to find a simple charm, a stone engraved with swirling patterns, tied to a leather cord. It said to protect against the whispers, Ira explained. I don't know if it's true, but it can't hurt to have it with you. Cale thanked her and set off toward the valley. The mist was heavier now, and the melody seemed to guide his steps, growing clearer with each passing moment. As he neared the entrance to the caverns, a strange energy filled the air, a mixture of anticipation and unease. Standing before the cavern's mouth, Cale paused. The opening was dark and yawning, the melody echoing from within like a siren's call. He took a deep breath, clutching the charm around his neck, and stepped inside. The air was cool and damp, and the light from his lantern flickered against the jagged walls. The melody seemed to grow louder, more intricate, as if the caverns themselves were alive and responding to his presence. Deeper and deeper he ventured, until the entrance was little more than a pinprick of light behind him. And then, as he turned a corner, the whispers began. Why have you come? Cale froze, his heart pounding. The voice was soft, barely audible, but it seemed to come from all around him. I seek the truth, he replied, his voice steady despite the fear coursing through him. I seek to understand your song. The air grew still, and the melody shifted, becoming darker, more sorrowful. Truth comes at a price, the whispers said, echoing through the cavern. Are you willing to pay it? Cale hesitated, the weight of the question pressing on him. But his curiosity was stronger than his fear. Yes, he said finally. I am willing. The cavern fell silent, and then the melody resumed, this time weaving itself into the very fabric of his thoughts. Cale stepped forward, deeper into the darkness, knowing that whatever awaited him, there would be no turning back. Part 2, The Threads of Memory. Cale's lantern cast flickering shadows on the cavern walls, which seemed to ripple and shift as if alive. The melody entwined itself with the whispers, each note weaving into a delicate harmony that seemed to speak directly to his soul. As he pressed forward, the air grew denser, almost as if it carried a weight of its own. The whispers grew louder, distinct voices emerging from the dissonance. Why do you seek the truth, wanderer? One voice asked, sharp and probing. Do you not fear what you might find? Another whispered, softer, almost teasing. Cale paused, gripping the charm Ira had given him. "I seek knowledge," he replied. "Understanding. If there is wisdom here, I wish to learn it." The cavern seemed to respond to his words. The ground beneath his feet hummed softly, and the melody shifted into a gentle crescendo, like a question being asked. Then, without warning, the air around him shimmered, and the cavern walls dissolved into a vision. Cale found himself standing in a lush valley, vibrant with life. The sun shone warmly, and the distant sound of laughter filled the air. In the vision, people moved gracefully among golden fields and crystalline rivers, their faces serene and their movements purposeful. They wore robes of flowing fabric, adorned with intricate patterns that glimmered faintly, as if woven from light itself. "Behold the Valley of Solace," the whispers said, their tone reverent. "A place of harmony, where once we thrived." Cale watched in awe as the vision unfolded. The people worked together seamlessly, their voices blending in song as they tended to their lands. The melody echoed faintly through the vision, familiar yet different, brighter, untainted by sorrow. But even here, the whispers continued. Darkness found its way. It came not from outside but from within, born of fear and mistrust. The vision shifted abruptly. The golden light dimmed, and a shadow crept over the valley. The once harmonious people now stood divided, their faces tense and their voices raised in anger. The melody faltered, discordant notes piercing the air. Cale's heart ached as he watched the scene unfold. He wanted to reach out, to warn them, but he knew he was only a witness to events long past. "What happened to them?" he asked aloud, his voice trembling. The whispers grew mournful. "We were consumed by our own doubts and fears. Our unity shattered, and with it, the harmony that sustained us. One by one, we faded, until only our voices remained, carried on the winds of the caverns." The vision dissolved, leaving Cale standing once again in the dark, empty cavern. The melody returned, softer now, filled with an aching sorrow that seemed to echo through his very being. "Is this your curse?" he asked. "To linger here, reliving the past?" "It is our penance," the whispers replied. "But also our purpose. The melodies carry our memories, our lessons, to those who listen." "You are one of the few who have heard and understood." Cale's mind raced. He felt the weight of their sorrow, but also the glimmer of something more, hope. "If I carry your story, will it help you find peace?" The air around him seemed to still, as if the cavern itself was holding its breath. "Perhaps," the whispers said finally. "But peace cannot be given. It must be earned." Before Cale could respond, the ground beneath him shifted, and a new path opened before him, its walls glowing faintly with a soft, silvery light. "Go," the whispers urged. "Your journey is not yet complete." Cale hesitated, his heart pounding. But the melody, now laced with a quiet determination, guided him forward. He tightened his grip on the lantern and stepped onto the glowing path, the charm around his neck warm against his chest. As he ventured deeper into the caverns, he felt the whispers grow fainter, their presence less insistent. Yet the melody remained, steady and unwavering, as if urging him towards something greater. And then, as he rounded a final corner, he saw it, a vast chamber bathed in an ethereal light. At its center stood a pedestal, atop which rested a crystalline harp. The strings shimmered with a faint, otherworldly glow, vibrating gently as if played by unseen hands. Cale approached cautiously, his eyes fixed on the harp. The melody emanated from it, each note resonating through the chamber like ripples on water. "This is the source," the whispers said, their voices faint now, barely audible. "Our legacy, our truth. Play the harp, and you will hear the final song." Cale hesitated, his fingers hovering over the strings. He knew that this was the moment he had been led to, the culmination of his journey. But he also knew that playing the harp might reveal truths he was not prepared to face. Taking a deep breath, he reached out and plucked the first string. The melody that followed was unlike anything he had ever heard, a symphony of sorrow and hope, loss and renewal. As the notes filled the chamber, the whispers rose one last time, their voices united in a harmony that brought tears to Cale's eyes. And then, as the final note faded into silence, the cavern grew still. The whispers were gone, their presence replaced by a profound, peaceful silence. Cale stood alone, the harp glowing softly before him. He felt a weight lift from his heart, as if he had not only uncovered the truth but also become part of it. With the melody etched into his memory, he turned and began the long journey back to the surface, the echoes of the caverns a quiet reminder of the harmony he now carried within him. Part 3. The Melody of Unity. Cale emerged from the glowing chamber with the harp's melody resonating within him. The path forward was clearer now, the silvery light guiding his steps. Though the whispers had faded, their presence lingered in the warmth of the charm around his neck and the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. The glowing path led to another expanse, this one wider and deeper. The air grew cool and heavy, and Cale's lantern flickered as if responding to a subtle change in energy. The walls of the cavern glistened with crystals, refracting light into a cascade of soft, iridescent colors. It felt as though the cavern itself was alive, breathing softly, listening to his every move. Cale approached cautiously, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. The melody from the harp began to echo faintly, though he hadn't played another note. It was as if the cavern had memorized the song and was now playing it back to him. Ahead, a figure emerged from the shadows. At first, Cale thought it might be another illusion, a memory like the ones he had witnessed before. But as the figure drew closer, it became clear that this presence was real. The figure was cloaked in flowing robes, their face obscured by a hood that shimmered with the same silvery light as the path. When they spoke, their voice was soft but resonant, as if it carried the weight of centuries. "You have heard the song," the figure said, their tone neither welcoming nor threatening, but measured. "And yet, you remain." Cale nodded, his grip on the lantern tightening. "I came seeking knowledge, and the cavern has shown me pieces of a story. But I sense there is more to understand." The figure tilted their head slightly, as though considering his words. "The harp's melody is a gift, but it is also a burden. It carries the essence of a unity long lost. Do you believe you can bear such a weight?" Cale hesitated. The whispers, the visions, and the haunting melody had already left an indelible mark on him. Yet, he felt a pull, a duty to honor the legacy of those who had come before. If carrying this burden can bring even a fragment of peace to this place, then yes, I will bear it. The figure extended a hand, their palm glowing faintly. "Then let me show you what remains." A wave of light emanated from their hand, enveloping the cavern. Cale felt himself lifted from the ground, weightless, as the walls of the cavern dissolved once more into a vision. This time, he was not an observer but a participant. He stood among the people of the Valley of Solace, their joy and unity palpable. The melody played softly in the background, a constant reminder of their harmony, but as time passed, Cale felt the shift, the same shadow creeping into their hearts that he had seen in the earlier vision. The melody faltered, and he witnessed the people turning away from one another, their voices filled with anger and mistrust. Cale wanted to intervene, to shout at them to stop, but his voice was drowned out by the growing discord. The shadow consumed the valley, and the people vanished, their essence absorbed into the air, leaving behind only echoes. As the vision faded, Cale found himself back in the cavern, the figure still standing before him. Their voice was heavy with sorrow. "This is the truth we cannot escape. Our unity was shattered, and we became nothing more than whispers, shadows of what we once were." Cale clenched his fists, the ache of their loss sharp in his chest. But the melody, the harp, can it not restore what was broken? Can it not bring harmony once more? The figure's hood shifted, revealing a faint glow where their eyes might have been. Perhaps. But harmony is not something that can be forced. It must be chosen, nurtured, and protected. Cale's thoughts raced. The people of the valley had lost their way, consumed by fear and division. But he had seen the potential for unity, the beauty of their harmony. He had felt it in the melody, carried it within him. "I will carry your story," Cale said firmly. "I will share your melody with those who are willing to listen. Perhaps the harmony you lost can be found again, in a different time, a different place." The figure was silent for a moment, then stepped aside, revealing another path that spiraled upward. "Then your journey continues. Carry the melody, but remember, it is not only a song. It is a choice." Cale nodded, his resolve firm. With the charm warm against his chest and the melody guiding his steps, he began to ascend the spiral path, leaving the whispering caverns behind. The echoes of the lost voices faded into the distance, but the song remained, a quiet, enduring reminder of what once was, and what could be again. Part 4, The Spiral Ascent. The spiral path stretched before Cale, its edges lined with faintly glowing stones that pulsed softly in rhythm with his steps. Though the air grew cooler, the warmth of the charm against his chest steadied him, its silent reassurance like a companion on his journey. The harp, now slung over his back, seemed lighter than before, as if sharing in his resolve. The whispers were gone, but the melody lingered, woven into his very thoughts. It wasn't merely a tune, it was alive, a current of emotion that guided him upward. The path narrowed as Cale climbed, the walls on either side closing in and glittering faintly as though alive with anticipation. After what felt like hours, the tunnel opened into a wide chamber, its roof so high it disappeared into darkness. In the center stood an ancient structure, a dais carved from stone, with intricate patterns etched into its surface. Around it, pillars rose like silent sentinels, their tops crowned with crystals that emitted a soft, silvery light. Cale approached the dais, the melody in his mind growing louder, more insistent. As he stepped onto the platform, the crystals atop the pillars flared to life, their light spilling across the chamber. The patterns on the dais began to glow, forming a complex web of interlocking symbols, the harp trembled against his back. Slowly, Cale unslung it, his fingers brushing against its delicate strings. As he did, the patterns on the dais shifted, forming shapes and images, a map of sorts, etched in light. "What is this?" Cale whispered, more to himself than to anyone else. The air shimmered, and a familiar voice echoed around him. It was the figure from before, though they were nowhere to be seen. "It is the heart of the caverns, the place where the melody was first born. This is where unity was forged, and where it was broken." Cale's gaze shifted to the images on the dais. They showed scenes of the valley, its people thriving, and the melody weaving through their lives. But as the images moved, the harmony faltered, the shadow creeping in once more. The people turned away from the melody, their voices silenced, their forms fading into the darkness. "This place remembers everything," the voice continued. "It holds the echoes of our past, the fragments of our hopes. And it waits for someone who can hear the song and choose to restore it." Cale knelt before the dais, his hands resting lightly on its surface. The glow intensified, and the harp seemed to hum in response. He closed his eyes, letting the melody guide his thoughts. The images shifted again, showing not just the past, but possibilities. The valley restored, its people reunited, the shadow banished. But alongside these visions came another possibility, the shadow spreading further, consuming not just the valley but the world beyond. The weight of the choice pressed down on Cale. He had carried their story, their melody, but now he stood at a crossroads. Could he truly restore what had been lost? Or was the risk too great? "Why show me this?" Cale asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The voice was gentle but firm. "Because you have the power to shape what comes next. The melody is not just a memory, it is a seed. In the right hands, it can grow into something new, something stronger. But it must be nurtured with care." Cale's mind raced. He thought of the people beyond the caverns, the villages and towns he had passed on his journey. Could they understand this melody, this unity? Could they embrace it, or would it fall into discord once more? His fingers brushed the harp strings, and a single note echoed through the chamber. The crystals above shimmered in response, their light converging on the dais. The images faded, replaced by a blank slate of glowing patterns. The voice spoke again, softer this time. "The choice is yours, Cale. Play the song, and the melody will live on. But be warned, it will not return things to the way they were. It will create something new, shaped by your hands and the hearts of those who follow." Cale took a deep breath, his resolve hardening. The melody had chosen him, and he would not let it fade into silence. He raised the harp, his fingers finding the strings as if guided by an unseen force. The melody surged within him, flowing through his hands and into the instrument. The first notes filled the chamber, weaving through the air like threads of light. As he played, the patterns on the dais came alive, swirling and shifting. The crystals above pulsed in time with the music, their light growing brighter. The chamber seemed to hum with energy, the very walls resonating with the melody. Cale played on, pouring his heart into the song. It was not just the melody of the past, but something new, something that carried the echoes of unity in the hope of a brighter future. The light swirled around him, lifting him from the dais. For a brief moment, he felt as though he were part of the melody itself, his body and soul intertwined with the music. When the final note faded, Cale found himself back on the dais, the harp still in his hands. The chamber was silent, the crystals dimmed, but the glow of the patterns remained. The voice returned, softer now. "You have done well, Cale. The melody lives on, carried by you and those who will hear it. Go now, and share it with the world." Cale stood, the weight of the harp no longer a burden but a gift. The path ahead was uncertain, but he knew one thing for sure: the melody would guide him, and through it, he would guide others. With the harp on his back and the melody in his heart, Cale stepped forward, ready to face whatever lay beyond the whispering caverns. Part 5. A World Beyond. Cale emerged from the caverns, the crisp air of the outside world brushing against his face. The morning sun greeted him warmly, casting long shadows over the valley below. But it was not the same valley he had left behind. Something had shifted, subtly. But undeniably, he stood on a ledge overlooking the land, the harp slung over his shoulder. The familiar weight of it was now a source of comfort rather than burden. He gazed at the villages scattered in the distance, their rooftops glinting in the sunlight. The melody lingered in his mind, its presence constant yet unobtrusive. Like an old friend, Cale descended the rocky path, the terrain beneath his boots shifting from the smooth stone of the cavern to the rough earth of the open world. As he walked, he noticed something peculiar. The air itself seemed to hum faintly, as though the melody had seeped into the fabric of the land. His first destination was the village he had passed on his way to the caverns, a small cluster of houses nestled in a quiet hollow. As he approached, the villagers turned to look at him, their faces a mix of curiosity and something else, a quiet hope. An older woman, her hands calloused from years of work, stepped forward. "You've been to the caverns," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "We could feel something." The wind carried a song we hadn't heard in years. Cale nodded, unslinging the harp. "The melody has returned," he said simply. The woman's eyes widened, and murmurs spread through the crowd. Children peeked out from behind their parents, their wide eyes fixed on the harp. Cale felt a pang of uncertainty. Would they understand? He sat on a low stone wall, the villagers gathering around him. Slowly, he began to play. The melody flowed from the harp, gentle and inviting, weaving through the air like a breeze. It wasn't just sound, it was emotion, a story without words. The villagers listened, their expressions softening. Some closed their eyes, their faces reflecting memories long buried. Others let tears slip down their cheeks, the melody awakening something they hadn't realized was missing. When Cale finished, the silence that followed was profound. Then, one by one, the villagers began to hum, their voices hesitant at first but growing stronger. It wasn't the same melody Cale had played, it was something new, something uniquely theirs. Cale smiled. This was the power of the melody. It wasn't about preserving the past, it was about inspiring the present. He stayed in the village for several days, sharing the melody and listening to the songs that emerged. Each person added their own voice, their own story, creating a tapestry of sound that resonated with unity. Word of Cale and his harp spread quickly. Villages from neighboring valleys sent messengers, inviting him to visit. As he traveled, Cale noticed how the land itself seemed to respond to the melody. Fields grew greener, rivers clearer, and the air lighter, but it wasn't all harmony. In some places, the shadow lingered, its presence subtle but unmistakable. Cale encountered resistance, people who scoffed at the melody, dismissing it as foolishness. They were closed off, their hearts guarded by fear or bitterness. In one such village, Cale's arrival was met with silence. The villagers watched him warily, their faces hard and unyielding. He played the harp, but the melody seemed to falter, its notes unable to penetrate the wall of distrust. Cale realized that the melody couldn't force its way in. It required an open heart, a willingness to listen. So he stayed, not to play but to help, repairing fences, tending to crops, sharing meals. Slowly, the villagers began to see him not as an outsider but as one of them. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, a young girl approached Cale. She carried a small, battered instrument, a flute with a cracked mouthpiece. "Will you play with me?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Cale nodded, and together they began to play. The girl's notes were uneven, her fingers fumbling, but Cale followed her lead. The villagers gathered, their faces softening as the melody wove its way through the night. By the time the girl finished, the village had changed. The shadow was still there, but it was weaker, its hold less certain. Cale knew his journey was far from over. The melody had the power to heal, but it required patience, understanding, and above all, connection. As he left the village, the girl's flute in hand as a gift, Cale felt the melody within him grow stronger. It was no longer just a song, it was a bond, a shared experience that united people across distances and differences. The road ahead was long, but Cale walked it with purpose. The melody would guide him, and through him, it would guide the world. Part 6, The Call of Shadows. Cale's journey continued, the harp's melody growing richer with every village he visited. The land seemed to respond in kind, fields flourished, rivers sparkled, and the people's spirits lifted. Yet, the melody also revealed the shadows lurking in the hearts of those unwilling to listen. One evening, Cale found himself in a dense forest, its towering trees whispering secrets to the night wind. The path was faint, overgrown with moss and roots, but the harp guided him, its strings humming softly in response to the surroundings. The forest felt alive, as though it had been waiting for him. The moonlight filtered through the canopy, illuminating an ancient clearing ahead. In the center stood a stone altar, weathered by time but etched with intricate carvings that shimmered faintly. Cale approached cautiously, his steps deliberate. The harp's hum grew louder, the melody shifting into something unfamiliar, darker, yet not entirely unwelcome. It was as if the harp was speaking to the altar, bridging a gap between the past and the present. As Cale laid his hand on the altar, a cold breeze swept through the clearing. Shadows danced along the edges, coalescing into a figure cloaked in darkness. Its presence was commanding but not malevolent. "You bear the melody," the figure said, its voice resonant and layered, like many voices speaking as one. "But do you understand its cost?" Cale gripped the harp tighter. "The melody is meant to heal, to unite," he replied. "If there is a cost, I am willing to bear it." The figure tilted its head, the shadows rippling. "The melody's power is not without consequence. It awakens light, yes, but also stirs the darkness buried deep within. Are you prepared to face the shadows it reveals?" Cale hesitated. He thought of the villages he had visited, the resistance he had encountered, and the pain the melody had unearthed in some. But he also remembered the hope it had inspired, the joy it had rekindled. "I am," he said firmly. The figure extended a hand, and from the shadows emerged a darkened harp, a twin to Cale's, but its strings shimmered with an eerie, iridescent glow. "This is the echo harp," the figure explained. "It mirrors the melody but reveals what lies hidden beneath. To wield it is to walk a path fraught with challenges, for the truths it uncovers can shatter as much as they heal." Cale reached out, his fingers brushing the echo harp. A surge of energy coursed through him, a torrent of emotions and memories not his own. He saw glimpses of forgotten conflicts, unspoken fears, and unresolved grief. "The echo harp will test you," the figure warned. "It will show you what the melody cannot fix on its own." Cale nodded, lifting the echo harp. Its weight was familiar yet foreign, its presence both comforting and unsettling. As the figure dissolved back into the shadows, its final words lingered. "Balance the light with the dark, and you will find the truth." Cale spent the night in the clearing, the two harps resting side by side. When morning broke, he continued his journey, the echo harp slung across his back alongside the original. The next village he encountered was different. The air was heavy, the streets empty, and the few villagers he saw avoided his gaze. It was as though the shadow the figure had spoken of had taken root here. Cale set up in the town square, drawing hesitant onlookers with the soft, inviting melody of his original harp. The notes floated through the air, gentle and soothing. But the villagers' reactions were muted. Some smiled faintly, others wept quietly, but the underlying heaviness remained. Cale hesitated, then reached for the echo harp. The first note he played was low and resonant, vibrating through the square. The melody was haunting, weaving through the air like a ghost. At first, the villagers recoiled, their faces stricken. But as the melody unfolded, their expressions changed. It was as if the music was speaking to each of them individually, pulling forth buried truths. One man fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. "I never told her how sorry I was," he whispered, clutching a small pendant. A young woman clutched her chest, her breath hitching. "I've carried this fear for so long," she murmured, her voice trembling. Cale continued to play, his own emotions threatening to overwhelm him. The echo harp's melody was relentless, forcing both him and the villagers to confront the shadows they had long ignored. When the final note faded, the silence was heavy but not oppressive. The villagers began to speak, not to Cale, but to each other. They shared their pain, their regrets, their fears. Cale stepped back, allowing them the space to heal. The echo harp had done its work, revealing the wounds that needed tending. As he left the village, Cale felt the weight of the echo harp, its power both a burden and a gift. The path ahead was uncertain, but he knew one thing for sure: the melody, in all its forms, had the power to change the world, not by erasing the shadows, but by bringing them into the light. Part 7, The Symphony of Truth. Cale's journey took him further into uncharted lands, where the mountains kissed the sky and rivers carved ancient paths through verdant valleys. The two harps on his back felt heavier with every step, not just in weight but in responsibility. The echo harp had revealed its purpose, but its power demanded precision. Each note struck carried the risk of unveiling truths the world wasn't ready to face. Cale had seen how the echo harp's melody could break barriers and bring people together. But he had also seen the pain it inflicted. One evening, Cale reached a cliffside village known as Windspire. Perched high above the clouds, its houses clung to the rocky terrain, and its people lived in harmony with the fierce winds that whistled through the canyons. Yet, Cale sensed unease beneath their polite smiles and warm hospitality. He was invited to perform in the village square, a platform that overlooked the endless expanse of mist and sky. As the villagers gathered, Cale began with the original harp, its melody weaving a tale of hope and resilience. The notes danced on the wind, eliciting smiles and applause, but Cale couldn't ignore the tension he felt, a weight that lingered like an unspoken secret. He hesitated before reaching for the echo harp, glancing at the crowd. "Sometimes, music reveals what words cannot," he said softly. "If there are truths you've buried, let the melody guide you." The first note from the echo harp resonated deeply, cutting through the wind's howl. Its haunting melody carried an edge of sorrow, and the villagers' expressions shifted. As Cale played, the atmosphere grew heavier. A young boy stepped forward, clutching a broken toy. "My brother, he left in the storm," he whispered, tears streaming down his face. An elder woman wrung her hands, her voice trembling. "We've been silent for too long. The storm claimed more than lives, it took our courage." The crowd murmured, their collective pain surfacing like a rising tide. Cale continued to play, his own heart aching with the emotions swirling around him. The echo harp's melody didn't just expose truths, it demanded action. As the villagers began to share their stories, the elder woman stepped forward, her voice steadying. "We've let the past haunt us, but perhaps it's time to reclaim what we've lost." Cale's playing shifted, blending the two harps into a harmonious duet. The original harp's uplifting melody intertwined with the echo harp's mournful notes, creating a symphony that acknowledged both sorrow and hope. The villagers stood together, their voices rising in unity. For the first time in years, they spoke openly of their fears, regrets, and dreams. The music had done its work, weaving a tapestry of understanding and connection. When the final note faded, the elder woman approached Cale, her eyes shining with gratitude. "You've reminded us of the power in facing our truths. Windspire will not forget this night." Cale bowed his head, humbled by the experience. As he packed his harps and prepared to leave, the villagers gathered to see him off, their spirits lighter and their bond stronger. As he descended the mountain, Cale reflected on the delicate balance he had to maintain. The echo harp had shown him that healing wasn't just about joy, it was about embracing pain. Confronting fear, and finding strength in vulnerability. The road ahead was still long, and Cale knew the harps would continue to challenge him. But for the first time, he felt certain of his path. The melody was his guide, and with it, he would bring light to even the darkest corners of the world. Part 8, The Path of Shadows. Cale's journey took a new turn as he descended from Windspire. With the two harps strapped securely to his back, the path led him into a dense forest cloaked in mist. The towering trees whispered secrets, their ancient roots tangled in mysteries that had been forgotten by time. As the trail narrowed, Cale felt an unusual chill, as though the air itself carried unseen eyes. The echo harp hummed faintly, sensing something within the mist. Cale slowed his steps, attuned to the faint vibrations coursing through the instrument. emerging into a small clearing, Cale encountered a lone figure, a woman draped in a flowing cloak of silvery gray, her face obscured by a delicate veil. She held a lantern that emitted a soft, ethereal glow. "You carry a burden that sings to the shadows," she said, her voice resonating like the gentle chime of wind through hollow reeds. "Do you know where your path leads?" Cale met her gaze, though her eyes remained hidden. "I follow the melody, wherever it takes me." The woman nodded, her lantern's light dancing across the harp on Cale's back. "The melody you follow will soon lead you to the caverns of whispers. There, you must tread carefully, for not all echoes are kind." Cale's heart quickened. He had heard whispers of the caverns, a place where voices of the past lingered, weaving illusions and half-truths. "What awaits me there?" "Truth," she replied simply. "But truth is not always easy to bear. The echoes you face may show you parts of yourself you would rather not see." Cale considered her words, his fingers brushing the strings of the echo harp. "If the caverns reveal truth, then I must go." The harps demanded. The woman stepped aside, her lantern illuminating a faint path through the mist. "Then go, harbinger of melodies. May your courage carry you through the shadows." Cale bowed in gratitude and followed the path. The air grew colder, and the mist thickened as he ventured deeper. Faint whispers began to surround him, forming an eerie chorus. Finally, he stood at the entrance to the caverns, a yawning chasm framed by jagged rocks. The echo harp pulsed with energy, as though urging him forward. Cale took a deep breath and stepped inside. The cavern walls glistened with a strange luminescence, and the whispers grew louder. The echoes were no longer faint, they were distinct, layered voices speaking in unison. "Cale," they called, their tone neither threatening nor welcoming. "You seek answers, but do you truly understand the questions?" Cale paused, his hand steady on the echo harp. "I seek the power to heal, to connect, to bring harmony to a fractured world." The voices laughed softly, their sound reverberating through the cavern. "And yet, harmony requires discord. Healing requires pain. Are you willing to embrace the shadows to find the light?" Cale's grip tightened on the harp. "If that's what it takes, then yes." The voices fell silent, and a single tone echoed through the cavern, a low, resonant note that seemed to vibrate within Cale's very soul. He plucked a string on the echo harp in response, and the cavern lit up with shimmering light. Images began to form around him, memories of his past, moments he had buried deep within. His failures, his fears, his regrets, they played out like a symphony of shadows. Cale closed his eyes, letting the music guide him. The echo harp's melody intertwined with the echoes, transforming the pain into something beautiful. The shadows didn't vanish, but they softened, becoming a part of the light. As the final note faded, the cavern grew silent once more. The whispers receded, leaving only a deep, resonant calm. Cale opened his eyes, feeling lighter yet profoundly changed. The path through the cavern stretched ahead, and Cale knew he had only begun to uncover the truths hidden within. But with each step, he felt more certain of his purpose. The harps were not just instruments, they were keys to a greater understanding. And Cale was ready to unlock the mysteries they held. Part 9. The Heart of the Echo. Cale ventured deeper into the caverns, his footsteps echoing against the crystalline walls. The air grew warmer, charged with an energy that made his skin tingle. The faint whispers that had accompanied him earlier now coalesced into a steady hum, as though the caverns themselves were alive, breathing in rhythm with the earth. The echo harp quivered on his back, its strings vibrating with unplayed melodies. Cale paused, taking the harp in his hands. The moment his fingers brushed the strings, a luminous path revealed itself ahead, a faint silver trail leading into the cavern's heart. The trail led to a vast chamber where the ceiling was so high it vanished into darkness. Stalactites shimmered with an inner light, casting a soft glow over the still, mirrored pool at the chamber's center. In the middle of the pool stood a pedestal carved from a single piece of quartz, and on it rested an object, a small, glowing orb that pulsed with an ethereal light. Cale approached cautiously, his reflection shifting in the water. As he neared the pedestal, the whispers rose into a symphony of voices. "Cale," they called, resonating from all directions. "You have come far, but the final truth lies within. Are you ready to face it?" Cale gripped the echo harp tightly. "I am." The voices swirled around him, forming a melody that reverberated in his mind. "Then play. Harbinger of melodies. Let the music reveal your soul." Cale hesitated for a moment, then plucked the first note. The sound rippled across the pool, and the glowing orb responded with a soft hum. He played another note, and the chamber filled with a kaleidoscope of colors. As the melody unfolded, visions emerged from the pool, images of Cale's past, moments of joy and sorrow, triumph and failure. He saw himself as a boy, learning to play his first instrument, his fingers clumsy but determined. He saw the day he left his village, carrying nothing but a satchel and a dream. The music shifted, and darker memories surfaced, moments of doubt, of loss, of decisions he wished he could undo. Cale's fingers faltered, but the voices urged him on. "Do not shy away," they whispered. "The shadows are part of your song." Cale steadied himself and continued to play. The melody grew richer, blending sorrow and hope into a harmonious tapestry. The orb began to glow brighter, pulsating in time with the music. As the final note rang out, the chamber fell silent. The orb lifted from the pedestal, floating toward Cale. It hovered before him, its light bathing him in warmth, the heart of the echo, the voices intoned. "It is a fragment of truth, a mirror of the soul. To carry it is to carry the burden of understanding." Cale reached out, his hand trembling slightly. The moment his fingers touched the orb, a surge of energy coursed through him. Memories, emotions, and melodies flooded his mind, overwhelming yet profoundly beautiful. The voices spoke again, softer now. "You are the bearer of harmony, Cale. The echo harp and the heart are yours, but they are not your final destination. Go forth and let your music bridge the worlds of shadow and light." The orb dissolved into light, merging with the echo harp. Cale felt the harp strings resonate with newfound power, their tones deeper and more resonant than ever before. As he left the chamber, the cavern seemed to shift, its whispers fading into a gentle hum. Cale felt a sense of peace, as though the cavern had accepted him as part of its eternal song. The journey ahead was uncertain, but Cale no longer feared the shadows. The melody within him was stronger, enriched by the truths he had embraced. The world awaited his song, and he was ready to play. Part 10. The Song of the World. Kale stood at the threshold of the cavern, the heavy silence that had followed the orb's dissolution hanging in the air. The air was now still, but inside him, a storm of emotions brewed. His hand rested on the echo harp, its strings humming softly, as if in anticipation of the next step. The caverns, which had once echoed with fragmented whispers, now felt like an empty sanctuary, leaving Kale with a sense of both accomplishment and yearning. The path out of the cavern stretched before him, bathed in a soft glow from the harp. The voices that had accompanied him on his journey were now mere echoes of the past, fading as he took his first steps into the world beyond the caves. Kale had crossed thresholds no one else dared to approach, and now, with the heart of the echo embedded within the harp, his purpose seemed clearer. The whispering had guided him to a truth. His music, his connection with the world around him, was more than just an art. It was a bridge, a way to unite, to heal, and to challenge the forces that threatened harmony. The journey that had begun with the sound of an echo now resonated with the force of a symphony, each note adding to the intricate pattern of his destiny. As he emerged from the entrance of the caverns, the misty forest greeted him, but it no longer seemed ominous. It felt alive, responding to the song he carried within him. Every breeze, every rustle of leaves, now sang in tune with the vibrations of his harp. Kale closed his eyes for a moment, feeling the connection between the music and the world around him. The world was not just an endless expanse of nature and human striving. It was a living, breathing entity, pulsing with the harmony of life. But the echoes in the caverns had also shown him that this harmony was fragile. Darkness always lurked at the edges, trying to disrupt the balance, to tear at the threads that held everything together. His journey had taught him one thing above all: in the balance between light and shadow, it was not the absence of darkness that created harmony, it was the integration of both. Only by embracing the full spectrum of existence could true healing occur. With this realization, Kale understood that his mission was not just to find answers for himself, but to use the power of the echo harp to guide others, to help them find their own harmonies and heal the wounds of the world. He wasn't just a traveler seeking truth, he was a healer, a bearer of the song that would unite the broken parts of life into a single, resonant whole. The forest opened before him, its mist swirling, but now it felt like an invitation, not a mystery. As he walked deeper into the world beyond the caverns, the trees whispered their own quiet song, one of welcome, of change, and of the endless possibilities that lay ahead. Kale took a deep breath and began to play. The sound of the echo harp floated into the air, its gentle tones weaving through the branches, across the hills, and into the hearts of those who listened. Each note carried the truth he had learned in the depths of the caverns, a truth that resonated beyond words, that all things, no matter how dark or light, were connected by the same thread of existence. And so, the music began to spread, carried on the winds, reaching far beyond the forest, across the lands, and into the souls of the world. It was a call to all those who were lost, all those who were seeking, and all those who needed healing. Kale's song was their song, and together, they would sing the melody of the world into harmony. The wings of dawn, in a secluded valley, surrounded by towering mountains and hidden forests, lived a small bird named Solara. She was unlike the other birds in the valley. While her fellow creatures soared with the gentle morning breeze, Solara dreamed of the highest peaks, far above the clouds, and the vibrant sunrises she could never reach. One morning, as the first golden rays of the sun bathed the valley in light, Solara heard a whisper in the air. It was the wind, telling her of a hidden source, a magical place where birds could gain wings of the colors of dawn, wings that would carry them far beyond the highest mountains, beyond the reach of even the bravest souls, determined to find this enchanted place. Solara embarked on a journey that would take her through uncharted forests, over sparkling rivers, and across treacherous cliffs. Along the way, she would meet strange creatures who shared their wisdom and trials, teaching her not just about the world, but about herself and the power within her. As Solara ventured deeper into the unknown, she discovered that the true magic of the wings of dawn wasn't just about flight, it was about embracing her own potential, the strength in her spirit, and the courage to follow her dreams, no matter how impossible they seemed. Part 1. The sun was just beginning to rise over the distant mountains, casting its golden light over the peaceful valley. In the quiet stillness, a small bird named Solara fluttered in her nest high in the trees. She watched as the other birds began their early morning flights, soaring effortlessly on the soft, warm breeze. Their wings seemed to catch the sun's rays, glowing with the colors of the dawn. But Solara remained still, her eyes filled with longing. She had always been different from the other birds. While they seemed content with the simple beauty of their valley, Solara had bigger dreams. She often gazed up at the towering peaks that rose above the trees, stretching into the sky until they disappeared into the clouds. She wondered what lay beyond those mountains, what wonders she could discover if only she could soar high enough. But despite her longing, Solara's wings were small, and her flight was not as graceful as the others. She struggled to keep up with the flock, often falling behind, and she had never been able to fly beyond the valley. Every day, she dreamed of a place where her wings could be strong enough to carry her to the peaks of the mountains, where she could touch the clouds and see the world in ways no other bird had ever seen. One morning, as the sun's first light touched the valley, Solara felt a strange sensation in the air. The breeze, warm and gentle, carried a soft whisper, as though the wind itself was speaking to her. Beyond the mountains, beyond the clouds, there is a place where wings of the dawn are born. The wind whispered. A place where the colors of the sunrise will fill your wings, and you will soar higher than you ever dreamed. Solara's heart raced with excitement. She had heard stories of magical places, but never anything like this. The idea of wings that could carry her above the mountains, that could match the beauty of the dawn, filled her with a sense of wonder she had never felt before. Without hesitation, Solara made up her mind. She would find this mysterious place. She would search beyond the mountains, beyond the clouds, to discover the secret of the wings of dawn. It would be a long journey, filled with unknown dangers and challenges, but Solara's heart was filled with determination. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, Solara took one last look at her nest, nestled among the trees. She spread her wings wide and, for the first time, flew with purpose, following the whispering wind that beckoned her toward the adventure that awaited. Part 2. Solara flew for hours, leaving behind the comfort of the valley and the safety of the trees she had always known. The sun rose higher, casting its warm glow on her feathers as she glided over the familiar landscape. The valley she called home seemed so small now, tucked between the mountains that loomed ahead. Her heart raced with a mixture of excitement and uncertainty. The wind had promised her a place beyond the mountains where her wings would be transformed, where she could soar with the colors of the sunrise. But the journey ahead was unknown, and Solara had never ventured so far from her home. As she approached the first mountain range, the air grew colder. The wind began to howl, swirling around her with a force she had never felt before. Her wings, though strong, struggled to keep up with the fierce gusts. She flapped harder, her body growing tired as the wind seemed to push her back with each beat. The once gentle breeze had turned into a wild, unyielding force. "Keep going," Solara whispered to herself. "Don't turn back now." Determined, she pushed forward, but the mountain range seemed endless. The peaks grew taller, the air thinner, and the winds harsher. As the day wore on, Solara began to grow weary. Her wings ached, and her body longed for rest, but she couldn't stop now. She had to find the place the wind had spoken of. Just as she was beginning to lose hope, a soft voice echoed in the wind. "Look for the hidden path," it said. "The way is not always clear, but it is there, if you have the courage to find it." Solara's eyes widened. She glanced around, searching for any sign of the path. There, barely visible against the rocky cliffs, was a narrow gap between two towering boulders. It was almost hidden by the mist, but the breeze seemed to guide her toward it. With renewed strength, Solara flew toward the gap. The narrow path led her through a winding canyon, the walls on either side rising higher and higher as she ventured deeper. The air grew colder still, and the fog thickened, making it difficult to see. But Solara didn't hesitate. She followed the whispers of the wind, trusting that it would lead her where she needed to go. After what felt like hours of navigating the twisting canyon, the path suddenly opened up into a vast, open plateau. The fog cleared, and Solara found herself standing at the edge of a cliff, overlooking an awe-inspiring sight. Before her, stretching as far as the eye could see, was a vast sea of clouds. The sun, just beginning to dip toward the horizon, painted the sky in shades of pink, purple, and gold. And in the center of the clouds, rising like a great pillar, was a floating island, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. "This is it," Solara whispered, her voice filled with wonder. "This is the place." The wind seemed to respond, swirling around her with an almost celebratory dance. Solara felt a surge of warmth in her chest, and for the first time, she could feel the power in her wings. She had reached the end of her journey, and the adventure had only just begun. With a deep breath, Solara took flight once more, this time soaring higher than she had ever dared before, heading toward the floating island, where the wings of dawn awaited her. Part 3. As Solara ascended toward the floating island, her wings caught the golden light of the setting sun. She had never flown so high, her feathers shimmering as she soared through the sky, feeling the soft caress of the wind beneath her. It was as though the very air was alive with possibility, urging her onward. The island was now just within reach, its silhouette framed by the fiery hues of the horizon. A sense of wonder filled Solara's heart. The island, a vast expanse of lush green meadows and shimmering pools, seemed to float above the world as if untouched by time. The mountains she had crossed were a distant memory now, and the valley she called home seemed so far away. She was standing at the edge of something greater than herself. A place that had always been a part of the wind's whispering tales, as she landed on the island. The ground beneath her feet felt soft and welcoming, as though it too had been waiting for her arrival. She looked around, her eyes wide with awe. The air here was different, fresher, filled with the scent of flowers she didn't recognize and the subtle hum of life all around her. Tall trees with glowing leaves lined the edge of the meadows, their branches swaying gently in the breeze, and strange, beautiful creatures fluttered about in the twilight. A figure appeared in the distance, walking toward her. At first, Solara thought it was a trick of the light, but as the figure drew nearer, she saw a tall, elegant bird with wings that shimmered in the same hues of the sky, blues, purples, and pinks. Its eyes gleamed with ancient wisdom, and it radiated an aura of quiet strength. "Welcome, Solara," the bird spoke softly, its voice deep and melodic. "You have come far, but your journey is far from over." Solara tilted her head, curious. "Who are you? And how do you know my name?" The bird smiled, its feathers catching the last rays of the sun. "I am Eris, the guardian of the sky's path. I have been waiting for you." Solara blinked in surprise. "Waiting for me? But why?" Eris spread its wings wide, the colors of the sunset reflected in the iridescent feathers. "Because you are the one the wind has chosen. The one who will learn the true power of flight, beyond what you have ever known. The wings of dawn that you seek are not merely physical. They are a symbol of your inner strength, your ability to transcend limits, to be both grounded and free." The words resonated deep within Solara, but she was still unsure. "I don't understand," she said softly. "How can I unlock the true power of my wings?" Eris motioned for her to follow and led her through the meadows toward a crystal-clear pool. As they approached, Solara noticed the water's surface shimmered with an otherworldly glow. At the edge of the pool stood an ancient stone pedestal, its surface carved with intricate patterns and symbols she didn't recognize. "This," Eris explained, "is the mirror of the sky. It shows not only the world around you but the truth of your heart. To truly unlock the wings of dawn, you must first understand your deepest desires and fears. Only when you have accepted both can you soar without limits." Solara approached the pedestal hesitantly. As she gazed into the water, the surface rippled and began to shift. At first, she saw her reflection, her wings, her strong, graceful form. But then, as the water deepened, images began to flicker. She saw herself in the valley, looking up at the towering mountains. She saw the first moments of her flight, the excitement mixed with fear. She saw herself faltering, struggling against the winds, doubting her own strength. The memories were clear, times when she had wondered if she was truly capable of what she had set out to do. Then, the image changed. She saw herself standing at the edge of the floating island, wings stretched wide, the sky opening up before her. The air was calm, the winds gentle. She was no longer just Solara, the young bird from the valley. She was something more, something free, something unbound by fear. In that moment, she understood. Her wings were not just an extension of her body, they were an extension of her soul. To truly fly, she had to trust herself, her instincts, and her heart. Solara took a deep breath and closed her eyes. The wind whispered softly, and in that moment, she felt a shift within her, a surge of energy, of understanding. She was ready. When she opened her eyes again, the image in the pool had changed once more. This time, she saw a vision of herself soaring above the island, her wings glistening in the light of the dawn, leaving a trail of stardust in the sky behind her. Eris's voice filled the air. "You have unlocked the wings of dawn, Solara. Now, you must fly, unrestrained, unafraid. The true power of flight lies not in the wings, but in the freedom to be who you are." With newfound strength, Solara spread her wings wide and took to the skies. The wind welcomed her, lifting her higher than she had ever dreamed. The world stretched out before her, endless and full of possibility. She flew across the sky, the colors of the dawn wrapping around her as she embraced the power of her wings, unburdened by doubt, free at last. And as the sun rose higher, Solara knew that this was only the beginning of her journey, the beginning of her true flight, where no boundaries could hold her back. Part 4. The wind rushed past Solara as she soared higher, her wings catching the morning light and scattering it across the sky like glitter. Her heart beat in rhythm with the wind, strong and steady, as if it too had finally found its true purpose. The island below her appeared as a patchwork of green and gold. The meadows and shimmering pools now far beneath her, a mere speck on the vast expanse of the world she now felt so intimately connected with. For the first time, Solara truly understood the power of flight. It was not just a physical act, but an expression of freedom, of becoming one with the air, the wind, the earth, and the sky. The boundaries that had once constrained her, fear, doubt, uncertainty, had all vanished, leaving only the open sky before her. She glanced over her shoulder, the glimmering feathers of her wings reflecting the sun's rays. They were no longer just wings, they were an extension of herself, a symbol of her strength, her courage, and her acceptance of who she was meant to be. Solara felt a rush of joy fill her chest, an exhilaration that made her want to shout out in pure joy. But she remained silent, letting the wind speak for her. As she flew further from the island, she noticed a strange phenomenon. A soft mist began to form in the distance, swirling around like a misty veil. It was unlike any mist she had seen before, ethereal and glowing with an otherworldly light. The air grew cooler, and the winds shifted, becoming more unpredictable, like they were guiding her toward this mysterious mist. Her curiosity piqued. Solara adjusted her wings and began flying toward it, her heart racing with excitement and wonder. The closer she got, the thicker the mist became, until it surrounded her entirely, cloaking her in a soft, shimmering fog. The world around her became blurred, the island below disappearing from sight, and then, in the heart of the mist, she saw it, a glowing shape, faint at first, but growing clearer the longer she looked. It was a tower, tall and ancient, standing alone in the middle of the mist. The structure appeared to be made of shimmering crystal, its surface reflecting the soft light that bathed the land. The tower seemed to pulse with energy, as though it were alive, waiting for her. Solara hovered before the tower, her wings beating softly, unsure of what to do next. The mist was thick, but she could feel the pull of something within the tower, something calling to her, urging her to come closer. Without thinking, she glided down toward it, landing on the soft, glowing ground near the base of the tower. The mist seemed to part as she approached, as though welcoming her presence. Solara's heart raced with anticipation. She had felt something like this before, an unspoken connection, a recognition that she was meant to be here, in this place, at this moment. As she stepped forward, the mist around her began to shimmer and swirl, coalescing into a figure, an ethereal being made entirely of light. The figure was tall, its form graceful and otherworldly, like a being who existed outside the confines of time and space. Its wings, too, were made of shimmering light. Mirroring Solara's own but far grander, far more ancient. "Welcome, Solara," the figure spoke, its voice echoing in her mind. It wasn't a sound she could hear with her ears, but a sensation that filled her whole being. "You have traveled far, and you have unlocked the wings of dawn. But your journey is far from complete." Solara tilted her head, her wings twitching in curiosity. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I am Elira, the keeper of the light," the figure replied. "I have watched over this realm for eons, guarding its secrets, its wisdom. You are here because you are the one who has the power to bring balance to the skies. You have unlocked the first step of your potential. But there is more for you to learn." Solara's heart quickened. "More?" she echoed. "What do you mean? I thought I had unlocked all there was to know about flight." Elira's ethereal form shifted, and the mist seemed to glow brighter, swirling around Solara as if to emphasize the importance of her words. "You have unlocked the wings of dawn, yes. But now, you must learn the true meaning of flight. The wings are not just about reaching the sky, they are about understanding the air itself, the currents, the winds, the storms. You must learn how to navigate not only the physical world but the currents of your own soul." Solara's mind raced as she processed Elira's words. She thought back to her flight over the island. The freedom she felt, the joy of being unburdened. But now, Elira spoke of something deeper, something more profound. "How do I learn to navigate the currents of my soul?" Solara asked, her voice filled with both uncertainty and determination. Elira's form seemed to shimmer even more brightly. "You must seek the heart of the sky," Elira said, pointing toward the tower behind her. "It is hidden within this place, a place where the essence of the wind, the sun, and the stars converge. There, you will find the final key to your true flight." Solara's gaze followed Elira's gesture, and she looked up at the tower, her wings fluttering in anticipation. The path ahead was still unclear. But she knew that this was the next step in her journey, one that would lead her deeper into the mysteries of the sky, of herself, and of the freedom she was meant to embody. With a final, encouraging glance from Elira, Solara turned toward the tower and took her first steps toward the unknown. As she approached, the mist parted once again, revealing a doorway carved into the crystal, glowing softly with an inviting light. The journey was far from over, but Solara was ready. She had learned to trust her wings, and now, she would learn to trust the winds of fate itself. The Wings of Dawn, Part 5. Solara stood before the glowing doorway of the crystal tower, her heart thudding in her chest. The air around her seemed charged with an ancient energy, a power so ancient and vast that it made her feel both small and infinite at once. She could feel the winds of the world whispering around her, beckoning her forward. With a deep breath, Solara stepped through the doorway, her wings fluttering softly in the cool, ethereal air. As she passed into the tower, the world outside seemed to vanish, swallowed by the light and the mist. The interior was nothing like she had expected. It wasn't a dark, cold place filled with stone and dust, but a vast, open space, filled with a shimmering, golden light that radiated from the very walls. The floor beneath her feet was smooth, almost fluid. As though it shifted and swirled with every step she took, the air inside felt alive, humming with energy, with possibilities. She could feel the pulse of the earth beneath her, the flow of the winds above her, and the stars stretching far beyond the reaches of this space. Everything was connected, and the more she opened herself to it, the more she understood. This was the heart of the sky, the convergence of the forces she had yet to fully comprehend. As she walked further into the tower, the walls seemed to dissolve into pure light, and she felt as though she was drifting in a boundless sea of air. She spread her wings wide, the feathers shimmering, catching the light as she moved deeper into the heart of the space. She knew that the answers she sought were here, waiting for her, but she didn't know how to find them. Solara, a voice echoed through the vastness, soft but clear, like a breeze stirring the leaves of a long-forgotten tree. It was Elira, her ethereal form appearing once more before Solara. Her wings, still glowing with light, seemed to flicker and dance with the energy of the space. The heart of the sky does not reveal itself easily. It will only show itself to those who are willing to listen to the winds of their soul. Solara looked up at Elira, her heart swelling with a mixture of awe and uncertainty. "How do I listen to the winds of my soul?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. Elira smiled, her eyes reflecting the wisdom of ages. "You have already begun, Solara. You have trusted in your wings, in your flight. But now, you must listen to what lies within you. The winds are not just outside, they are within. You must quiet your mind and allow yourself to hear them." Solara closed her eyes, trying to quiet the whirlwind of thoughts that still raced through her mind. It was difficult. She had always been someone who was constantly in motion, driven by her desires, her hopes, her fears. But she knew that if she was to truly understand the flight that was her destiny, she had to let go. For a long moment, she stood there in the golden light, her wings gently fluttering. Breathing deeply as she tried to silence the noise within her. Slowly, the world around her seemed to fade into the background, until all that remained was the soft hum of the air, the gentle whispers of the winds around her. And then, she heard it, a faint, ethereal melody, like the sound of wind chimes carried on the breeze. It was soft at first, but it grew louder, more distinct, as if the very air was singing to her. She focused on the sound, letting it fill her mind and heart. The melody was not just a sound, it was a feeling, a vibration in her very soul. It was as if the winds themselves were speaking to her, urging her to listen. With each note, she felt something inside her stir. A deep, ancient connection that she had never before understood. It was as if the winds were telling her stories, stories of far-off lands, of storms and sunshine, of the dance of the seasons, of the ebb and flow of life itself. It was as if the sky was a living thing, and she was now a part of it. She extended her wings, feeling the winds shift, the air around her moving with intention. It was as if they were guiding her, urging her to take flight once again, but this time, with a deeper understanding, a deeper connection. She had always flown, but now she would fly with purpose. The winds picked up, swirling around her, lifting her from the ground. Solara opened her eyes, feeling the air rush past her. feeling herself rising, not just physically, but spiritually. She was no longer just flying with her wings, she was flying with her heart, her soul, her very essence. Elira's voice reached her once more, but this time it was no longer in words. It was in the winds themselves, in the song of the sky. You are the keeper of the wings of dawn, Solara. The winds are yours to command, but they will only follow you if you follow them. You are not just a creature of the air, you are a child of the sky. And it is your time to lead. With that, the winds carried her higher, higher than ever before, soaring toward the very heart of the sky. The mist around her cleared, revealing a vast expanse of stars. Endless and infinite. For the first time, Solara understood the true nature of flight. It was not just about freedom, it was about harmony. It was about becoming one with the winds, the earth, the sky, and the stars. The heart of the sky had not just revealed itself to her, it had awakened within her, and with it, she understood her purpose. Solara flew higher, her wings cutting through the air with ease, her heart filled with the song of the winds. She was no longer just a traveler, a seeker of answers. She was the wind itself, free, wild, and infinite. And as she soared among the stars, she knew that her journey had only just begun. The Wings of Dawn, Part 6. The stars stretched before Solara, vast and unyielding, as if they were a boundless sea. She flew effortlessly through them, her wings cutting through the cosmic winds, her heart pulsing in rhythm with the heartbeat of the sky. The world she had once known, the island, the people, felt distant now, as if they belonged to a past life. Here, in the heart of the stars, she had discovered the true meaning of flight, a connection to something much greater than herself. As she soared higher, Solara could feel the threads of destiny weaving around her, pulling her forward, urging her towards something that she could not yet fully comprehend. There was a calling in the depths of the sky, a pull that reached deep within her soul. The winds had led her this far, but now, she was the one leading them, guiding them toward a future she was still learning to understand. A soft, melodic hum vibrated through the air, a sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. It was the song of the stars, the song of the universe, and it wrapped itself around her like a blanket of warmth. She had never felt so at peace, so connected to the very fabric of existence, but amidst the beauty, a sense of urgency began to build within her. The winds, though gentle, carried an undertone of something darker, something deeper. The song of the stars was not all harmony, it had its dissonance, its warning. Solara slowed her flight, gliding through the endless void, her senses heightened. Far ahead, a shadow loomed, a massive shape, dark and foreboding, against the backdrop of the shimmering stars. It was unlike anything Solara had ever seen before. It seemed to distort the light around it, swallowing the stars in its wake. The winds around her shifted, growing colder, as if they were trying to pull her away from it, but Solara's wings held firm. She felt an inexplicable pull toward the shadow. The closer she drew, the more the air seemed to crackle with energy. The winds began to whip around her, not in harmony, but in chaotic gusts, as if they were warning her, telling her to turn back. But Solara, now more certain than ever of her purpose, pressed on. The winds could not stop her, the pull of the shadow, of the unknown, was too strong. As she approached, the shadow took form. It was a massive structure, Unlike any earthly creation, a dark tower that stretched high into the sky, its surface slick and obsidian, reflecting no light. The air around it felt heavy, oppressive, as if the very weight of the universe bore down upon her. The tower seemed to pulse, as if it were alive, and Solara felt a chill crawl up her spine. She hovered before it, her wings still, her body tense. She could feel the forces within the tower, powerful, ancient forces, surging through the air, creating a storm of energy around it. The wind swirled violently, almost as if trying to break free from the tower's grip. Solara's heart beat faster, her instincts warning her of the danger that lurked ahead. From the base of the tower, a voice echoed, deep and resonant, vibrating through the very air. "Solara," it said, its tone dark and commanding. "You have flown far, but your journey is not yet over. You seek the heart of the sky, but it is here, within the shadow of time, that you must face your true test." Solara's wings twitched, her body tensing in response to the voice. "Who are you?" she called out, her voice steady despite the fear that began to gnaw at her. "Why have you called me here?" The shadow seemed to writhe, and the voice came again, though this time it seemed to come from within her, as if it had always been a part of her soul. "I am the keeper of the dark winds, the force that balances the light. You have touched the wings of dawn, but the night must come as well. You cannot understand flight without understanding both the light and the dark." Solara's wings fluttered, her breath quickening. She had learned so much, but this was something entirely new. The winds around her were no longer her allies, they were forces of nature, of balance, and they carried with them an ancient wisdom, one she was only beginning to comprehend. "Why have you brought me here?" Solara demanded, her voice gaining strength. "What am I meant to do?" The shadow before her seemed to shift, and from within it, a figure emerged. It was not a person, but an entity, made of swirling darkness, its form ever changing, like smoke in the wind. Its eyes glowed with an inner light, piercing the darkness, and Solara could feel its gaze upon her. "You are the child of both the light and the dark, Solara," the figure said, its voice both ancient and timeless. "The wings of dawn are only one part of you. The night has its own wings, just as the sky has its own currents. If you are to become the true keeper of the winds, you must master both the light and the dark. Only then will you be able to restore balance to the sky." The words sent a shiver through Solara. She had always been drawn to the light, to the dawn, to the freedom it represented. But now, she realized, the darkness was not something to be feared. It was a part of the whole, a necessary balance. The winds of the night were just as powerful, just as vital as the winds of dawn. "You must embrace the dark winds," Solara, the keeper of the dark winds, continued. "Only then will you understand the true meaning of flight. Only then will you be able to navigate the currents of the sky without fear, without hesitation." The winds around her began to change, growing colder, harsher, swirling with the force of the night. But instead of retreating, Solara spread her wings wide, embracing the winds as they rushed toward her. She felt the chill of the darkness, the weight of the night pressing against her, but she did not shy away. She welcomed it, feeling the power of the dark winds coursing through her, weaving into her very being, and in that moment, Solara understood. The wings of dawn were only part of the story. The night, with its shadows and mysteries, held its own truths, its own wisdom. She was not just the child of the dawn, she was the child of the sky itself, of all the winds, of all the currents, of all the forces that shaped the world. With a deep breath, Solara felt the balance settle within her. She was ready to face the next part of her journey, ready to embrace both the light and the dark. To fly not just with the winds of dawn, but with the winds of the entire world. The Wings of Dawn, Part 7. Solara's wings beat strongly in the starry sky, the rhythm of the wind pulsing through her with each powerful stroke. She had soared higher than she ever thought possible, beyond the clouds, beyond the familiar horizons of her island and the world she once knew. Now, surrounded by the infinite expanse of stars, she felt a profound connection to the universe, to everything that existed in this vast, mysterious space. The winds were no longer just a force outside her, she had become part of them, part of the very fabric of the sky. As she flew, Solara noticed something strange. The stars, so distant and cold, began to move. They shifted in patterns, forming swirling shapes that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. The air around her was filled with a quiet hum, an ancient melody that resonated within her very being. It was as if the stars themselves were singing, beckoning her to come closer, to understand their song. Without thinking, Solara followed the movement of the stars, allowing herself to be drawn into their rhythm. She was no longer just a passive traveler in the sky. She was part of the dance of the cosmos, her wings working in perfect harmony with the shifting constellations. The winds carried her forward, as if they too were part of this celestial symphony. As she flew deeper into the starry expanse, she felt the presence of something else, something ancient and wise. It was not a physical form, but a sense of power, of knowing, that enveloped her. The melody grew louder, and Solara felt it resonate within her heart, deep and steady. She knew, without a doubt, that she was meant to follow this song, to unravel the mysteries it held. Suddenly, the stars aligned in a new pattern, forming a radiant circle in the sky, a portal of light that beckoned her closer. Solara hesitated for only a moment, then, with a deep breath, she dove into the glowing circle. The world around her shifted in an instant. The stars faded, replaced by a new landscape, a vast, endless ocean of light and energy, swirling like a storm of color. It was unlike anything she had ever seen. The sky stretched out before her, no longer just the domain of wind and clouds, but a living, breathing entity, filled with life, mystery, and power. This was the realm of the stars, the very heart of the universe. Before her, a figure appeared. It was tall and radiant, surrounded by swirling constellations. Its form shimmered with the light of 1,000 stars, its face serene and ageless. It spoke, its voice echoing within her mind, "Solara, child of the wind, you have followed the song of the stars, and you have come to the heart of the cosmos. You are the keeper of the wings of dawn. But you are also the seeker of the light. It is time for you to understand your true purpose." Solara landed gently on the glowing surface, her wings folding at her sides as she faced the radiant figure. "What is my purpose?" she asked, her voice steady but filled with curiosity. "I have flown with the winds, I have listened to the song of the stars, but I still feel as though there is more I must understand." The figure's gaze softened, as if it were looking into the very depths of her soul. "Your purpose, Solara," is to unite the sky with the earth. The wings you carry are not just a gift, they are a responsibility. The winds, the stars, the earth, and the skies are all part of a delicate balance. For eons, they have existed in harmony, but the world is changing. The winds grow restless, the stars dim, and the earth trembles. You, with your wings of dawn, are the key to restoring balance. Solara's heart raced. But how can I restore balance? I am just one being, one soul. How can I heal the sky, the earth, and the stars? The figure raised its hand, and the stars around them shifted, forming a new constellation. It was a map of the world, with lines connecting the stars, the earth, and the wind. The map glowed with energy, pulsing in time with Solara's heartbeat. To restore balance, you must first understand the nature of the winds, the earth, and the stars, the figure explained. You must travel to the places where the balance has been disturbed, the places where the winds no longer sing, where the earth no longer feels the pulse of the sky, and where the stars have been hidden from the world. In each of these places, you will find a fragment of the light, the essence of the sky, the earth, and the stars. Only by collecting these fragments will you be able to restore harmony. Solara felt a surge of determination. I will do whatever it takes to restore balance, she said, her voice steady and full of resolve. I will find these fragments, and I will bring them back together. The figure nodded, its eyes filled with ancient wisdom. Remember, Solara, the journey will not be easy. There will be challenges, and there will be sacrifices. But you are not alone. The winds will guide you, the stars will watch over you, and the earth will provide the strength you need. With those final words, the figure began to fade, its form dissolving into the swirling energy around her. The glowing map remained, pulsating softly with light. Solara turned and spread her wings wide, feeling the winds beneath her once more. She could feel the call of the earth and the stars, urging her to begin her journey. The sky was vast, and the path ahead was uncertain, but Solara knew one thing for sure: she was ready. With a final glance at the glowing map, she took off into the sky, her wings cutting through the air with purpose. The winds whispered in her ears, guiding her toward the first place where the balance had been disturbed. The stars shone brightly above her, their light a beacon in the vast, infinite night. Her journey had only just begun, but Solara was no longer the uncertain soul who had once sought to fly. She was now a seeker of the light, a guardian of balance, and nothing could stop her from fulfilling her destiny. The Wings of Dawn, Part 8. Solara's wings sliced through the sky with newfound purpose. The winds that had once been her companions now felt like guides, pushing her forward as she followed the celestial map that had been revealed to her. The stars glittered above her, a constant presence, like watchful eyes, and the earth below seemed to hum with life, though she was still far from it. The first destination was clear in her mind, a place where the balance had been fractured, the windless plains. As she flew, the air around her began to change. The vibrant, cosmic energy that had once filled her surroundings now felt stifled, like the winds were holding their breath. The stars seemed dimmer, their light faint and distant. She could feel it in the very fabric of the sky. Something had gone wrong in the windless plains, and she was here to restore it. After what felt like hours of steady flight, Solara's eyes fell upon the desolate land below. The plains stretched out endlessly, barren and empty, as if life had long ago abandoned this place. The wind that should have swept across the wide expanse was eerily absent, leaving the air still and thick with stagnation. No birds flew, no leaves rustled, there was only silence. Solara descended slowly, her wings catching the faintest breeze that whispered against her feathers. She landed gently on the parched earth, the dry ground cracking beneath her feet. The silence of the plains weighed heavily on her. This was not a natural stillness, it felt unnatural, like something vital had been lost. As she walked deeper into the plains, she felt the absence of the wind more acutely. The air was thick with a sense of yearning, as though the land itself longed for movement, for life. She knelt down, her fingertips brushing the cracked soil, and she closed her eyes. The whispers of the wind were barely there, but she could sense the faintest trace of something, a force that had once thrived here but now seemed to be fading, desperate for renewal. Solara stood, her wings spread wide, and closed her eyes, reaching out with her senses. The winds she had once flown with were no longer a single force but many currents, many whispers of the air itself. They spoke to her in fragments, each gust carrying a piece of forgotten wisdom. She could feel the answer stirring. Just beyond her reach, like a dream on the edge of her consciousness. But then, in the distance, she saw it, a faint glimmer of light. It pulsed softly, like a beacon in the darkness of the plains. Her heart quickened, and without hesitation, she began to walk toward it, her wings brushing the still air with each step. As she neared, the light grew brighter, and she realized that it was not a single source, but a cluster of tiny, shimmering lights, each one hovering in the air like fragile stars. Solara reached out, and as her fingers brushed one of the lights, she felt a surge of energy, warm and alive. The tiny light pulsed against her skin, like a heartbeat. She pulled her hand back, startled, and watched as the lights began to move, swirling in the air around her. It was as if they were alive, a gathering of energy, each one a fragment of the wind that had once flowed freely through these plains. The lights began to swirl faster, their movements erratic at first, as if they were uncertain, confused. Solara could feel the dissonance in their movements, the way they struggled to find harmony. She stepped forward slowly, extending her hands, and called out softly, "Let the winds return. Let them dance once more." At her words, the lights seemed to pause, as if considering her request. Then, one by one, they began to form into gentle spirals, their light weaving together in a delicate pattern. The energy in the air shifted, growing lighter, more fluid. The winds began to stir once more, faint at first, but gradually gaining strength, filling the plains with a gentle breeze. It was as though the land itself had breathed a sigh of relief. Solara stood in the center of the spiraling lights, feeling the winds gather around her. She spread her wings wide and closed her eyes, allowing the winds to move through her, to touch her very soul. They were the winds of the earth, the winds of life, and they were returning. She felt the balance slowly beginning to heal, the harmony between the sky and the earth resettling, but the winds were not yet complete. As the breeze picked up, she noticed something at the edge of the plains, darker, more turbulent winds, like a storm on the horizon. They were moving toward her, fast and with purpose. Solara's heart skipped a beat. These winds were not of the earth, they were foreign, twisted by some malevolent force. The lights around her began to flicker, their once soft glow dimming as the storm approached. The winds of the plain seemed to resist the dark currents, but the battle was one-sided. The darkness grew stronger, and Solara knew she couldn't let this evil storm extinguish the fragile winds she had just called back to life. Summoning the strength of her wings, Solara took to the air, her wings beating fiercely against the turbulent winds. She flew straight toward the oncoming storm, her body slicing through the air with determination. She could feel the darkness pressing in, a force of corruption that sought to devour the light she had just awakened. Not again, she whispered to herself. The winds will not die here. Solara pushed forward, her wings carrying her through the violent storm. The dark winds clawed at her, pulling her off course, but she fought back, spreading her wings wider and drawing upon the strength of the earth and sky. She was the keeper of the winds, the protector of the balance, and she would not allow this darkness to take root. The battle between light and shadow raged for what felt like an eternity. But Solara's resolve held firm. Slowly, the light around her began to push back against the dark winds, the currents of the earth joining forces with her. The storm faltered, its strength waning as the winds of the plains regained their rhythm. With one final, powerful beat of her wings, Solara surged through the dark clouds, her energy merging with the winds. The storm began to dissipate, its darkness unraveling, swallowed by the light she had rekindled. The winds, now strong and vibrant, filled the plains once more, their song a harmonious symphony that echoed through the land. Solara hovered in the air, breathing heavily, her wings spread wide as the last remnants of the dark winds faded into nothingness. Below her, the plains seemed to breathe again, the earth now alive with the pulse of the wind. The lights, no longer fragile, floated peacefully around her, their glow steady and bright. She had done it. She had restored the winds to the plains, and with them, the balance of the earth. But Solara knew this was only the beginning. There were more places to heal, more challenges to face. Her journey was far from over. With a final glance at the vast, renewed plains, Solara took off once more, the winds beneath her now steady and strong. The stars guided her onward, and she knew that no matter what trials lay ahead, she was ready. The wings of dawn had only begun to spread their light across the world. The Wings of Dawn, Part 9. The stars stretched out before Solara like a vast ocean, endless and shimmering with possibilities. Her wings beat steadily as she flew, her heart attuned to the rhythm of the cosmos. The map of glowing light, the path she had been given, pulsed within her mind, guiding her toward the next destination. She had already traveled far from the heart of the stars, past familiar constellations and through winds both fierce and gentle. Now, she approached the first of the troubled places where the balance had faltered, the Hollow Lands. The Hollow Lands, as the map had revealed, were a place of shadow and silence, where the winds had stopped singing and the earth no longer felt the pulse of the sky. Solara's heart ached with the thought of it, an empty land where no song played, where no winds blew. It was a place that had once been alive with energy, but now, it was desolate. As she neared the edge of the Hollow Lands, Solara could feel a coldness in the air, a heavy stillness that pressed down on her from all sides. The stars above were dimmer here, their light muffled by the oppressive silence. The winds, once so alive, had become but a whisper, struggling against the weight of the land. Solara slowed her flight, her wings folding slightly as she descended, her feet brushing the barren earth. The hollow lands were vast and empty, stretching out like a void, devoid of life and sound. There were no trees, no plants, and the sky above seemed to be perpetually overcast, as if the clouds themselves had given up their hold on the land. In the distance, she saw a darkened tower, a silhouette against the dim sky, its shape twisted and malformed. The air around it pulsed with an unnatural energy, as if the tower itself was drawing the life out of the land. Solara's wings trembled as she hovered before the tower. She had heard of such places, places where the balance had been upset, where dark forces had taken root. This was no ordinary disturbance, this was something ancient, something powerful. Taking a deep breath, Solara landed on the ground, the earth beneath her cold and hard. She could feel the pulse of the land, faint and weak, as though it were struggling to breathe. The wind, though still, carried a faint whisper, a voice that seemed to come from the tower itself, Solara. The voice was soft, a mere breath on the wind, but it carried a weight of sorrow. Solara straightened, her wings twitching in response to the sound. She walked slowly toward the tower, each step feeling heavier than the last. The air grew colder as she approached, and the whispers of the wind grew louder, filling her ears with a haunting melody. As she reached the base of the tower, she felt the presence of something powerful, something ancient. The tower seemed to draw her in. Its dark stone slick with a strange, otherworldly energy. The entrance was a doorway of shadow, a dark void that seemed to beckon her forward. Without hesitation, Solara stepped inside. The interior of the tower was as eerie as the land outside. The walls were lined with old, forgotten symbols, etched into the stone with a precision that spoke of long-lost knowledge. The air inside was thick with dust, and the silence was oppressive, as if the very walls were holding their breath. In the center of the room stood a pedestal, upon which rested a small, dark crystal. It pulsed with an inner light, a sickly glow that made the hairs on Solara's neck stand on end. She approached the crystal cautiously, feeling the weight of its presence in the room. As her fingers brushed against its surface, a surge of energy shot through her, a violent shock that left her breathless. Her vision blurred, and for a moment, she saw flashes of images, faint memories of a time long past, a time when the wind still sang and the land was alive. She saw the tower in its prime, vibrant and powerful, a beacon of knowledge and strength. But then, everything changed. The winds died, the earth grew cold, and the stars themselves seemed to fade from view. In the darkness, a figure emerged. It was an ancient being, its form cloaked in shadow, its eyes glowing with a malevolent light. It looked at Solara with a gaze that was both familiar and foreign. As if it knew her, yet she had never seen it before. "You have come to restore balance," the figure said, its voice cold and distant, like the wind before a storm. "But you cannot undo what has been done. The crystal is the heart of this land, the source of its power, and now it is mine. I have claimed this place, and with it, I have claimed the winds, the earth, and the stars." Solara's wings twitched, her feathers bristling in response to the figure's words. "You've taken the balance. You've stolen the song of the winds and the pulse of the earth. This place should be alive, not consumed by shadow." The figure's smile was twisted, its eyes narrowing. "The balance is an illusion. A fleeting thing. The winds have always been mine to control, just as the stars and the earth are. You cannot fight what is inevitable, Solara. I have already won. Solara's heart pounded in her chest, but she stood her ground. I won't let you claim the sky, the earth, or the winds. They are not yours to take. With a fierce cry, Solara spread her wings wide, feeling the winds gather around her. The shadowy figure raised its hand, and the crystal pulsed, sending out a wave of dark energy that pushed against her. But Solara held firm. The winds within her stirred, calling to the sky, calling to the stars, to the earth beneath her feet. With a burst of strength, Solara called upon the winds of dawn, the very breath of the earth and sky. The air around her swirled, gathering strength, as the light from the stars above began to shine brighter, illuminating the tower with a brilliant glow. The figure recoiled, its form flickering as the light pushed against it. You cannot fight the darkness forever, the figure sneered, but its voice trembled. I don't have to fight it, Solara said, her voice steady, filled with conviction. I just have to restore the balance. With that, she summoned the full power of the winds, the light of the stars, and the heartbeat of the earth. The crystal before her shattered, its dark energy dissipating into the air like a dying breath. The land itself seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. And the winds began to stir once more, carrying with them the promise of renewal. The shadowy figure screamed, its form disintegrating under the power of the light. As it faded into nothingness, the tower crumbled, its ancient power fading along with it. Solara stood in the center of the room, her wings still spread wide, feeling the winds once more course through her. The hollow lands were no longer a place of silence, they were alive again, their pulse returning, faint but steady. The land had been freed from the shadow, and the winds had begun to sing once more, but Solara knew this was only the beginning. There were more lands to restore, more imbalances to heal. The journey ahead would not be easy. But she was no longer afraid. The winds of dawn were with her, and the light of the stars would guide her every step of the way. The sky awaited, and Solara was ready to soar. The Wings of Dawn, Part 10. Solara soared through the skies, her wings cutting through the air with newfound strength. The winds beneath her seemed to whisper their approval, as if they, too, had sensed the victory she had just won in the windless plains. She had restored the breath of the earth, and the land was now alive with the hum of wind and life once more. But she knew, deep in her heart, that her journey was far from over. The world still held places of imbalance, places where the earth, the wind, and the stars had become fractured. And it was up to her to restore harmony. Her next destination was marked clearly on the celestial map that still glowed softly in her mind, a distant, shadowed valley where the stars themselves had dimmed. This was a place where the fabric of the sky had been torn, a place where the very light of the stars had been consumed by something darker, something far older than any storm. As Solara flew toward the valley, the air around her grew colder. The winds began to shift, no longer warm and comforting but sharp and biting, carrying with them a sense of foreboding. The stars above were barely visible, hidden behind a thick veil of clouds that blotted out their light. The map in her mind flickered and pulsed, guiding her toward the heart of this desolate place. She descended slowly, the ground below her dark and unwelcoming. The valley was vast, filled with jagged rocks and twisted trees that seemed to whisper in the wind. There was no sign of life here, only silence and shadows. The wind that should have swept through the valley was still, and the stars, once a beacon of hope, were nowhere to be seen. Solara landed on the rocky ground, her wings folding tightly behind her. She could feel the weight of the silence pressing down on her, but she did not falter. She had faced the storm and the darkness before. Now, she would face this shadow, whatever it may be. As she walked through the valley, the air grew colder still, and the darkness deepened. There was something unnatural about the place, a feeling of decay and despair. The shadows seemed to twist and move, as if they were alive, watching her every step. She could feel the presence of something ancient, something powerful, lurking in the depths of the valley, and then, as she reached the center of the valley, she saw it, a towering figure made entirely of shadow, its form constantly shifting and warping. It stood tall and menacing, its eyes glowing with an eerie, otherworldly light. The figure spoke in a voice that echoed through the valley, deep and resonant, like the rumble of distant thunder. Solara, keeper of the wings, you have come to the heart of the darkness. But you cannot restore what has been lost. The stars have already dimmed, the winds have already turned cold. This place is beyond saving. Solara stood her ground, unshaken by the figure's words. I do not believe that, she said, her voice steady, filled with the strength of the winds that had guided her. I believe that nothing is beyond hope. Even the darkest shadows can be pierced by light, and no place is beyond redemption. The figure laughed, a sound like the rustling of dry leaves in a windless forest. You are a fool, it said. The stars you seek to restore are already gone, consumed by the shadow that has ruled this valley for centuries. You cannot defeat me. Solara's heart pounded in her chest, but she did not back away. She raised her wings, feeling the power of the winds that had followed her on this journey. The shadow before her may have seemed invincible, but she knew the truth. The winds of the earth, the light of the stars, and the strength of her wings were all part of something greater, something that could not be extinguished. She closed her eyes for a moment, reaching deep within herself, connecting to the winds, to the earth, to the stars that still lingered in the sky above. The celestial map glowed faintly in her mind, and she could feel the pull of the stars, their light waiting to be reignited. With a deep breath, she called out, her voice resonating with the power of the cosmos, I call upon the winds of life, upon the light of the stars, and upon the strength of the earth. Let the darkness be banished, and let the light return. At her words, the air around her began to shift. The winds that had been still for so long began to stir, slowly at first, but then with increasing force. The shadow before her writhed in response, its form beginning to shrink, the darkness around it dissipating. The figure howled in rage, its voice like the shrieking of the wind, but Solara stood firm, her wings spread wide, the winds grew stronger, and the stars, faint and hidden above, began to shine brighter, their light piercing through the darkness. The ground beneath her feet trembled, and the rocks around her began to crack as the forces of the earth joined the battle. The light of the stars and the strength of the earth were working together, unraveling the shadow that had claimed this valley. The figure before her screamed, its form dissolving into the air like smoke caught in a gust of wind. The darkness retreated, leaving only the light behind. The valley, once shrouded in shadow, was now bathed in the soft glow of starlight. The winds, once cold and still, now carried the warmth of life, sweeping through the valley like a breath of renewal. Solara stood in the center of the valley. Her wings unfurled, her heart soaring with the winds. The battle had been fierce, but the light had triumphed. The valley was alive once more, the stars shining brightly overhead, and the winds whispering through the trees and rocks, carrying with them the promise of hope and renewal. But Solara knew this victory was only one step in her journey. There were still other places where balance needed to be restored, other shadows that needed to be chased away. Her wings, though tired, were ready for the next challenge. She was the keeper of the winds, the seeker of light, and the protector of balance. And nothing, not even the darkest of shadows, would ever stop her from fulfilling her destiny. With a final glance at the valley, now filled with the light of the stars and the winds of the earth, Solara took off once more, her wings carrying her into the sky. The journey was far from over, but Solara was no longer just a traveler. She was a force of nature, and the world would soon feel the full power of the wings of dawn, and with that, she flew into the night, her wings cutting through the air, ready for whatever came next. The Valley of Echoes, Part 1, The Silent Invitation. In a distant land, nestled between towering mountains, there was a valley unlike any other. The locals called it the Valley of Echoes, a place where the air seemed thick with sound, yet no noise ever fully reached the ear. It was a place where whispers of the past, and sometimes even the future, reverberated, but the words were always just out of reach. Travelers who entered the valley often spoke of hearing voices on the wind, faint, melodic, and just beyond comprehension. The valley was surrounded by cliffs so steep that it felt as though the earth itself had closed them in, creating a sanctuary of silence that stretched for miles. Within this silence lay a secret, a mystery that had drawn people from distant lands for generations. Some sought answers, others came to meditate, to find peace, or perhaps to lose themselves in the ever-present hum of the unknown. At the edge of this valley, there stood an ancient stone archway. It was said to have been built by an unknown civilization long forgotten, but its purpose remained a mystery. The archway was the only way into the heart of the valley, and it was both an invitation and a warning. For those who dared to pass through it, the echoes would follow them, offering cryptic messages, promises, and occasionally, ominous prophecies. Lena, a young woman seeking both solace and understanding, had heard of the Valley of Echoes from an old traveler who had once walked its paths. His eyes had been clouded with memories of voices he could never quite recall, but there had been a glint of longing in his gaze when he spoke of it. He had encouraged her to find the valley, to listen to its whispers, and perhaps, to uncover the answers to questions that had been plaguing her heart. As Lena stood before the archway, the wind began to pick up, rustling the leaves of the trees that bordered the entrance. The sound was soft but persistent, like a far-off melody that tugged at her soul. She hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of her decision. This was no ordinary journey, it was one that promised not only discovery but change. Whatever lay ahead, she knew it would alter the course of her life forever. Taking a deep breath, Lena stepped through the archway. The world seemed to shift around her, as if the very fabric of reality was bending, and the sound around her intensified, the quiet hum of the valley growing louder. She could hear the faintest murmur of voices, but when she strained to listen, they were gone. The path before her was lined with smooth stones, leading her deeper into the heart of the valley. With each step, the valley seemed to come alive, but not with the sounds of nature or animals. No, the valley was alive with something else, something intangible, a presence that she could feel in the air. It was as though the echoes of the past and future were converging around her, wrapping her in a cocoon of forgotten memories and unsaid words. As she walked further into the valley, the trees became denser, their branches twisting and interweaving, creating an almost tunnel-like effect. The further she went, the more the echoes seemed to grow. Sometimes, she would hear her name whispered on the breeze, followed by soft laughter or the sound of distant footsteps. Other times, there would be a sudden, inexplicable silence, a void in the air that made her skin tingle. Then, as she neared the center of the valley, the sound of a bell tolled, deep and resonant. The echoes seemed to ripple outward. And in that moment, Lena felt as though she had crossed a threshold, one that separated the known world from the realm of the echoes. The air became thicker, the light dimmer, and the path ahead seemed uncertain, as though it was both a destination and a journey into the unknown. The bell tolled again, and this time, the echo didn't fade. Instead, it grew, filling the valley with a sound that reverberated deep within her chest. Lena stopped in her tracks, her heart racing. She wasn't sure if it was the bell that was calling her or something else, an unseen force, perhaps, beckoning her deeper into the valley. And then, in the midst of the sound, she heard a voice that was both familiar and strange. It called to her, soft and tender, as if it had always been there, waiting for her to listen. "Lena, you have come." The voice was clear now, and it filled the space around her with warmth and an odd sense of knowing. The echo had a sense of recognition, as though the valley itself knew her, as though she had been expected. Lena stood still, trying to understand the meaning of the voice. It was not her own voice, nor was it the voice of anyone she had ever known, yet it felt as though it belonged to her, a part of her soul that had been separated from her for some time. "Who are you?" she whispered into the silence, her voice trembling with both curiosity and fear. The valley seemed to respond with a soft breeze, carrying the words on the wind, as if the very land itself was speaking. "I am the keeper of the echoes," the voice replied, its tone deep yet soothing. "I am the one who guides those who seek to understand the past, the present, and the future. You have been chosen, Lena, to hear the truths that lie hidden in the echoes." Lena felt a chill run down her spine. Chosen? What truths? What was this place, and what was it that she had come to find? The voice continued, its presence more palpable now, filling every corner of the valley with its resonance. "You have questions, Lena, questions that have plagued your heart for years. The answers are here, but they will not come all at once. You must listen, and you must trust. The valley will show you the way, but you must be ready to face what lies ahead." Lena closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. She had come for answers, but now she was unsure of what she would find. Would the echoes bring clarity, or would they leave her with even more questions? The valley waited in silence, the echoes hanging in the air like the promise of something yet to unfold. And so, Lena stepped forward once more, her heart filled with anticipation and trepidation. The Valley of Echoes had begun to speak to her, and she was ready to listen. But what would she hear? Part 2, The Keeper's Song. Lena continued her journey into the heart of the Valley of Echoes, her every step resonating with the faint echoes that surrounded her. The voice, now softly fading, had left her with more questions than answers, but there was a pull in her heart, a quiet certainty that she was meant to uncover the secrets of this strange, timeless place. The path she walked was becoming narrower, the trees thicker, their branches twisting like ancient, gnarled fingers reaching towards the sky. It was as if the valley itself was alive, breathing with a pulse of its own, drawing Lena deeper into its mysterious embrace. The echoes grew louder with each step, yet they seemed to grow more distant at the same time, as though they were teasing her, calling her into the unknown. And then, through the dense fog that had settled over the valley, Lena saw a flicker of light in the distance. It was soft at first, barely visible through the thick mist, but it grew stronger as she approached. The air around her hummed with the vibration of the echoes, and for the first time, she could hear the distinct sound of something else, music. It was ethereal, the notes carrying a haunting beauty, floating on the wind as though the valley itself was singing. The light ahead pulsed in rhythm with the music, guiding her forward. It wasn't a lantern or a fire, it was a soft, golden glow that emanated from the ground itself, as if the earth was alive and glowing with its own light. She quickened her pace, the pull of the light and music irresistible, her curiosity driving her deeper into the valley. As she approached, the music grew clearer, its melody becoming more distinct, and she could hear the hum of voices blending with the notes. They were faint, but their harmony seemed to echo from every direction, surrounding her as if the very air was alive with song. The clearing ahead opened up suddenly, revealing a large stone circle in the center of the valley. The stones were ancient, covered with moss and vines, but each one stood tall and firm, as if placed with deliberate care. The golden light radiated from within the circle, and at the center, a figure stood, a figure who seemed both part of the valley and separate from it. The figure was cloaked in flowing robes that shimmered like the stars, and their face was hidden beneath a hood of soft, silver fabric. As Lena stepped into the circle, the music came to a halt, and the figure turned toward her with a slow, deliberate motion. In the silence that followed, Lena felt the weight of the valley's ancient presence pressing in on her, and she understood that she was in the presence of something far greater than herself. The figure spoke, their voice low and resonant, carrying the weight of countless years. "Welcome, Lena," they said. "You have come seeking answers, but you must understand that in the Valley of Echoes, answers are not given freely. They are earned through listening, through understanding, and through accepting the truths that lie within." Lena stood frozen, her heart pounding in her chest. This was the keeper of the valley, the one who had called her here, the one whose voice had whispered on the wind. The figure extended a hand toward her, the golden light surrounding them flickering like the last embers of a dying fire. "Step forward," the keeper continued. "If you wish to hear the song of the valley, you must first listen to the song within yourself. Only then will you understand the echoes that fill this place." Lena hesitated for a moment, uncertainty flooding her mind. What did the keeper mean? How could she listen to a song within herself? She had come here seeking answers to questions that had tormented her for years. But the task before her felt immense, almost impossible, but as she stood there, her gaze fixed on the figure, something within her stirred. She felt the music of the valley, the hum of the earth, and the echoes of voices long past, all pulling at the core of her being. It was as though the valley itself was calling to her, urging her to listen, to understand. With a deep breath, Lena stepped forward, her heart full of both fear and anticipation. The moment her foot crossed the threshold of the stone circle, the light around her intensified, and the music returned, gentle at first, but growing stronger with each passing second. The echoes filled her ears, rising and falling like the tides. But now, something was different. She could hear the melody of her own heart, beating in time with the rhythm of the valley. "Close your eyes," the keeper instructed softly. "Listen to the song within." Lena did as she was told, her breath steadying as she let herself be enveloped by the sound. At first, there was only the quiet hum of her own pulse, a steady beat that was both comforting and strange. But as she focused, the sound began to shift. The echoes around her seemed to weave into the beat, forming a symphony of whispers, soft, elusive, but ever-present. She heard laughter, distant conversations, the murmur of the wind through trees, and the sound of footsteps in the distance. Then, the voices began to take shape. Lena. Her name echoed in the wind, soft but distinct. She felt it reverberate within her chest, deep into her soul. "You have come for answers," the voice continued, though Lena couldn't tell if it was the keeper or something else speaking. "But answers are not always what you seek. What you need is the understanding to hear the truth, not just the answer you expect." A new voice joined in, this one softer, like a gentle caress on the wind. "The truth lies in the silence between the words, in the spaces between the echoes. Can you hear it?" Lena's mind swirled with the sounds, the layers of voices and melodies. She could feel the weight of the past pressing down on her. The weight of questions she had carried for so long. But as the voices whispered, a realization began to form. She wasn't just hearing the echoes of the valley, she was hearing the echoes of her own heart, her own soul. The valley was revealing the truths she had buried within herself. In that moment, Lena understood. She opened her eyes, and the keeper stood before her, their expression unreadable beneath the hood. "You have heard the song of the valley," the keeper said, their voice a mere whisper now, like the last note of a lullaby. "You have begun to understand. But there is more to this song, and you must listen, not with your ears, but with your heart. Only then will the echoes reveal their full meaning." The music swelled around her, and Lena felt the weight of the valley's song settle deep within her being. The journey was only just beginning, but she knew now that the valley would guide her, if she was willing to listen, and so, with renewed resolve, Lena stepped forward once more, ready to face whatever truths the Valley of Echoes would reveal. Part 3. The Echoes Unveiled. Lena's heart beat faster as she stepped deeper into the valley, the golden light of the stone circle now fading behind her. The music of the valley seemed to follow her, swirling in the air like an ancient hymn, its rhythm growing more intricate and layered. Each step she took was heavier, as if the ground itself was urging her to slow down. To listen more intently, the keeper's words echoed in her mind. "Listen, not with your ears, but with your heart." It felt like a riddle, a puzzle she couldn't quite solve, but one that seemed crucial to understanding the mysteries of the valley. As she walked further into the mist, the sounds of the valley seemed to shift. The distant hum of voices and music faded into something deeper, more intimate, like whispers in the shadows. It was as though the valley had its own language, one that Lena could almost comprehend but couldn't quite fully understand. She felt a sudden pull, a subtle force guiding her toward the edge of the valley where a river wound its way through the landscape. The river was not like any she had seen before. Its waters shimmered with a silvery glow, as though the stars themselves had fallen into its depths. The river twisted and turned through the valley, its current slow but persistent, carrying with it the soft murmur of hidden voices. Lena approached the river cautiously, her eyes drawn to the movement of the water. As she peered into its depths, she could see fragments of scenes, fleeting images that seemed to shift in and out of focus. Faces, memories, and moments that appeared for an instant and then dissolved into the current, like forgotten dreams. Do you see them? The voice came from behind her, soft and calm. She turned to find the keeper standing at the edge of the river. Their presence as quiet and still as the valley itself. Lena nodded slowly. What are they? They are the echoes of those who have passed through the valley before you, the keeper explained. Each person who comes here leaves behind a trace of themselves. A memory. A wish. A sorrow. These echoes are not just sounds, they are fragments of souls, the pieces of lives that have crossed paths with the valley over the ages. Lena crouched beside the river, mesmerized by the shifting images in the water. She could see her own face reflected in its depths, but the reflection was different, as if it had been altered by time. Her eyes seemed older, wearier, as though they carried the weight of a lifetime's worth of memories. Why are they here? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. The keeper's voice was barely audible above the sound of the river. The valley calls to those who are seeking something. It is a place of answers, but those answers are not always easy to accept. Sometimes, the valley offers clarity, but at a cost. It shows you the truths you need to face, truths you may not want to confront. Lena's heart tightened in her chest. She had come to the valley seeking answers, seeking a way to understand the mysterious whispers that had led her here. But the deeper she went, the more she realized that the valley was not offering simple answers, it was revealing the complexity of life itself. With all its joys, sorrows, and unspoken truths, as Lena stared at the river, the keeper spoke again, this time with more urgency. To understand the echoes, you must confront your own. The valley will show you what you need to see, but it cannot give you the answers. You must find them within yourself. Lena turned back to the keeper, a question burning on her lips. What do I need to see? The keeper's gaze was unwavering, and for the first time, Lena saw something in their eyes, a flicker of recognition, as if they, too, had once stood where she was standing now. Only you can answer that, the keeper replied. But you must be brave. The echoes will reveal your deepest fears, your regrets, your desires. They will show you the path you must walk, but only if you are willing to face what lies hidden within. Lena felt a shiver run through her as the weight of the keeper's words settled into her heart. She knew, deep down, that the valley was not just a place of discovery, it was a place of transformation. To understand the echoes, she would have to confront everything she had buried within herself. The river before her began to shimmer more brightly, and the images within it grew clearer. She saw her past, her childhood, moments of happiness and laughter, but also moments of pain and loss. Faces of people she had loved and lost, memories that had been tucked away in the corners of her mind. Now rising to the surface, for a moment, Lena felt overwhelmed. It was as if the valley was peeling back the layers of her soul, exposing everything she had tried to forget. The images in the river grew faster, more chaotic, until they began to merge together, forming a single, haunting vision. It was her own reflection, but this time, her eyes were filled with tears. She saw herself standing at a crossroads, torn between two paths. One path led back into the past, into the safety of the familiar, but it was also a path that held her back, keeping her chained to old regrets and mistakes. The other path led forward, into the unknown, but it was a path that demanded courage and change. Lena felt a wave of emotion wash over her, fear, uncertainty, but also hope. The valley had shown her the truth, but it had also shown her that she had the power to choose her own future. As the vision faded, the keeper stepped forward, their voice gentle. "You have seen what you needed to see. The echoes of your past, your choices, your desires. Now, you must decide what to do with them." Lena took a deep breath, the weight of the valley's revelations pressing on her chest. She knew that the journey ahead would not be easy, but she also knew that it was one she had to make. The echoes of the past would always be with her, but they would no longer define her. With newfound clarity, Lena stood up, her resolve hardening. The path ahead was uncertain, but for the first time, she felt ready to face it. "I'm ready," she said, her voice steady. The keeper nodded, a faint smile touching their lips. "Then step forward. The valley will guide you, but remember, it is your heart that will lead the way." And so, Lena took her first step toward the future, leaving behind the echoes of the past and embracing the unknown, knowing that the valley's song would always be with her, echoing in her heart. Part 4, The Path of Reflection. The mist swirled around Lena's feet as she began walking along the narrow path that seemed to materialize before her, leading deeper into the valley. The air was heavy with the scent of earth and damp leaves, and the distant hum of the river continued to echo in the background, its presence comforting yet foreboding. As she walked, the valley seemed to change around her. The familiar mist thickened and became more tangible, curling like tendrils, brushing against her skin like the soft touch of an old memory. The sounds of the valley, the whispers, the music, the echoes, grew louder, each one interwoven with the others, creating a symphony of voices that filled the air. Lena's heart raced as she passed through the ethereal landscape. The sky above was an endless expanse of twilight, neither fully night nor day, as though time itself had no hold here. The trees on either side of the path seemed to lean in, their branches twisted and gnarled, their leaves shimmering with an otherworldly glow. She couldn't shake the feeling that the valley was alive, that it was watching her, waiting for her to make the next move. As she ventured further, she came across something unexpected, an ancient stone archway, partially covered in ivy and moss, standing alone in the middle of the path. It was intricately carved with symbols that seemed to shift and dance as she stared at them, as if they were alive, telling stories of forgotten worlds and long-lost secrets. The archway seemed to beckon her, inviting her to step through it, but Lena hesitated. A soft voice, like a whisper carried on the wind, spoke behind her. "The archway leads to another part of the valley. But to pass through it, you must be willing to face something within yourself." Lena turned to find the keeper standing a few steps behind her, their face unreadable but their eyes filled with quiet understanding. They didn't speak further, only gestured toward the archway, their hand pointing with a calm certainty. Lena's breath caught in her throat. She knew that crossing the threshold meant more than simply walking through a physical passage. It was a journey into the depths of her own soul, a confrontation with the parts of herself that she had long kept hidden. With a deep breath, Lena stepped forward, her feet moving almost of their own accord, as if the valley itself were guiding her. As she approached the archway, the air grew colder, and a strange sensation washed over her, as though the world around her was shifting, bending, folding in on itself. The moment she passed through the arch, the scenery around her changed. The mist thickened, enveloping her in an almost tangible fog. The path ahead seemed to stretch on endlessly, disappearing into a distant horizon. There were no trees, no sounds of the river, just the feeling of being utterly alone, suspended in time. Lena stood still, the weight of the silence pressing down on her. She closed her eyes for a moment, trying to steady herself, but when she opened them again, the landscape had transformed once more. Before her stood a vast field of mirrors, each one standing tall and imposing, reflecting not the world around them, but the world within her. The mirrors were unlike any she had seen before. They were not perfect reflections but distorted, fractured images, twisted versions of herself, her memories, her fears. Some mirrors showed her smiling, happy and content, while others reflected a face twisted in sorrow, in regret. Some mirrors were cracked, broken by the weight of past choices, while others shimmered with an ethereal light, hinting at untapped potential. The echoes of her past, the voices of those she had loved and lost, whispered through the air, coming from the mirrors themselves. The sounds were haunting, familiar, but distant, as if the echoes of her memories were being trapped and distorted by the mirrors. Some of the voices were kind and comforting, while others were sharp, filled with accusation and pain. Lena walked forward cautiously, drawn toward one mirror in particular. It was taller than the others, its surface smooth and unbroken. As she approached, she could see her own reflection staring back at her, but this time, it wasn't just her face that looked back. There were glimpses of her life, moments she had forgotten. Moments she had buried deep within her. A childhood memory of her mother laughing as they danced in the kitchen. The look on her father's face the last time they had spoken, a mixture of love and unspoken regret. The moment she had let go of a friendship she had once treasured, unable to bridge the distance that had grown between them, the reflection began to change, shifting as though the mirror itself was alive. Lena's heart raced as she saw herself in different stages of her life, a young girl filled with dreams, a teenager haunted by doubt, an adult weighed down by the scars of past decisions. Each version of herself seemed to stare back at her, silently questioning the choices she had made. "Do you see what you've become?" A voice echoed from the depths of the mirrors. It was her own voice, but twisted, mocking, filled with a deep sadness. "Do you see what you have lost?" Lena flinched, stepping back. The voice seemed to come from every direction, reverberating through the mirrors, growing louder, more insistent. "What is it that you're truly seeking, Lena? Is it redemption? Closure? Or simply a way to forget?" The questions hung in the air, heavy and unanswered. Lena's chest tightened, and for a moment, she felt as though the weight of the entire valley was pressing down on her, suffocating her. The mirrors showed her not just what she had done, but who she had been, her deepest flaws. Her greatest regrets, her unspoken fears, but amid the chaos of reflections, one image began to stand out, a mirror at the far end of the field, its surface darker, as if it held secrets that the others didn't. Lena felt an inexplicable pull toward it, as though it held the key to understanding everything. With a deep breath, Lena turned away from the fractured mirrors and began to walk toward it, the sound of the whispers following her, fading into the distance as she stepped forward into the unknown. Part 5. The Mirror's Secret. Lena's footsteps were steady as she moved toward the dark mirror at the far end of the field. The whispers, once sharp and insistent, now faded into a distant hum. Like the last remnants of a dream fading with the morning light. The air grew colder as she walked, the mist swirling around her, twisting and twirling as if it were alive, guiding her path. The further she went, the quieter everything became, until only the sound of her breath and the soft rustle of the mist filled the space. The dark mirror loomed ahead, its surface opaque, almost like a shadow in itself. Unlike the others, which reflected fragmented images of her past, this one felt different. It was as though it was waiting for her to approach, to see something it had held for her, a truth yet to be revealed. She felt a mixture of fear and curiosity gnaw at her insides, but the pull was undeniable. Something in her told her that this was the key, the mirror that would show her not just what she had been, but what she could become. She reached out slowly, her fingers brushing against the surface of the mirror. The moment she touched it, the coldness seeped into her skin, but instead of recoiling, she pressed her hand harder against it, as though seeking something deeper. The surface rippled like water disturbed by a stone, and suddenly, the mirror began to shift. Images flashed before her eyes, some familiar, some unrecognizable. She saw herself standing at the edge of a cliff, looking out at a vast, stormy sea, as though torn between jumping and turning away. There was the image of a room, her childhood home. She realized, filled with warmth and laughter, but there was an empty chair, and a shadow lingering in the corner that she hadn't noticed before. The scenes morphed and changed, each one more intense than the last. She saw herself in a garden, a place of peace and beauty, but even in this sanctuary, there was an undercurrent of fear, a fear that something was about to ruin it. There was her reflection, but it was distorted, her face twisted in anguish as she gazed into a mirror that she didn't recognize. The reflection looked back at her with eyes full of sorrow, but there was no understanding in its gaze, only emptiness. "Who are you?" Lena whispered aloud, her voice barely a breath. The mirror rippled again, and this time, it wasn't a vision that greeted her, it was a figure. A woman, tall and ethereal, standing in the reflection. Her features were blurred, indistinct, as though she were formed from smoke or mist. The woman's eyes, however, shone with a quiet intensity, and Lena felt as though the woman was looking directly into her soul, seeing her for who she truly was. "You've come far, Lena," the figure said, her voice soft yet powerful, like the sound of wind rustling through ancient trees. "But you must understand, you are not merely a collection of memories, regrets, or fears. You are something more. You have always been more." Lena's breath caught in her throat. "I don't understand." "What do you mean?" The woman stepped closer, her form becoming clearer, though still shrouded in mist. "You have wandered this valley, lost in its echoes. The whispers have guided you, the mirrors have shown you pieces of yourself. But there is a truth here you have yet to face. The valley is not just a place of reflection, it is a place of transformation. It holds the power to reshape what is broken, to heal what has been lost. But first, you must let go of the fear that keeps you tethered to the past. Lena's heart beat faster, a mixture of awe and fear flooding her chest. Let go of the fear. But what if I forget everything that made me who I am? The woman's smile was gentle, almost comforting. The valley does not ask you to forget. It only asks that you stop carrying the weight of what cannot be changed. The past is a part of you, yes, but it is not all of you. You are not defined by the mistakes you have made or the pain you have suffered. You are defined by the choices you make now. And this moment, is your choice. The mist around them began to swirl, lifting from the ground like 1,000 tiny tendrils reaching upward. The woman's form started to shimmer, as though she were becoming one with the valley itself, blending into the swirling fog. Remember, the figure's voice echoed, the mirror only shows what you allow it to. You have the power to change what you see. You are more than what you have been told. Do not let the echoes of the past drown out the voice of your own heart. With those final words, the figure vanished, and the mirror's surface rippled once more, returning to its dark, reflective state. Lena stood frozen for a moment, trying to process what had just happened. She felt as though she had been granted a glimpse of something immense, something she had always known but had been too afraid to confront. The echoes of the past still lingered in the air, but now they felt distant, less oppressive. A sense of clarity washed over her, as though the fog that had clouded her mind for so long had finally begun to lift. She turned away from the mirror, her steps more confident now. She understood that the valley was not just a place of haunting memories, it was a place of rebirth. A place where the past could be honored, but not chained to. Lena continued down the path, her heart lighter, her mind clearer. The valley was no longer a place of fear and uncertainty. It was a place of growth. And though the journey ahead was still uncertain, Lena knew one thing for sure: she was ready to face whatever came next, with courage and an open heart. The Valley of Echoes had shown her the way. Now, it was time to walk it. Part 6, The Path to Light. The mist parted before Lena as she stepped forward, its tendrils reaching around her, trying to hold her back. But with each step, the fog thinned, and the path ahead grew clearer. She could see the faint outline of a hill in the distance, where the silhouette of a large tree stood against the fading light of the day. It was the only feature in the valley that seemed steady, constant, and untouched by the shadows of the past. A beacon of hope, calling to her. As she walked, Lena reflected on the words of the mysterious woman, the figure from the mirror. You are not defined by the mistakes you have made or the pain you have suffered. Those words echoed in her mind, like a soft melody that refused to be forgotten. She had always believed that the weight of her past would follow her forever, but now she saw that it was only a part of her, not the whole. There was room for more, room for healing, growth, and new beginnings. The valley around her seemed to respond to her thoughts. The fog lifted even further, revealing more of the landscape. Vibrant wildflowers appeared along the path, their colors bold and alive, contrasting with the soft grays and blues of the mist. Trees, twisted and ancient, stood tall with their branches reaching toward the sky, their leaves shimmering with a golden light. Everything in the valley was alive, in its own way, each thing growing, changing, or resting, yet all in harmony. She came to the foot of the hill, feeling a gentle pull toward the tree at its summit. It seemed familiar somehow, though she couldn't place why. The air here was warmer, the light softer, as if the very atmosphere had been transformed by her journey. At the top of the hill, she stopped, gazing up at the tree. It was unlike anything she had ever seen before. Its bark was silver, its leaves a mix of deep emerald green and gold, shimmering as if they were kissed by sunlight even though the sky above was darkening with the approach of night. The tree was surrounded by an aura of peace, a stillness that felt like a deep breath after a long journey. Lena approached slowly, unsure of what she was supposed to do next. As her hand reached out to touch the tree's trunk, a ripple of energy passed through her, like a quiet hum that resonated deep within her soul. It was as if the tree recognized her, acknowledged her presence, and invited her to connect. She closed her eyes, letting the feeling wash over her, the calm filling the space where fear and doubt once lived. The tree's presence felt ancient, and yet it was alive, vibrant with the pulse of the earth itself. She felt a connection to something larger, something timeless. And in that connection, she felt the weight of the echoes she had carried for so long begin to release. They weren't gone entirely, how could they be, but their hold on her was loosening, melting away like the frost in the morning sun. She could hear the soft whispers again, but now, instead of feeling oppressive, they were gentle, like a breeze through the leaves. The echoes were not ghosts from her past, but fragments of the past, memories that were now part of her story, not her burden. She no longer feared them. She accepted them as pieces of the whole that was her life. Lena opened her eyes, and as she did, she saw the tree shift. Its branches trembled, and the air around her sparkled with a light that seemed to come from within. A golden leaf fell from one of the branches, and as it descended, it began to glow brighter, illuminating the path that led away from the hill. She realized with a jolt that the tree was offering her something. It was not a gift in the usual sense, but a direction, a path to follow. She reached out and caught the glowing leaf as it landed softly in her palm. It was warm to the touch, alive with the same energy that had filled the air since she entered the valley. It felt as though the leaf held all the potential of her future, a reminder that she could continue on her journey, embracing what came next without fear. With the leaf in her hand, Lena felt ready. The whispers of the valley no longer seemed like a cacophony of voices from the past, they were like a symphony. The echoes of countless lives, telling stories of growth, change, and healing. She was no longer a lost soul wandering through the fog. She was part of the valley's song, a new note in a melody that would continue long after she had moved on. Turning away from the tree, she started walking again, the golden leaf gently glowing in her palm. The path before her was not yet clear, but the direction was. The mist still swirled around her, but it no longer felt like it was trying to trap her. It was simply part of the journey, a part of the world that had become a little less mysterious, a little more welcoming, and as she walked, she knew that the valley's lessons would stay with her. The echoes would always be there, but they would never define her. She was moving forward, step by step, into the light of a future she was ready to embrace. Part 7. The Heart of the Echoes. Lena walked further along the path, the glowing leaf still warm in her hand, a steady reminder of the new path she was walking. The valley seemed to shift with her, as if it too was responding to her inner transformation. The mist that had once felt so dense and heavy now seemed lighter, more fluid, as though it was parting with every step she took. The air was still thick with the voices of the past, but they no longer felt intrusive. Instead, they were like distant songs, woven together into a tapestry of sound. Their meanings faint but somehow familiar, the golden leaf continued to glow softly, lighting her way. The valley had a magical quality to it, a place that was not bound by time or the laws of the ordinary world. The ground beneath her feet was soft, like a plush carpet of moss, and each step felt gentle, as though the valley itself was cradling her. As she continued on, she noticed that the echoes, once chaotic and jumbled, now seemed to come into focus. There were no longer loud, overlapping voices, but rather distinct, individual sounds, whispers, soft words, and melodies that she could almost understand. She stopped for a moment, closing her eyes, and listened more closely. Each echo was a story, a moment frozen in time. Some were happy, full of laughter and joy, while others were filled with sorrow or longing. They were all there, coexisting, telling the tale of the valley, and perhaps of her own journey. Lena was drawn to a particular sound, a whisper that was different from the others. It was soft, soothing, and it seemed to call to her, urging her to follow. She turned her gaze to the side and saw, through a break in the mist, a glimmering light that shone brighter than any of the other fragments of light scattered across the valley. It was coming from a small grove of trees ahead. The trees stood tall, their trunks twisted in intricate patterns, their branches stretching toward the sky. Their leaves shimmered with a deep silver hue, glowing faintly in the dim light of the valley. The grove felt alive in a way that the rest of the valley had not. There was a pulse here, a heartbeat, steady and strong. Lena moved toward the grove, her curiosity growing. The closer she got, the more she felt the whispers shift. They began to meld into a single, unified voice, and it grew louder, not in volume but in clarity. She could hear words now, words she had not expected to hear. "You are ready." The voice was not unfamiliar, it was gentle, almost maternal, and yet it carried with it the weight of centuries. Lena's heart fluttered. Ready? Ready for what? She reached the entrance of the grove, where the trees seemed to part, as if welcoming her. The mist swirled around the edges of the trees, but the air inside the grove was clear, crisp, as though it existed in a space apart from everything else. In the center of the grove stood a large stone, its surface smooth and shimmering with the same silvery light as the trees. A small pool of water lay in front of it, the surface perfectly still, reflecting the trees and the sky above. Lena stepped forward and knelt beside the stone. As she did, the voice echoed again, but this time, it felt as if it was coming from the very stone itself. This is the heart of the valley. The place where all echoes are born and reborn. You are part of this cycle, Lena. You have always been. Lena placed her hand on the stone, feeling a pulse, a vibration that ran through her fingertips and into her chest. She closed her eyes and let herself sink into the sensation, letting the vibrations fill her, knowing that something deep within her was awakening. The echoes you hear are the memories of those who have walked before you, their stories woven into the fabric of this place. But now, Lena, it is your story that will join them. Her breath caught in her throat as the realization dawned on her. She had been afraid of her past for so long, of the mistakes, the regrets, and the pain. But now, she understood. The echoes were not just remnants of the past, they were part of an eternal cycle, and she was part of it. She was not defined by her mistakes, but by her choices, her ability to grow and move forward. She was adding her voice to the collective, her story joining the others, weaving its way into the fabric of time. Lena took a deep breath, feeling the weight of it all, the weight of her past, her present, and the possibilities of her future. She was not just a traveler in the valley, she was becoming a part of its story, a new thread woven into the tapestry of echoes. As the voice faded, Lena stood up, feeling a sense of peace settle over her. The valley had given her a gift, one that would stay with her always. She was not alone. She never had been. The echoes of the past were not haunting her, they were guiding her, showing her the way forward. With a final glance at the stone and the pool, Lena turned and began walking again. The valley was no longer a place of mystery and fear, it was a place of understanding, of connection. The whispers that had once seemed so distant and unclear were now a part of her. And as she walked, she knew that her journey was far from over. There was still so much to learn, so much to discover. But for the first time, she felt ready to face it. The path ahead was clear, bathed in the soft glow of the golden leaf. And as she walked forward, she knew she was no longer alone. The echoes would always be with her, guiding her, as she continued on her journey toward the light. Part 8, The Awakening. Lena's footsteps softened as she ventured deeper into the heart of the valley, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and the lingering whispers of those who had come before her. The grove, with its silvery trees and the pulsating energy of the stone, had left an indelible mark on her soul. She could still feel the vibrations of the stone in her chest, a steady reminder that she was connected to something much greater than herself. As she moved forward, the landscape of the valley seemed to change. The mist, once ever present and oppressive, had lifted, revealing pockets of light scattered through the trees like fireflies. The valley felt different now, alive, breathing, as though the land itself was awakening. She could hear the echoes more clearly now, no longer a distant murmur but distinct voices that hummed through the air like a song. They were not just whispers anymore, they were stories, tales, histories unfolding before her eyes. Lena stopped and closed her eyes, letting the sound wash over her. The echoes seemed to speak of things she could not fully comprehend, ancient languages and forgotten names that made her heart race with both wonder and fear. She felt as though she was standing at the edge of something vast. Something that stretched beyond time and space, and yet she felt a deep pull, an undeniable connection to it all. The wind stirred, carrying with it a soft, melodic hum. Lena opened her eyes and looked around, searching for the source. It was then that she saw them, a pair of figures, standing just beyond the grove, bathed in a golden light that seemed to radiate from the very ground beneath their feet. The figures were not quite human, yet they bore the likeness of people she had seen in her dreams. Their skin shimmered like the mist, their eyes glowing with an ethereal light, and their clothing flowed like liquid silver. They stood tall and regal, their presence commanding, yet there was a gentleness in their gaze. "Who are you?" Lena whispered, her voice barely audible, as if speaking too loudly might break the delicate balance of the moment. one of the figures stepped forward, their face kind but inscrutable. "We are the keepers of the echoes," they said, their voice resonating with a deep, melodic tone that vibrated in Lena's chest. "We are the guardians of this valley, the stewards of the stories that reside within it." Lena took a step back, her heart racing. "The stories. The echoes. Are they real?" The keeper nodded. "Yes. They are real, but not in the way you might think. They are the voices of those who have lived, loved, suffered, and rejoiced. Each one of these stories is a part of the world, a thread woven into the tapestry of existence. And now, Lena, your story is joining them." Lena's breath caught in her throat. "My story? But I haven't done anything remarkable. My life has been ordinary, filled with mistakes and regrets." You have walked the path of learning," the keeper interrupted gently, "and that is what makes your story meaningful. It is not the grand gestures that define us, but the choices we make, the lessons we learn, and the way we move forward. Your story, Lena, is just as valuable as any other." The second figure, who had remained silent until now, spoke. "You are not just a part of the valley's echoes, you are a part of its future. The valley is a place of transformation, where the past and the future intertwine. You have come here to heal, to learn, and to grow. And in doing so, you will help shape the echoes that come after you." Lena stood still, the weight of their words settling deep within her. She had always feared her past, the mistakes she had made, the paths she had chosen. But now, in the presence of these figures, these keepers, she felt a shift, a lightness in her chest. She realized that her journey was not just about her past or her regrets, but about what she could become, what she could create from the lessons she had learned. The first keeper stepped closer, extending a hand toward her. "The valley is ready to share its wisdom with you. Lena, will you listen? Will you let your story become a part of this eternal cycle?" Lena hesitated for a moment, looking at the glowing figures before her. She had been running from her past for so long, but now, in this sacred space, surrounded by the echoes of all who had come before her, she understood. Her story was hers to shape. It was not defined by her past mistakes or regrets, but by the choices she made moving forward. She reached out and took the keeper's hand, feeling a warmth radiate through her. "I am ready," she said, her voice steady. "I will listen." The keepers nodded, their eyes filled with a quiet pride. "Then come. We will show you the way." With that, they turned and began to walk toward the heart of the valley. Lena followed them, feeling a sense of calm wash over her. The valley, once shrouded in mystery, now felt like home, a place of healing, transformation, and endless possibilities. As they walked, the echoes grew louder, more distinct, each one a voice calling out to her, guiding her, teaching her. And with each step, Lena understood more clearly, this was not just a journey through a physical valley, but a journey through her own soul, a path to rediscover who she was and who she could become. The valley was vast, its stories infinite, and Lena was only beginning to understand the true depth of the wisdom it held. But for the first time in her life, she felt a sense of peace, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be. And so, with the keepers by her side, Lena walked deeper into the valley, ready to embrace the echoes of her past and the promise of her future. Part 9. the heart of the valley. Lena's journey through the valley had become a symphony of whispers, each echo a delicate thread in the tapestry of existence. The deeper she ventured, the more the valley revealed itself to her. She could hear the ancient stories of lost civilizations, of forgotten heroes and forgotten dreams. Yet, beneath all the voices, one question persisted in her mind: what was her role in all of this? What part did she play in this eternal cycle of echoes? The keepers led her through a winding path, their steps leaving no mark on the ground, as if the earth itself swallowed their presence. The air grew thicker as they walked, heavy with the energy of the valley. She could feel the weight of the stories pressing in on her, the weight of time itself. She wondered if this was the place where all stories began, and if so, how many had come before hers. They reached a clearing at the center of the valley, where the ground was smooth and mirrored the sky above. In the center stood a towering, ancient tree, its bark shimmering like silver, its leaves a deep shade of blue. Its roots stretched wide, disappearing into the earth, while its branches reached out, as though embracing the entire valley. This is the heart of the valley. The first keeper said, their voice soft yet powerful, carrying a weight of truth. Here, the stories of all who have passed through this place are woven together. This is where the echoes converge. Lena stepped forward, her heart beating faster as she approached the tree. There was something undeniably magnetic about it, something ancient and powerful. She reached out a hand, and as her fingers brushed against the bark, a pulse of energy shot through her. The world around her seemed to fade, and she was suddenly alone in the vastness of the valley. She looked around, finding herself in a place that felt both familiar and strange. The land was barren, the sky a deep shade of twilight. But in the distance, she could see figures, people, perhaps, moving slowly across the horizon. They were dressed in clothes from different eras, each one carrying a distinct energy, a different time, a different story. The echoes began to rise again, not in whispers this time, but in full voices. The stories of those figures began to unfold before her eyes, the sounds of their lives intertwining with one another. She could see the rise and fall of kingdoms, the moments of joy and sorrow, the quiet moments of introspection and the loud bursts of celebration. She could hear their laughter, their tears, their hopes, and their fears, but then, something shifted. The figures began to blur, their forms fading into one another, until all that remained was a single, unbroken voice. It was her voice, echoing through the ages, resonating with the same rhythm as the stories that had come before. You are part of this, the voice whispered, her own voice, but not entirely hers. You are not just an observer. You are a creator, a keeper of stories. Your own story is a thread in this tapestry. Lena stepped back, feeling overwhelmed by the magnitude of it all. She had come to this valley searching for answers, but now, she was being shown something far more profound. The valley was not just a place to remember the past, it was a living, breathing entity that existed in a constant cycle of creation and transformation. The second keeper's voice broke through her thoughts. The valley exists beyond time, Lena. It is a place where stories do not end, where they are constantly reborn. You are not bound by the past. You are a part of the future, and in the stories you carry, you will shape what comes next. Lena stood in the heart of the valley, her hands trembling as the weight of their words sank in. The stories of the past were not just echoes, they were living entities, evolving, shifting, growing with each telling. And now, she was part of that evolution. She was not just a person walking through a valley of memories, she was a participant in an ongoing narrative, a story still being written. You must choose now, the keeper continued. Will you remain here, among the echoes, and listen forever? Or will you take your place in the cycle, create your own story, and contribute to the unfolding of this eternal tale? Lena closed her eyes, feeling the pulse of the valley beneath her feet. She had spent her life searching for meaning, for a purpose, for a way to reconcile the past with the future. And now, she understood. The answers were not in the past, nor were they in some distant future, they were in the present, in the choices she made, in the stories she told. I choose, Lena said, her voice steady, to be part of the cycle. To create, to learn, and to share my story. I will not hide from the echoes of the past, but embrace them, and move forward. The keepers nodded, their faces filled with approval. The air around Lena seemed to shimmer as the energy of the valley responded to her choice. The trees' branches swayed, and the ground beneath her feet began to hum with the power of transformation. She felt herself becoming one with the valley, her story weaving into the vast web of existence. The echoes of the past faded, but the future remained, wide open and full of endless possibility. And as Lena took her first step forward, she felt the weight of the valley's wisdom guiding her, knowing that she was no longer just a part of the story, but the author of her own. The heart of the valley had given her its gift, and she was ready to use it. Part 10, The Infinite Journey. Lena stood at the edge of the heart of the valley, the ancient trees' shimmering branches swaying gently in the breeze. She felt its power coursing through her, a deep, ancient force that connected all things, the past, the present, the future. The valley had shown her the tapestry of stories woven through time, and now, she stood as part of that vast, infinite story. Her choice was made, but her journey had only just begun. The keepers, who had silently observed her transformation, now stepped forward, their faces glowing with the light of the valley. Their eyes reflected both the weight of ages and the timelessness of their role. You have chosen your path, Lena, the first keeper said softly. But remember, the valley is not a place to find answers, it is a place to create them. Lena nodded, feeling the weight of those words settle in her heart. She had been looking for answers, searching for meaning in the stories of others. But now, she understood that her role was not just to search for meaning, it was to create it, to add her own voice to the endless symphony of the valley. The second keeper stepped forward, her voice quiet but firm. Your journey does not end here. The echoes will follow you, but you will also shape them. You are no longer just an observer. You are a participant in the story that stretches beyond the horizon. Beyond time, Lena looked out across the valley, where the land seemed to stretch endlessly, fading into the distance. The echoes of the past still reverberated in the air, but now, they were not just memories, they were possibilities. The future hung in the balance, waiting to be shaped. You are ready, the first keeper said, his voice filled with pride. Go now, Lena. Take your place in the story. The valley will always be here, but it is you who must walk forward. Lena took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the valley in her soul. She stepped forward, her feet light as they touched the earth beneath her. The valley seemed to respond to her every movement, the echoes of the past swirling around her like a soft breeze. As she walked, she could hear the whispers of the lost souls that had passed through the valley before her. Their voices, once distant and fleeting, now felt like old friends. They spoke to her of love and loss, of triumphs and failures, of moments of joy and sorrow. And in their voices, she found her own. With each step, the valley unfolded before her like a canvas waiting to be painted. The echoes of the past no longer felt like burdens, they were the foundation upon which she would build. The stories of those who had come before her were not chains holding her back, they were the roots of the tree that would grow and bloom in her own time. Lena's path was not one of certainty, but of possibility. She could feel the weight of her choices, the power of the words she would speak and the actions she would take. The valley would always be there, a place where the past, present, and future converged, but her role was to move forward, to carry the echoes with her and to add her own voice to the chorus. As she moved through the valley, the landscape shifted, and the energy of the land changed with her. The echoes of forgotten dreams whispered to her from the corners of the world, and she felt the pull of something deeper, a call to go beyond the valley, to the edges of the earth, to the stars above. She knew her journey would take her far, beyond the boundaries of the valley, to places unknown, and yet, no matter where she went, the valley would always be a part of her. It would live within her, in every story she told, in every decision she made. The echoes would never fade, they would be with her always, guiding her, shaping her, as she became a part of the ever-evolving cycle of creation. Lena's heart was filled with both excitement and calm. The weight of the valley was no longer a burden, but a gift. She had become part of the eternal story, the endless journey that stretched beyond time itself. There was no end to the path before her, no final destination. Only the infinite journey, where each step was a new beginning, and as Lena walked forward, the valley whispered once more, a soft murmur that faded into the wind. The echoes would continue, but now, they carried her story too, one that had only just begun. The journey was hers to shape. The Bridge Between Shadows, Part 1, the beginning of the passage. In a quiet village nestled between towering mountains and dense forests, a legend had lingered for generations. It was a tale whispered among the people, passed down through the ages, and it spoke of a bridge that connected the world of shadows to the world of light. But the bridge was no ordinary one. It was said to be invisible to most, appearing only to those who truly sought it, those whose hearts were burdened by unanswered questions and the weight of unspoken truths. Lena, a young woman with eyes full of wonder and curiosity, had heard the stories since she was a child. But like most, she had dismissed them as just tales, stories meant to keep the villagers awake by the fire or provide a sense of mystery to their otherwise quiet lives. That was, until one fateful night. It was a cold autumn evening when Lena first felt the call. She had been walking through the woods, her mind clouded with questions that had been gnawing at her for weeks. Her father, a respected elder in the village, had passed away just a month earlier, leaving behind an emptiness that filled every corner of her heart. She couldn't understand why he had left so suddenly, why the world seemed so full of shadows and secrets. She had always admired her father's wisdom, his calm presence, but now that he was gone, It was as though his teachings were slipping through her fingers like sand. The moonlight bathed the forest in silver, casting long, soft shadows across the ground. As Lena wandered deeper into the woods, she felt the air shift around her, cooler, denser, almost as though it were alive, watching her every move. She stopped, shivering slightly, unsure of what to do. The trees seemed taller, more imposing, their branches reaching out like hands, whispering in a language she couldn't understand. Suddenly, a flicker of light appeared before her, faint and distant at first, then growing brighter, illuminating the path ahead. It was as though a doorway had opened between the trees, a shimmering veil between the world she knew and something beyond. Her heart raced, and for a moment, Lena hesitated. But the pull was undeniable, a force that seemed to reach deep into her soul. Urging her forward, with tentative steps, she crossed the threshold, leaving behind the world of the village, the world of the living, and stepping into the unknown. The air felt different here, thick with mystery, but strangely comforting. She was no longer in the forest she had known all her life. Instead, she stood at the edge of a vast bridge made of stone, stretching out into the distance, suspended in a space between reality and the unknown. The bridge was unlike any structure Lena had ever seen. It seemed to be built of shadows, shifting and flowing, like smoke in the wind, yet it was solid beneath her feet. The edges of the bridge seemed to blur with the darkness surrounding it, as though it was part of a world beyond the veil. The further she looked, the more surreal it became, as if the very fabric of reality was bending around her. As Lena took a cautious step forward, she felt an overwhelming sense of both trepidation and awe. The bridge was not a place for the faint of heart. It was a passage, a crossing, a journey through realms unknown. She could feel its power, its weight, and she knew, deep down, that it was calling her. The bridge seemed to be a part of her father's secret, the one thing he had never shared, the key to unlocking the questions that had haunted her since his death. The air grew colder, and as Lena continued walking, she felt the presence of something, someone, watching her from the shadows. Her heart pounded, but she could not stop. She had come this far, and she knew the only way forward was through this mysterious passage. The sound of her footsteps echoed softly, swallowed by the vast emptiness around her. But then, a voice broke the silence, a low murmur that seemed to rise from the depths of the bridge itself. "Welcome, Lena." The voice was gentle, yet carried an eerie resonance, as though it had been waiting for her. Lena froze, her breath catching in her throat. The shadows around her seemed to swirl, coalescing into a figure that stepped out from the darkness. The figure was tall, draped in robes that seemed to blend with the shadows, its face obscured by a hood. For a moment, Lena thought it was a trick of the light, but as the figure stepped closer, she felt an unmistakable presence, one that felt both ancient and familiar. "Who are you?" Lena whispered, her voice trembling, but the figure only smiled, a smile that seemed to both comfort and unsettle her. "I am a guardian of the bridge," the figure replied, its voice soft but powerful. "And you, Lena, are at the crossroads of a great journey. The path ahead is not an easy one. It will take you to the heart of the shadows, to the answers you seek. But be warned, the bridge does not offer its secrets lightly. The journey will test your courage, your heart, and your very soul." Lena took a deep breath, steadying herself. "What is this place? Where does this bridge lead?" The guardian stepped closer, his eyes hidden beneath the shadow of his hood. This is the bridge between worlds, the world of shadows and the world of light. It leads to the answers you seek, but only if you are willing to face the darkness within yourself. Lena's heart skipped a beat. She had known that this journey would not be easy, but now she understood that it was more than just the search for her father's secret. It was a search for herself, a journey into the heart of the shadows, where her own fears and doubts would be laid bare. The guardian's voice was soft, yet filled with certainty. Are you ready to cross, Lena? Are you ready to confront the shadows that lie in wait? Lena stood still for a long moment, the weight of the choice pressing down on her. She had come this far, and there was no turning back. She nodded slowly, her voice barely above a whisper. Yes, she said, her heart steady now. I'm ready. And with that, Lena stepped forward, crossing the threshold of the bridge, leaving behind the world she knew and venturing into the unknown. Part 2, the heart of the journey. As Lena stepped deeper onto the bridge, the air around her shifted once again. The once solid stone beneath her feet now felt lighter, as if it were made of mist or the softest clouds. The world around her blurred, and she could see nothing but an endless expanse of darkness that stretched out beyond the bridge in all directions. It was as though she had left her world entirely, and had entered a realm that existed outside of time, space, and the familiar rules of reality. The sound of her footsteps, once echoing in the vast emptiness, now faded into silence, leaving her feeling alone in a world that was both foreign and unnervingly still. She glanced back, but the edge of the bridge had vanished. There was no going back. The only way was forward, into the unknown. The figure of the guardian had disappeared, leaving behind only the faintest traces of his presence in the air. His voice still lingered in her mind. Are you ready to confront the shadows within yourself? Lena wasn't sure what that meant, but she felt it deeply, like a seed planted in the soil of her heart. She had come here for answers, but now, the bridge felt like more than just a passage. It was a test, one that she wasn't sure she was ready to face, but she had no choice. The bridge began to shift beneath her, the stone slabs melting into a soft, glowing mist. The path before her grew hazy, like a dream that faded with every step she took. Soon, she could see nothing but the swirling fog that enveloped her. The bridge was no longer visible, and Lena felt as though she were walking in a vast, endless void. Suddenly, the mist parted, revealing a small clearing. The ground beneath her feet solidified once more, and she found herself standing in a place unlike any she had ever seen. It was a dark, desolate landscape, filled with tall, twisted trees that bent toward each other, their branches intertwining to form a canopy that blocked out the light. The sky above was a swirling mass of dark clouds, constantly shifting and churning as though the heavens themselves were alive with restless energy. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone well, its surface cracked and weathered with time. The air around the well was thick with an otherworldly energy, and Lena could feel a strange pull emanating from it. She stepped forward, drawn to it by an invisible force. As she approached, the wind whispered around her, carrying with it voices, distant, indistinct, yet unmistakably familiar. The voices seemed to echo from deep within the well, calling to her, beckoning her closer. Lena. Lena. Her name echoed in the air, a haunting refrain that sent chills down her spine. She knelt beside the well, peering into its depths. The darkness within was endless, but she could just make out a faint light at the very bottom, as if something was waiting for her there. Before she could lean in further, a figure emerged from the shadows, stepping into the clearing. Lena gasped as she recognized the figure, her father. He stood before her, just as she remembered him, his warm smile still visible on his face, though his eyes were shadowed with sorrow. "Lena," he whispered, his voice soft, but filled with an overwhelming sadness. "You've come to find the truth, haven't you?" Tears welled up in Lena's eyes as she struggled to find the words. "Father? How? How are you here? You're gone." Her father's expression softened, and he reached out to touch her shoulder, his hand warm despite the coldness of the air around them. "I never truly left, my dear. I've been here, waiting for you. The bridge has a way of bringing us together when the time is right." Lena's heart raced. The bridge. But why? Why did you leave me so suddenly? Why did you keep this secret from me? Her father's face grew more somber, and he stepped back, motioning toward the well. "The answers lie in the well, Lena. But be warned, for the truth you seek may not be what you expect. The shadows within you are the key to understanding the journey ahead." Lena's mind raced, confusion and fear swirling inside her. "The shadows within me? What do you mean?" Her father's voice trembled slightly. "The shadows we carry are a part of us, whether we acknowledge them or not. They are the fears, the regrets, the pain we hold inside. In order to move forward, to find peace, you must face them. Only then will the bridge reveal its true purpose." Lena looked down at her hands, feeling a coldness she couldn't explain. The shadows within her, she had never truly understood them before. The grief of losing her father, the bitterness of unanswered questions, the guilt of things left unsaid, these were the shadows that haunted her. But could she truly face them? Could she confront the darkness inside herself? Her father's voice broke through her thoughts. "You have the strength, Lena. You've always had it. The shadows are not your enemies, but a part of you that must be understood. The well holds the answers, but it is up to you whether you are ready to face them." With trembling hands, Lena reached out toward the well, her fingers brushing against the cold stone. The voices grew louder, and the faint light at the bottom of the well grew brighter. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, trying to steady herself. She was scared, yes, but she could feel the pull, the need to understand, to find peace, and so, with a heart full of both fear and determination, Lena lowered herself toward the well. She knew that she had to face what lay within. There was no other way forward. The well began to glow brighter, and Lena felt herself falling, not physically, but mentally, into the depths of her own mind, into the shadows she had long avoided, and as the darkness enveloped her, she heard her father's voice one last time, gentle and loving, "Trust yourself, Lena. The truth is within you." Part 3. The depths of the shadows. Lena felt herself descending deeper, her body weightless in the inky blackness. It was as if time had ceased to exist, and she was suspended in the very core of the unknown. The swirling darkness enveloped her, yet it was not cold. Instead, it felt strangely warm, like the embrace of something ancient and wise. Her father's words echoed softly in her mind, "The truth is within you." As the glow of the well's light dimmed, Lena's mind began to open, revealing memories long buried, feelings long ignored. She saw flashes of her childhood, the laughter of her father as they played together in the garden, the comforting smell of her mother's cooking, the warmth of family dinners. But then, darkness crept in. The sudden, painful memories of the day her father had passed away, the shock, the confusion, the emptiness that followed. She had pushed those feelings aside, buried them deep within her, because confronting them had felt impossible, but now, in this place, there was no avoiding them. The images grew sharper, more vivid. She found herself standing in her childhood home, the place where she had felt safest. But now, it was empty. Cold. She walked through the rooms, each one echoing with the memories of happier times. And then, she reached the door to her father's study. The door creaked open, and she stepped inside. The room was dimly lit, but there, in the center of the room, sat a figure, a shadow. Faceless and indistinct. Lena's heart skipped a beat, a chill running down her spine. The shadow spoke, its voice a distorted echo of her own thoughts. "You've come to face me, haven't you?" Lena swallowed hard, her voice trembling. "Who are you? What are you?" The shadow tilted its head, a strange, knowing smile forming on what might have been its face. "I am the shadow you've been running from. The part of you that you've buried deep inside. The guilt, the fear, the pain. I am all that you have refused to acknowledge." Lena took a step back, her breath quickening. "No, you're not. You're not real. You can't be." The shadow's voice grew softer, but more insistent. "I am as real as your pain. Lena. I am the piece of you that you've hidden away. The grief of losing your father, the regret of unanswered questions, the anger at the unfairness of it all. You've locked me away, thinking I would disappear, but here I am, waiting." Lena's knees trembled as she sank to the floor, her hands clutching the edges of the desk for support. "I never wanted to feel this way. I never wanted to be angry or scared. I wanted to forget. But I couldn't." The shadow's form shifted, becoming less ominous, almost tender. It moved closer, and Lena felt an overwhelming wave of emotion wash over her. For the first time in years, she allowed herself to feel the pain, the raw, aching grief of losing her father. The sorrow that had never fully healed. "I know," the shadow whispered, its voice now soft and compassionate. "But healing begins when you stop running, when you stop hiding from what hurts. You can't move forward until you face the parts of yourself that you've avoided. You are not alone in this." Lena closed her eyes, a single tear slipping down her cheek. "I'm so scared. Scared that if I face it, I'll never be the same. That the pain will consume me." The shadow paused, then spoke with a deep, reassuring calm. "The pain will never consume you, Lena. It is a part of you, yes, but it does not define you. Facing it will allow you to heal, to grow stronger, to find peace. You've carried this burden long enough." Lena took a deep breath, gathering every ounce of courage she could muster. She stood up slowly, her body trembling but resolute. "I'm ready," she whispered, though her heart raced. The shadow stretched out a hand, and Lena reached toward it, her fingers brushing against the cool, ethereal surface. For a moment, there was nothing but stillness. Then, the shadow began to dissolve, fading into the air like mist, leaving behind a feeling of calm and clarity. In the center of the room, where the shadow had once stood, a single object lay on the ground, a small, weathered box. Lena picked it up carefully, feeling a weight to it that was both familiar and heavy. She opened it, revealing a faded photograph of her father, smiling as he held her in his arms when she was a child. The photograph was worn, the edges curling, but it radiated a sense of love, warmth, and connection. She had almost forgotten this moment, the last time she had felt safe, truly safe, before everything had changed. For the first time in years, Lena allowed herself to cry, not just for the loss of her father, but for the child she had once been, the innocence that had been shattered, and the years she had spent hiding from the pain. But as the tears flowed, a sense of release washed over her, like a dam breaking, allowing the sorrow to flow freely and finally begin to heal. With a deep, steadying breath, Lena closed the box and placed it gently on the desk. She turned away from the study, her heart lighter than it had been in years. The shadows that had once held her captive were no longer her enemies. They were a part of her, yes, but they no longer had power over her. As she stepped out of the room, the world around her began to shift again, the darkness dissolving into light. The bridge was once more beneath her feet, solid and steady, and she could see the familiar outlines of the landscape she had crossed. But now, she knew the way forward. It was no longer about avoiding the shadows, but learning to walk alongside them. Her journey was far from over, but for the first time, Lena felt ready. Ready to face whatever lay ahead, knowing that she was no longer running from herself. Part 4. The Path to Healing. Lena's heart beat steadily as the world around her transformed, the familiar landscape taking shape once more. The thick mist that had once surrounded her began to clear, revealing the lush greenery of the valley below. It was as if the very air had shifted, becoming lighter, more breathable. Her feet moved instinctively along the bridge, but now, instead of the oppressive weight of fear and uncertainty, she felt a sense of peace. The shadow, the representation of her buried grief and guilt, had vanished, but its lessons remained. She had faced the darkness within herself, and though it had been painful, she had emerged stronger, lighter, and more determined. The journey ahead was no longer about escaping the shadows, it was about embracing them, understanding them, and moving forward with a deeper sense of clarity. As she walked along the bridge, the sound of rushing water echoed beneath her, reminder of the stream that ran along the valley. She could hear the birds singing in the distance, and the scent of pine and fresh earth filled the air. The peacefulness of the surroundings reminded her of the times when she and her father had gone on walks together, exploring the forests and hills near their home. Back then, life had been simple, uncomplicated. She had not known how precious those moments were until they were gone, suddenly. The bridge curved, and ahead, Lena saw a figure standing at the edge of the path. It was a woman, her back to Lena, gazing out over the valley. The woman's long, silver hair shimmered in the sunlight, and her cloak, made of soft, flowing fabric, moved gently with the breeze. Lena stopped, unsure of whether to approach. There was something familiar about the woman, something that drew her forward. It was as if the air itself whispered that this was a meeting meant to happen. "Are you lost, child?" The woman asked, her voice soft but firm, carrying a weight of wisdom. Lena hesitated for a moment, the words from the shadows still echoing in her mind. "You are not alone in this." She had come this far, had faced her deepest fears, and now, she was ready to hear what the universe had to offer her. "No," Lena replied quietly, stepping forward. "I think I've finally found my way." The woman turned slowly, her eyes gleaming with an understanding that sent a shiver down Lena's spine. "You have faced your darkness," she said, "but the journey does not end there. Healing is a process, and each step forward brings you closer to understanding who you truly are." Lena looked up at the woman, her gaze filled with questions. "But how do I know if I'm ready to heal? How do I know if I'm strong enough to face everything that still weighs on me?" The woman smiled, and for a brief moment, Lena saw a flicker of something in her eyes, sadness. Maybe, or perhaps something deeper. "Strength is not measured by how much pain you can endure," she said softly. "It is measured by your ability to accept that pain, to let it teach you, and to rise above it. You are not defined by the shadows you face, but by how you learn to carry their lessons with grace." Lena nodded slowly, feeling the weight of the woman's words settle within her. She had been afraid of the darkness, afraid of the emotions and memories that had haunted her for so long. But now, in the quiet stillness of this place, she realized that those feelings were not her enemies. They were simply a part of the story of who she was. "Will I ever stop feeling this pain?" Lena asked. Her voice trembling, the woman's expression softened, and she took a step closer. "No," she said gently. "But the pain will change. It will become part of the tapestry of your life, woven into the story you are telling. It will no longer hold you captive. You will learn to live with it, to honor it, and to allow it to shape you into something more than you were before." Lena felt tears welling in her eyes, but they were no longer tears of sorrow. They were tears of release, of letting go of the burdens she had carried for so long. She had never allowed herself to grieve fully, never allowed herself to feel the depths of her loss. But now, she knew she could. And that, in itself, was a kind of freedom. The woman reached out and placed a hand on Lena's shoulder, a gesture of comfort and understanding. "You are not alone, Lena," she said, her voice a quiet balm to Lena's heart. "The path ahead may be long, but you are ready to walk it. The shadows you once feared will no longer define you, but guide you." Lena closed her eyes, taking a deep breath as the woman's words settled deep within her soul. She was ready to move forward, ready to face whatever lay ahead. She was not the same person who had arrived at the bridge, trembling with fear and uncertainty. She was stronger, more grounded, and more at peace with herself. The woman smiled once more, her figure beginning to fade as the light around them grew brighter. "Remember," she said softly, "the shadows may return, but they will never again have the power they once had." With that, the woman was gone, and Lena stood alone on the bridge. But now, instead of feeling lost, she felt a sense of calm. She could see the valley stretching out before her, a path of possibility unfolding at her feet. Lena took her first step forward, feeling the cool stone of the bridge beneath her feet. Each step was a reminder of the healing that had already begun, and the promise of more to come. As she walked, the sun began to set in the distance, casting a golden light over the valley. The shadows stretched long across the land, but instead of fear, Lena felt a quiet acceptance. She was ready to face the world, not as someone trying to outrun the darkness, but as someone who had embraced it, learned from it, and was now stronger for it. And with every step, she moved closer to the future, where the shadows no longer controlled her, but simply existed alongside her as a part of the ever-changing landscape of her life. Part 5. The Light Beyond the Veil. Lena continued her journey along the bridge, the sound of her footsteps steady and sure against the stone. The woman, whose words had lingered in her mind, seemed to follow her, whispering through the winds that now gently swept across the valley. Her doubts, once overwhelming and suffocating, had begun to dissipate. Replaced by a sense of understanding and calm, the sun continued its slow descent into the horizon, casting the world in a warm, golden glow. The shadows stretched long but no longer seemed threatening. Instead, they seemed to embrace the earth, folding into the land as if giving way to something greater. Lena had learned to make peace with the darkness, and now, with every step, she felt the weight of the past lifting. As the bridge stretched farther ahead, she noticed something new. Far in the distance, where the land seemed to merge with the sky, there was a faint glow. It wasn't the sun, nor any other earthly light. It was a soft, shimmering presence that beckoned her forward. A light she hadn't noticed before, almost as though it had appeared in response to her newfound clarity. It was not a blinding light, but a gentle, inviting radiance that seemed to promise hope and renewal. Curiosity stirred within Lena, and though she had no way of knowing what lay ahead, she felt drawn to that light. It was as if the universe itself was calling her, urging her to step forward into the unknown. With a deep breath, Lena quickened her pace. The wind shifted, and the scent of wildflowers filled the air, their fragrance thick and sweet. The valley around her seemed to hum with energy, as if the very earth beneath her feet was alive. Every step brought her closer to the light. And with each step, she felt herself growing stronger, more alive, as though she were shedding the remnants of the past with every movement. As she approached the end of the bridge, the glow grew brighter. She could now see a figure standing at the edge, just beyond the bridge. This figure was bathed in a soft radiance, and though Lena could not make out their features, she felt an overwhelming sense of recognition, as if this person were someone she had known in another life, or perhaps, someone she had always known deep within her soul. Lena's heart began to beat faster, a mix of excitement and trepidation filling her. The journey that had begun so long ago, through grief, uncertainty, and shadows, was finally reaching its end. Or, perhaps, it was simply the beginning of something new. When she was close enough, the figure turned slowly. It was a man, tall and graceful, his face gentle yet full of wisdom. His eyes, bright and calm, met hers, and a sense of understanding passed between them. It was as though they shared a connection deeper than words, a silent recognition that transcended time and space. "You've come far," the man said, his voice calm and soothing, yet powerful in its resonance. "The shadows have served their purpose, and now it is time for you to step into the light." Lena's breath caught in her throat. "But how?" "I don't understand," the man smiled softly, his expression filled with compassion. The light is not something you reach for, he said. It is something you are. The shadows were never meant to consume you, but to help you discover the light within yourself. It has always been there, waiting for you to awaken to it. Lena's gaze dropped to the ground, her thoughts swirling. She had spent so long running from the darkness, so long fearing that the weight of her grief and pain would crush her. But now, as the man's words sank in, she realized that the shadows were only a part of the whole. They were not the enemy. They were the key to unlocking the strength she had within her all along, but I don't know how to carry this light, she said softly, her voice barely a whisper. The man stepped closer, his presence calm and reassuring. You don't need to carry it. You need only to accept it. Accept that you are both the shadows and the light. You are the sum of all your experiences, your joy, your pain, your triumphs, and your losses. When you embrace all of it, you will shine. A warmth spread through Lena's chest as she heard his words, and for the first time in a long while, she felt whole. The pain she had been holding on to for so long no longer seemed like a burden. It was part of her, yes, but it was not all of her. The shadows had shaped her, but they did not define her. The light before her intensified. But not in a harsh way. It was soft, inviting, and pure. It wrapped around her like a protective embrace, filling her with a sense of peace she had never known. She looked up at the man, her heart swelling with gratitude. "Thank you," she said, her voice filled with emotion. "Thank you for helping me see." The man's eyes softened, and he gave a small nod. "It is not I who have helped you," he said. "It is you, Lena. You've always had the power to find your way. You only needed to believe in yourself." The light ahead continued to glow, now filling the entire horizon. It was no longer distant or unreachable, it was right here, all around her, within her. Lena stepped forward, her heart open and her soul ready to embrace whatever came next. She no longer felt lost or afraid. She was ready to move forward, to create the future she desired, free from the weight of the past. As she stepped into the light, the man's figure faded, but his presence lingered within her, like a gentle guiding force. Lena felt a deep sense of peace settle within her, as though every part of her had finally come into harmony, and as the world around her shifted and changed, Lena realized that she was no longer the person who had first crossed the bridge. She was stronger, wiser, and more whole than she had ever been before. The shadows would always be with her, but they would never again hold her back. She was free, and the future was hers to create. Part 6. The Awakening of Dawn. Lena stood in the light, feeling its warmth spread throughout her being. The brightness that surrounded her was not harsh, but gentle, like the first rays of dawn breaking through the darkness of night. Every breath she took seemed to fill her with a sense of renewal, as if the very air she inhaled was woven with the magic of the universe. The man who had guided her, the one who had spoken of shadows and light, was gone. But his presence still lingered in the air around her, as if his words had taken root deep within her soul. For the first time, Lena felt whole, complete. The fragments of herself, scattered by grief and fear, were coming together, uniting into something stronger. Something more beautiful than she had ever imagined. The bridge beneath her feet felt solid and real, but the world around her seemed to shift, expanding, as though the bridge itself was no longer just a path to walk on, but a part of the very fabric of the universe. She could see the valley far below, the mountains stretching into the distance, and the vast sky above. But now, as she looked closer, she noticed something else, something extraordinary. In the distance, she saw other figures emerging from the mist, walking toward her. They moved slowly, with purpose, each step taking them closer to the light that now enveloped Lena. There was something familiar about them, though she couldn't place it. It wasn't just the way they walked, or the quiet strength they exuded. It was something deeper, something she felt within her heart. As they approached, Lena realized who they were. They were the people she had loved and lost, the ones who had shaped her life, whose absence had left a gaping hole in her soul. She saw the faces of her family, her friends, her mentors, each of them walking toward her with expressions of peace and understanding. They were not shadows anymore. They were not bound by the grief or pain of the past. They were whole, as she was now. Lena's heart swelled with emotion as she recognized them. Her mother's warm smile, her father's reassuring presence, the laughter of friends long gone, they were all here. Walking toward her, radiating light. They had all found their way across the bridge, just as she had. One by one, they stepped closer to her, their faces filled with love and acceptance. No words were spoken, but there was an unspoken understanding between them. They had been a part of her journey, and now they were there to welcome her into this new chapter of her life. Lena took a step forward, her eyes filled with tears, but these were not tears of sorrow. They were tears of joy, of release, of knowing that the past, though painful, had brought her to this moment of clarity. She was not alone anymore. Her loved ones, in some form, would always be with her. The light around them grew brighter, more intense, and Lena felt the warmth of their presence enveloping her. It was as if the energy of the universe itself was coming together in this place, a place where time and space no longer mattered. She had stepped beyond the veil of shadows, beyond the realm of uncertainty, into a space where only love and light existed. One of the figures, her mother, reached out her hand toward Lena. Her touch was soft, warm, and familiar. When Lena grasped her mother's hand, a wave of peace washed over her, and in that moment, she felt everything fall into place. All the confusion, the pain, the searching, it all made sense now. The journey she had taken, with all its twists and turns, had been necessary for her growth. The shadows had been her teachers, and now, she had learned all they had to offer. "You're home now, Lena," her mother's voice said softly, though the words felt like a whisper in the wind, gentle and all-encompassing. Lena nodded, her heart brimming with gratitude. She looked at her mother, at the faces of her loved ones, and she realized that she was no longer running from her past. She had embraced it, integrated it into who she was, and now, she could move forward with grace and peace. The bridge beneath her feet shifted, no longer a simple structure of stone, but a path leading to something much greater. She could feel it, an infinite horizon ahead, where new possibilities awaited her. The light she had found within herself was not an end, but a beginning. A new dawn. The figures around her faded one by one, but their presence remained in her heart, like the soft echo of a song that would never fade. They had led her to this place, but now, it was time for her to continue the journey on her own, carrying their love and wisdom with her every step of the way. Lena took a deep breath and stepped forward into the future, her heart light and full of hope. The world before her was vast and full of potential. The shadows of the past, though part of her story, no longer defined her. She had found her way into the light, and now, she would live with purpose. Knowing that whatever lay ahead, she was ready for it. The bridge had served its purpose. It had brought her to this moment of awakening. Now, Lena stood at the threshold of her new life, free to walk forward into the light of endless possibilities, and as she did, she knew that the shadows would never truly disappear, they would always be a part of her. But with the light in her heart, she no longer feared them. Instead, she embraced them as a part of the beautiful, ever-evolving journey of her life. Part 7, The Path of Rebirth. As Lena walked forward, her feet moved with a purpose that was new to her, no longer hesitant or unsure, but steady, grounded in the knowledge that she had walked through darkness and emerged into the light. The bridge behind her was now a faint outline, dissolving into the mist, but in her heart, it remained a sacred space where she had confronted her fears, accepted her past, and learned to embrace the unknown. The world ahead stretched out before her, wide and vast, with possibilities as infinite as the stars. Yet, as she moved forward, the landscape around her began to shift. It was subtle at first, just a slight distortion in the air, a ripple of energy, but then it became more apparent. The ground beneath her feet was no longer solid earth, but a glowing, translucent path that seemed to hover just above the world below. The air was charged with magic, the kind of magic that felt ancient and alive. It whispered to her, as if the very wind had a story to tell, but one that couldn't be spoken in words. It was a story that could only be felt, lived, and understood through experience. As Lena walked further along the path, the sounds of the world faded into the distance, replaced by a deep, peaceful silence, a silence that was full of understanding. In the distance, she saw a soft, glowing light, brighter than any star she had ever seen. It wasn't harsh or blinding, but gentle, inviting, like the first rays of the sun touching the earth at dawn. And in the center of this light stood a figure, one that felt familiar, but also beyond the realm of her previous understanding. It was not a figure she could name, not a person she could recognize from her past, but something greater, an embodiment of wisdom, compassion, and love. Lena's heart fluttered as she took a step toward the figure. The path beneath her feet seemed to stretch with every step, guiding her closer to this being of light. The closer she got, the more she felt an overwhelming sense of peace, as if this figure held the answers to questions she hadn't even known to ask. As she neared, the figure turned toward her, its presence vast and encompassing. Lena's breath caught in her throat as she realized that this was not a being of flesh and blood, but of energy, of light. It was the essence of the universe itself, a reflection of everything she had learned, everything she had felt, and everything she would become. "You have come far, Lena," the figure spoke, its voice like a melody, soft yet full of power. "You have walked through the shadows, and now you stand at the threshold of your rebirth." Lena stood still, awe filling her heart. What does that mean? Rebirth? The figure smiled, and the light surrounding it seemed to intensify, not in brightness, but in warmth. It was the kind of warmth that embraced you from the inside, the kind that made you feel whole, loved, and safe. Rebirth is the process of becoming who you are meant to be, the figure explained. It is the shedding of all that you are not, so you can fully embrace your true self. It is not an end, but a beginning, one that you have already started, but one that will continue for as long as you live. It is the journey of aligning your heart with the wisdom of the universe, and allowing that wisdom to guide you forward. Lena felt a wave of understanding wash over her. She had always been searching, always seeking answers, but now, she realized that the search was not about finding something outside of herself. It was about discovering the truth that had always been within her, waiting to be uncovered. The shadows she had once feared were not her enemy, they were a part of her, guiding her toward the light, showing her what needed to be healed, what needed to be released. You are not the person you once were, and that is good, the figure continued. You are not bound by your past, nor are you defined by your mistakes. You are a reflection of the divine, a vessel for love and light. You are free. The words resonated deeply within Lena, stirring something in her chest that had lain dormant for far too long. She had carried so much weight for so long, the weight of loss, of guilt, of fear, but now, it felt as though the chains had broken. The past no longer had a hold on her. She was free to step into her own power, to create her own future, to live as the person she had always been destined to be. The figure extended its hand, and without hesitation, Lena reached out, her fingers brushing the being's energy. It was soft, yet firm, like the embrace of a mother, holding her in a space of infinite love and acceptance. It is time for you to continue your journey, Lena, the figure said. The path before you is not always clear, and there will be challenges. But you are never alone. You have everything you need within you to navigate the unknown. Trust in yourself, trust in the light, and trust in the love that surrounds you. Lena nodded, feeling her heart expand with gratitude. She had found her purpose, and with it, the strength to move forward. She could feel the energy of the universe swirling around her, ready to guide her. Ready to help her create the life she had always dreamed of. As the figure faded into the light, Lena took a deep breath and stepped forward, her path illuminated by the wisdom and love she had just encountered. The journey ahead would be hers to walk, but she no longer walked in the shadows. She walked in the light, guided by the wisdom of the universe and the love of those who had come before her, and as she walked, she knew that the bridge was behind her now, but it would always remain in her heart, a symbol of the journey she had taken and the rebirth she had embraced. Part 8. The Call of the Dawn. As Lena continued on her journey, the path ahead shifted once more, unfolding before her like a living tapestry. The air around her sparkled with new possibilities, the atmosphere charged with a sense of anticipation. Each step she took seemed to reverberate with the echo of something vast and profound, something she had yet to understand fully. But deep within her, she could feel the stirring of change. The light from the distant horizon grew brighter, now touching the edges of the sky with streaks of gold and pink. She knew that the dawn was approaching, not just in the world around her, but within herself. Her heart, once heavy with doubts and fears, was now filled with clarity and hope. The figure of light she had encountered seemed to have opened something in her, a deeper connection to herself and the universe. And now, as the first rays of dawn began to paint the sky, Lena could sense that something monumental was coming, something that would forever change the course of her life. As the landscape around her began to shift, the world seemed to hum with a new energy. The trees she had passed earlier now bloomed with blossoms that glowed with an ethereal light, their petals shimmering in the soft breeze. The river beside her, which had been silent, now whispered with a melodic rhythm, as if it too was awakening to the new day, but it was the distant call that caught her attention, the gentle, yet powerful, sound of a bell ringing softly through the air. It was a sound she had not heard before, but one that seemed to resonate deep within her. The bell echoed across the land, each toll sending ripples through the fabric of reality itself. It was a call, a summons to something beyond herself. Lena felt a stirring deep within her chest. The sound of the bell was not just a signal from the outside world, it was an invitation from her own soul, urging her forward. It beckoned her to step into the fullness of her potential, to embrace the destiny that was waiting for her on the other side of the bridge. With each toll of the bell, Lena felt her sense of purpose growing stronger. She could hear the whispers of the wind, the soft murmur of the river, and the gentle rustling of the leaves, all telling her the same thing: the dawn was near, and with it, the beginning of a new chapter in her life. As she walked, the world around her seemed to come alive in ways she had never imagined. The landscape was no longer just a place of beauty and wonder, it had become a reflection of the deep, inner transformation she had undergone. Every step she took felt like a step closer to the person she was meant to be, the person she had always been, hidden beneath the layers of fear and uncertainty. And as the last of the night melted away, the first rays of the sun kissed the earth, casting a golden glow over everything. The air was crisp and fresh, filled with the scent of new beginnings. The light was no longer distant, but all-encompassing, wrapping the world in its warmth and brilliance. Lena paused for a moment, standing at the edge of the horizon, where the darkness and the light met. She could feel the pulse of the earth beneath her feet, the beat of her own heart echoing in tune with it. She understood now, this journey was not just about overcoming the shadows of the past, but about embracing the fullness of her own light. The shadows had served their purpose, guiding her toward this very moment, and now, they no longer held power over her. The call of the bell rang out again, louder now, urging her forward. It was a call to action, a call to rise and step into her future with courage and grace. Lena took a deep breath and took her first step toward the dawn, feeling the full weight of her transformation within her. The past was no longer a burden, it was a foundation, a springboard from which she would launch herself into the vast unknown. With each step, she felt herself growing stronger, more aligned with the universe, more attuned to the magic that surrounded her. The bridge was now a distant memory, something she had crossed to reach this point. The path ahead was still uncertain, but it was hers to walk. The bell rang one final time, its sound echoing across the landscape, and Lena felt a wave of peace wash over her. She was ready. Ready to embrace the future, ready to step into her purpose. Ready to live the life she had always dreamed of. As the sun rose higher in the sky, Lena felt the warmth of the light on her skin. She smiled, knowing that the journey was far from over, but that she was no longer the person she had once been. She was reborn, ready to face whatever challenges and adventures lay ahead. The dawn had come, and with it, the promise of a new beginning. Part 9. The Realm of Eternal Light. The morning sun bathed the landscape in a soft, golden glow as Lena continued her journey. The bridge that had once seemed like the only path through the darkness now felt distant and insignificant, as though it had been a fleeting dream, its purpose fulfilled. Her soul had shifted. expanded, and now she walked not just through the world, but through the very currents of life itself. The landscape around her had transformed. The trees, once dark and foreboding, now stood tall and proud, their trunks gleaming with an inner light. The rivers, once muted and gray, shimmered with vibrant hues of blue and green, flowing with purpose and direction. Every blade of grass seemed to hum with a quiet melody, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers. It was as if the entire world had awakened from a long slumber, and it was now alive with possibility. Lena could feel it too, the energy of the earth, the pulse of the world, and the rhythm of her own heart. All in perfect harmony. She had become one with this place, with this journey, and with the ever-present light that now guided her steps. As she walked, she felt a gentle tug at her heart, a quiet call from deep within the horizon. She didn't know exactly what it was, but she knew it was a beckoning, a pull toward something greater, something beyond the beauty she had witnessed. It was the call of the realm of eternal light, a place whispered of in old legends, where souls who had transcended darkness and found their true purpose resided. The path ahead seemed to stretch infinitely, yet Lena felt no fear. There was only a deep, calm certainty within her. She had shed her old self, her doubts and fears, and in their place was an unwavering trust in the journey. Every step she took was a step toward the unknown, but the unknown no longer felt daunting. It felt like home. She was where she was meant to be. As the light grew brighter, she found herself standing at the foot of a majestic mountain. The peak was crowned with a brilliant radiance that seemed to shimmer with the very essence of the universe. It was here, at the base of this mountain, that she knew she would find the answers she had been searching for, the answers to the questions that had guided her across the bridge. She took a deep breath and began to climb, her feet light and her spirit even lighter. With each step, the world around her seemed to blur, fading into a golden haze that was neither day nor night. The air was filled with the softest of whispers, and Lena knew that the voices of those who had traveled this path before her were guiding her. The climb was not easy, but it felt natural. Every obstacle, every rock, every challenge was a part of the greater dance, a piece of the journey she was meant to undertake. The mountain did not demand anything from her, it simply offered its presence, its timeless wisdom, and its quiet support. Lena felt no weariness as she ascended, only a steady, growing peace. Finally, after what seemed both a moment and an eternity, Lena reached the summit. And there, before her, stood an open portal, radiating with the purest light. The portal was not a doorway in the traditional sense, it was a tear in the fabric of reality itself, a gap that connected her to something beyond the material world. As she approached the portal, Lena felt an overwhelming sense of unity with everything, the earth, the sky, the stars, and beyond. The light was not just external, it was within her, woven into the very fibers of her being. She realized that she had always been connected to this place, this energy, and now, she had come full circle. With a deep breath, Lena stepped forward into the light, her body dissolving into the glowing warmth that surrounded her. There was no fear, no hesitation, only an all-encompassing peace as she crossed the threshold. As she passed through the portal, time and space seemed to fall away. Lena was no longer bound by the limitations of the physical world. She was free, unshackled, a being of pure energy in consciousness. The realm of eternal light was not a place in the traditional sense, it was a state of being, an existence beyond time, where all was illuminated and all was known, Lena found herself standing in the heart of the realm, where the very air shimmered with the essence of creation itself. It was a place of infinite beauty, not because of its physical attributes, but because of the energy that flowed through it. There was no beginning and no end here, only a continuous flow of light and love, a radiant pulse that filled every part of her, and there, in the center of this realm, stood a figure. The figure was not solid in form, but rather a shape made of light, shifting and changing as if it were a part of the very universe itself. The figure extended its hand to Lena, and she stepped forward without hesitation. "Welcome," the figure said, its voice both familiar and foreign, like a melody from a distant dream. "You have crossed the threshold, and now you stand within the light of your true self." Lena felt a deep resonance with the figure, as though it were both a part of her and something far greater. It was as though all of the wisdom, all of the knowledge she had accumulated on her journey had led her to this moment. "You are ready," the figure continued. "Ready to understand your place within the vastness of existence, to see yourself as you truly are, boundless, eternal, and full of light." Lena nodded, her heart overflowing with gratitude and understanding. She had found her way home, not to a physical place, but to the core of her own being. The journey across the bridge, the climb up the mountain, the crossing into the realm of eternal light, they had all been steps toward this revelation, this moment of profound clarity, as she stood in the center of the realm, surrounded by the infinite light of creation. Lena understood, this was not the end of her journey, but the beginning of a new chapter. The shadows had served their purpose, guiding her toward this moment of illumination. And now, she was free to live fully, to create, and to embrace the endless possibilities of the universe. The figure of light smiled, and with a final, gentle wave of its hand, Lena felt herself filled with a new understanding, a deep, unshakable knowing that the light within her would always guide her, no matter where her journey took her next. With that, the light around her intensified, and Lena stepped forward, embracing the boundless, eternal love and wisdom of the universe. She was ready for whatever came next. For she had crossed the bridge, and in doing so, had stepped into her true self. Part 10, The Return to the Light. As the light surged around her, Lena felt an overwhelming sense of peace. She was no longer merely a traveler in a world of shadows, nor just a seeker of truth. She had become something more, a part of the eternal flow of existence, a light that was both individual and universal, uniquely hers and yet shared by all. The figure of light, who had welcomed her, extended a hand once more, this time inviting her to witness the next stage of her journey. It wasn't a command or a request, but a silent offering, an invitation to move deeper into the understanding she had gained. "You have crossed the threshold," the figure said softly, its voice a gentle hum that resonated within her soul. "Now, the light that you carry within you will shine brighter, illuminating the world in ways you cannot yet imagine." Lena nodded, her heart full of gratitude and wonder. She had learned that this realm of eternal light was not a destination but a way of being. It wasn't a place of static peace or endless joy, but a state of dynamic flow, where every moment was filled with possibility and potential. It was a place where creation was ongoing, where life was in constant motion, yet always held in the embrace of light. With a single step, she felt herself moving, not physically, but mentally and spiritually. She was returning to the world she had once known, but now, she was different, illuminated by the light she had discovered within herself and within the very fabric of the universe. the landscape before her began to shift. The radiant beauty of the eternal realm began to dissolve, and she found herself back on the mountain, at the summit where she had first arrived. The golden glow of dawn still bathed the earth, and the world stretched out before her in all its splendor. Yet, now it felt more vibrant, more alive, as though the very air hummed with possibility. The bridge she had crossed to reach this place was no longer visible, but Lena knew it was still there, woven into the fabric of her being. A part of her journey that would always remain, guiding her when the shadows of doubt or uncertainty would try to reclaim their place. She was no longer afraid of the darkness, for she understood it now, saw it not as something to fear but as a part of the great dance of light and shadow, creation and destruction. Lena took a deep breath, feeling the connection between herself and the world around her. The trees swayed gently in the breeze, their leaves shimmering with the same light that now radiated from her being. The rivers, flowing with clarity and purpose, whispered their stories to her. Every flower, every stone, every breath of wind was alive with the same energy that coursed through her veins. She was not separate from this world, she was an integral part of it, a thread in the vast tapestry of life. As she stood there, feeling the warmth of the sun on her face, Lena understood the truth of what the figure had told her. The journey did not end with her arrival in the realm of light. It had only just begun. The world was full of shadows, but it was also full of light, and it was in the balance of the two that life truly flourished. She smiled softly to herself, ready to embrace the world anew. She was no longer bound by the fear of the unknown or the weight of her past mistakes. She had learned that the bridge between shadows was not just a crossing, but a continual process of growth, understanding, and renewal. Her heart, now open and free, was full of compassion for herself and for all those she would encounter. She had become a bridge, just as the path had taught her, a bridge between the light within and the world outside, between the self and the other, between the known and the unknown. With a final look toward the horizon, Lena began to walk, her steps light and purposeful. She did not know exactly where the journey would lead her next, but she no longer needed to. The light within her would guide her. And with each step, she would continue to weave the bridge of her own becoming, one of boundless love, compassion, and wisdom. The shadows, too, would be a part of her journey. Not something to be feared, but something to be embraced as a part of the whole. Together, light and shadow would form the full spectrum of her existence, and as Lena walked, she knew that no matter where she went, she would always carry the light of the eternal realm within her, lighting her way and the way of others. The bridge between shadows would always remain, a symbol of the balance and beauty that life holds when one is willing to embrace both the light and the dark. With each passing moment, Lena's journey continued, endless, ever-changing, and full of possibility. And in the depths of her heart, she knew that she was no longer just a traveler, but a creator of her own destiny. Forever guided by the light within and the wisdom she had gained from crossing the bridge. The Meadow of Forgotten Dreams, Part 1, The Whisper of Lost Hopes. Beneath a sky where the colors of twilight bled into each other like spilled paint, a quiet meadow stretched as far as the eye could see. The air was thick with the scent of wildflowers, though no bee dared to visit them, and the wind seemed to carry secrets in its breath, whispers that only those who dared listen would ever hear. This was no ordinary meadow, it was a place where forgotten dreams lived, lost fragments of wishes that had once been treasured but had faded from memory. At the edge of this meadow stood a small, weathered cottage, half hidden by overgrown vines. Its wooden beams groaned in the wind, but the door stood wide open, inviting anyone who might venture too close. The cottage had been abandoned for as long as anyone could remember, but some said it had once belonged to a keeper of dreams, a woman whose name was lost to time. Her role, it seemed, was to help guide those who had lost their way in the world of wishes, but no one had seen her in many years, yet, despite the passage of time, there was still an energy in the air, a pull, subtle but insistent. It was the pull of dreams long forgotten, waiting to be rediscovered. One evening, as the sun dipped lower into the horizon, a young girl named Elara wandered into the meadow. She had no idea why she had come, but something within her heart had guided her here. She had always been a dreamer, but her life had been filled with obstacles that had slowly dimmed her once vivid hopes. The weight of reality had crushed her aspirations, and the spark of her dreams had nearly extinguished. But now, standing at the edge of the meadow, something stirred inside her, an urge to remember, to find what she had lost. She stepped into the meadow, the soft grass brushing against her bare feet. The air was cool, but it felt comforting rather than cold. The first thing she noticed was the stillness. There was no sound, not even the usual rustle of wind in the trees. The meadow felt alive in its own quiet way, as if it were waiting for her, as Elara walked deeper into the meadow. The world seemed to blur around her. The trees in the distance appeared to melt into the horizon, their forms no longer solid but wispy and translucent. The flowers she passed seemed to shimmer, as though they were reflecting something beyond the physical world, and then, she heard it, a soft, melodic voice, like a lullaby sung just out of reach, Elara. The voice felt familiar, yet it wasn't one she could place. It was warm, soothing, and full of emotion. It seemed to wrap around her, guiding her deeper into the meadow. Elara, you've come to us. Her steps quickened, drawn by the sound, until she reached the center of the meadow. There, in a patch of moonlight, stood a figure, a woman. Draped in flowing silver robes that caught the light in a way that seemed almost otherworldly. Her hair, long and dark, cascaded down her back like a river of midnight, and her eyes, though gentle, held a depth that made Elara's heart beat faster. The woman smiled softly, her presence filling the space with a calm energy. You have come for the forgotten dreams, the woman said, her voice like a whisper on the wind. Elara's heart raced. She had not known why she had come, but now, standing before this mysterious figure, she felt an overwhelming sense of recognition. As if, deep within her, something had remembered this place, the feeling of belonging, of dreams not yet realized. I don't understand, Elara whispered, stepping forward. What are these dreams? Why are they forgotten? The woman's gaze softened, and she gestured toward the meadow. This is the meadow of forgotten dreams, she said. It holds the lost hopes of those who once believed, but who have since forgotten their way. Dreams fade when we give up on them, when life takes us down paths we didn't choose. Yet, they never truly disappear. They linger here, waiting for those who dare to reclaim them. Elara looked around, seeing the tall grasses sway gently, the flowers nodding in quiet affirmation. There was a beauty here, an untold power, but it was more than just the land itself. It was as if the very air carried the weight of thousands of forgotten wishes. You can take them back, the woman said, her voice now imbued with a quiet urgency. But you must be willing to remember. You must be willing to face the fears that caused your dreams to slip away. Elara's chest tightened as she thought of her own forgotten dreams, the things she had once longed for, the visions of a life full of possibilities. She had buried them deep, unwilling to confront the disappointment they carried. The woman stepped closer, her expression kind yet knowing. The dreams are not lost, Elara. They only need to be found. Will you seek them? Elara's heart fluttered with the old yearning she had forgotten existed. She thought of all the things she had given up on, things she had once believed in so fiercely. Could she really reclaim them? Could she revive the spark of hope that had once burned so brightly within her? Yes, she whispered, her voice trembling but filled with determination. I will find them. The woman smiled, a glow emanating from her as the wind began to stir, carrying the scent of something sweet and ancient. She extended her hand, and Elara, without hesitation, took it. The moment their fingers touched, a flood of warmth and energy rushed through her, a connection to something beyond herself. You will find what you seek, the woman said softly. But remember this, Elara, the journey is as important as the destination. The dreams may not come as you expect, but they will always lead you toward who you are meant to be. And with that, the meadow around them seemed to shimmer more brightly, as if the very fabric of time and space had shifted. Elara's journey was just beginning. Part 2, The Path Through the Shadows. Elara felt the warmth of the woman's hand, and it was as if a wave of light had swept over her, dispelling the lingering shadows of doubt and fear. For the first time in years, she felt something stir inside her, an ember that had been long extinguished but now flared to life. The dreams that had once seemed too far, too impossible, were now within reach. The woman's smile faded slightly as she withdrew her hand. The path to reclaim your dreams is not always clear, she said, her voice soft but firm. You will face obstacles, places where your faith may falter. But remember, the meadow offers its guidance only to those who seek with an open heart. It does not reveal its secrets to those who are afraid. Elara nodded, feeling a weight settle in her chest. The unknown stretched before her, dark and endless, but there was no turning back now. She had made a choice. She had decided to find her forgotten dreams, and she would follow wherever the path led. The woman turned, her silver robe swirling around her like mist. Follow the whispers of the meadow. Let the wind be your guide, she said, gesturing toward a narrow trail that seemed to materialize out of the tall grasses. It was faint and winding, twisting and turning as if it was alive. The path is yours to walk, but remember, you are not alone. Elara stepped forward, taking a deep breath as the scent of wildflowers and earth filled her senses. The meadow around her seemed to hum with a quiet energy, the very air vibrating with life. The wind whispered in her ears, soft voices brushing against her thoughts, urging her onward. As she walked deeper into the meadow, the sky above her shifted. The twilight, once a warm, golden hue, had darkened, and the stars began to blink into existence. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a soft, ethereal light over the landscape. The path before her twisted in and out of shadow, leading her through fields of flowers that glowed faintly in the dim light. The whispers grew louder, and Elara felt an odd sense of familiarity, as if the very earth beneath her feet was calling her name. She could almost hear voices, old voices, echoing through time, calling her towards something, something she could not yet grasp. As she continued down the path, she noticed something strange. The flowers, which had once been colorful and vibrant, now appeared faded and dim, their petals wilting as though drained of life. Each step Elara took seemed to cause them to grow more desolate, the bright colors fading into muted shades of gray. A chill ran down her spine. The dreams, she realized, were not simply lost, they were forgotten for a reason. Had they faded because of fear, doubt, or disappointment? What if, once she found them, they were no longer the same as she remembered? What if the life she sought was nothing more than an illusion? A sudden gust of wind swirled around her, and the path shifted again. The air grew colder, and the whispers became harder to make out. Elara's heart raced as the meadow seemed to close in around her, the once wide-open space now feeling confining, as though the dreams were drawing her deeper into their embrace, only to let her fall further into shadow. She paused, feeling a wave of uncertainty wash over her. Her breath caught in her throat, and for the first time since arriving in the meadow, she felt the stirrings of fear. She didn't know what lay ahead, and that uncertainty gnawed at her. Am I doing the right thing? She whispered to herself, her voice trembling. What if I'm not meant to find them? What if it's too late? The wind stilled, and the meadow seemed to hold its breath. Then, just as the doubt began to settle in her chest, a voice reached her ears. Not the soft, melodic whispers of the wind, but something deeper, something ancient. Elara. The voice was familiar, like the woman's, but it was different. It was not of the world she knew, but of a place far beyond. Fear not, child. You are not lost. Elara looked around, but the source of the voice was hidden in the shadows. Who are you? She called out. Her voice strong but still laced with uncertainty. What is this place? The voice echoed, soft and warm, like a caress. This is the place where forgotten dreams go to rest. They wait here, waiting for the ones brave enough to find them. But to find them, you must first face the darkness inside you, the fears that have kept you from dreaming. Elara clenched her fists, the pressure of the unknown weighing heavily on her chest. She had always known fear, had always been consumed by the self-doubt that had shaped her life. But could she truly confront it? Could she accept that her dreams, once so vivid, so full of promise, had faded only because she had stopped believing? Do not fear the darkness. The voice continued, its tone gentle but filled with purpose. It is only a shadow, a reflection of what lies within. You have the power to bring your dreams back to life. All you need is to believe, even when the path seems unclear. The words resonated deep within her, echoing through her heart. The fear, the doubt, it was all a part of her journey. And now, in this place, she had a chance to face it. With a deep breath, Elara stepped forward again, her resolve hardening. The path before her seemed less threatening now, though it was still shrouded in shadow. She would face whatever came, because she knew that the only way to reclaim her dreams was to face the darkness and trust that the light would follow. And so, she continued down the winding path, the whispers of the meadow becoming clearer with each step. The journey had only just begun, but Elara knew one thing for certain. she was no longer afraid to dream. Part 3. The Heart of the Meadow. As Elara ventured deeper into the meadow, the darkness seemed to grow thicker, but with it, the quiet hum of the earth under her feet became more pronounced. It was as if the very ground she walked on was alive, resonating with a rhythm older than time itself. The air had a weight to it, thick with the promise of something waiting, something she could not yet name, but which she knew she had come to find. The shadows clung to the edges of the path, stretching long and reaching out like tendrils, but Elara moved forward, her heart steadying with each step. It was hard to tell whether she was growing stronger or simply becoming more accustomed to the disorienting fog that enveloped the meadow. The path twisted and turned, narrowing at times, widening at others, but she followed it, knowing she was being led somewhere important. At first, she had tried to push away the doubts, the dark thoughts that flickered at the edges of her mind. What if this journey led nowhere? What if she was destined to wander this meadow forever, a lost soul like the forgotten dreams around her? But then, like a whisper in the wind, a truth settled deep within her. The fear of the unknown could not stop her now. She had come this far, and there was no turning back. The wind shifted, and for a moment, the fog parted, revealing a clearing ahead. Elara quickened her pace, drawn toward the soft glow that seemed to emanate from the center of the clearing. It was faint at first, but as she drew closer, it grew brighter, casting an ethereal light across the meadow. The glow was not from a physical source, but rather from the very air itself, as though the dreams of the meadow were taking form, swirling together to create something tangible. The fog lifted, revealing a vast, open space, unlike anything Elara had seen before. The grass beneath her feet shimmered, as if made of tiny stars, and the flowers, though faded, seemed to pulse with a gentle light. Their petals folding and unfolding like soft whispers. In the center of the clearing stood a tree, its trunk wide and ancient, stretching high into the sky, its branches heavy with silver leaves that shimmered in the pale moonlight. It was the largest tree Elara had ever seen, and yet, it exuded a quiet, welcoming energy, as if it had been waiting for her. The branches hung low, brushing against the ground, casting long, soft shadows across the meadow. There was a feeling of timelessness in this place, as if the very air hummed with memories of all the dreams ever forgotten. This was the heart of the meadow, the place where all the lost dreams converged. And here, standing beneath the great tree, Elara felt her pulse quicken. As she approached the tree, a sudden wave of emotion swept over her, an overwhelming sense of loss and longing, as if all the dreams she had once held dear were now being reflected back at her. She had forgotten them, buried them deep within her, and in doing so, had lost a part of herself. But now, standing here in the heart of the meadow, those dreams were waiting to be remembered. A soft voice, not the same as the one before, spoke from the shadows of the tree. It was gentle, like the rustling of the leaves, and yet it carried a sense of knowing that Elara could not ignore. "Welcome, Elara," the voice said, warm and familiar. "You have come to the place where all forgotten things are remembered." Elara stood still, her breath caught in her chest. The voice was not from the woman she had met earlier, nor from the ethereal whispers of the wind. This voice felt like it came from the very essence of the meadow itself. "Are you the heart of this place?" Elara asked, her voice trembling slightly. She had so many questions, and yet, the presence of the voice, of the meadow, seemed to still her. I am the keeper of forgotten dreams, the voice replied. I am the memory of all that was once lost, waiting to be rediscovered. And now, you have come to reclaim what was once yours. The ground beneath Alara's feet seemed to hum with energy. Her heart raced, but this time, it wasn't from fear. It was from something else, something stronger, deeper. The longing she had carried for so long, the dreams that had slipped through her fingers, began to surface. They were not gone, after all. They had merely been waiting for her to return. The dreams that you seek, the voice continued, are not lost forever. They have merely been hidden, waiting for the right time to be remembered. And that time, Alara, is now. The tree's branches swayed gently, though no wind stirred the air. The shimmering leaves began to glow brighter, their silver light spilling over the ground, casting strange and beautiful shadows. It was as though the entire meadow had come alive, urging Alara to take the next step. You must choose, the voice said softly. The path ahead will not be easy, and the dreams you seek may not be what you expect. But you must decide if you are ready to embrace them, to face the challenges that come with them. Alara closed her eyes, feeling the weight of the choice before her. The dreams she had forgotten, the ones she had let go of for so long, were now within reach. But to embrace them meant facing the fears and doubts she had buried deep inside. It meant confronting the pain of the past, the mistakes, the failures, and the missed opportunities, but it also meant reclaiming a part of herself, reclaiming the spark of hope and possibility that had been lost for so long. When she opened her eyes again, the meadow seemed to shimmer with possibility. The whispers of the wind carried the scent of old memories, of things once dreamed, and of things still to come. Alara stepped forward, her heart steady, her resolve firm. I'm ready, she whispered, more to herself than anyone else. I'm ready to remember. With those words, the meadow seemed to exhale, as though it had been waiting for her to make this choice. The tree before her creaked, its branches bending lower, as if offering something to Alara. A single silver leaf drifted down from the tree and landed gently at her feet. Alara bent to pick it up, the coolness of the leaf against her fingers sending a shiver through her. As she held it, a surge of energy filled her, and she could feel the dreams that had once been hers stirring within her soul. They were not gone, after all. They had only been waiting for her to remember. The voice spoke once more, soft and reassuring, you have made the right choice. The path will now reveal itself. Trust in your dreams, Alara. They will guide you home. And with that, the clearing seemed to glow brighter, the shadows receding, as the path before her opened up once again. Part 4, The Awakening of Dreams. Alara stood in the heart of the meadow, the silver leaf clutched tightly in her hand. The ethereal glow of the tree seemed to pulse with an energy that resonated deep within her. As though the forgotten dreams of her past were awakening, calling to her. She could feel them stirring, not just as distant memories, but as living, breathing parts of herself that had been dormant for far too long. The air was thick with the scent of blossoms and earth, mingled with something more elusive, like the whisper of time itself. For a moment, the ground beneath her seemed to shift, as though the very meadow was alive, guiding her forward, urging her to step into the unknown. The voice that had spoken to her earlier now seemed to hum in the air, its presence surrounding her like a warm embrace. Now that you have chosen to remember, the voice said softly, "You must face what was once lost. But be warned, the path ahead is not without its challenges. The dreams you seek are bound to the heart of the meadow, but they are scattered across time and space, hidden in the folds of your memories." Elara felt a twinge of unease at the words, but she pushed it aside. She had come this far, and there was no turning back now. She was ready to face whatever lay ahead, ready to reclaim the pieces of herself that had been lost in the depths of her past. "I understand," Elara whispered, her voice steady despite the whirlwind of emotions swirling inside her. "I will face whatever comes." A soft, melodic laugh echoed in the distance, like the sound of a distant bell ringing in the wind. The voice spoke once more, this time with a touch of amusement. "Fear not, Elara. The dreams you seek are not to be feared. They are a part of you, as natural as the stars in the sky. But they are also fragile, and it is only through understanding them that you can truly unlock their power." With those words, the ground beneath Elara's feet began to shift again, and the meadow around her seemed to transform. The trees that had once stood in a solemn line now parted, revealing a winding path that stretched out before her. The path was lit by soft, glowing orbs of light, floating gently in the air like lanterns, illuminating the way forward. As Elara stepped onto the path, she could feel the weight of the journey ahead settling on her shoulders. Each step felt heavier than the last, but with every movement, she also felt a growing sense of purpose. The path was leading her deeper into the meadow, into the very heart of the forgotten dreams, where the answers she sought would lie. The air was thick with anticipation as she moved forward, the soft glow of the lanterns casting long, flickering shadows across the ground. With every step, memories began to surface, flickers of faces, places, and moments that she had long buried. Some were joyous, others bittersweet, but all of them were a part of the tapestry of her life, waiting to be woven together once more. Suddenly, the path opened into another clearing, and before her stood a magnificent structure. Unlike anything Elara had seen before. It was a bridge, stretching across a wide, calm river that gleamed like liquid silver in the moonlight. The bridge was old, its stone surface worn smooth by centuries of time, but its beauty was undeniable. At the far end of the bridge, she could make out a faint glow, as if something, or someone, awaited her on the other side. "Elara," the voice said again, this time with a note of urgency. "You are close now. The bridge before you leads to the heart of your dreams. But be warned, the river you see before you holds memories long forgotten. As you cross, you will confront the truths you have buried deep within yourself." Elara hesitated for only a moment before stepping onto the bridge. The stones beneath her feet felt solid, though the river below seemed to ripple with a quiet, unsettling energy. She looked down and saw shapes moving in the water, whispers of memories, like fragments of forgotten dreams, swirling and merging in the current. Faces she didn't recognize, places she had never visited, but all of them seemed to call out to her. The air grew heavier as she moved further across the bridge, and she could feel the pull of the river, the weight of all those lost dreams and memories pressing against her. Each step felt like a step into the unknown, but Elara knew that she had no choice but to continue. The bridge was the only way forward, as she neared the other side. The light grew brighter, and the shadows seemed to recede. The air smelled sweeter here, tinged with the scent of fresh earth and blooming flowers. And as she stepped off the bridge and into the light, she found herself standing in a place that felt familiar, yet strange, a garden, perhaps, or a dreamscape, where the boundaries between reality and memory blurred. At the center of the garden stood a fountain, its waters flowing in a gentle cascade. The stone was intricately carved with symbols Alara couldn't quite understand, but they seemed to shimmer with an ancient wisdom, as if the fountain itself held the key to unlocking the truths of the past. The voice spoke again, this time softer. Almost a whisper, "Welcome, Alara, to the heart of the meadow. Here, the forgotten dreams take form. Here, you will remember." As she approached the fountain, Alara could feel the pull of something deep within her, the dreams she had long forgotten, now resurfacing in vivid clarity. She reached out, her fingers brushing the surface of the water, and in that instant, the memories began to flood her mind. She saw her childhood, the laughter of friends, the warmth of family. But alongside those memories, darker ones began to emerge, moments of doubt, of fear, of loss. Each memory, each dream, was a thread in the tapestry of her life, woven together to form the person she was meant to be. But with each passing moment, Alara understood something deeper, that these dreams, both the joyous and the painful, were not separate from her. They were her. Every choice, every tear, every triumph had led her to this moment. And now, standing before the fountain in the heart of the meadow, she was ready to embrace all of it. The water in the fountain began to ripple, as if responding to her touch. The dreams she had once lost were now flowing back into her, filling the empty spaces within her heart. And with each passing moment, she felt whole again. Alara closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. She had found the heart of the meadow, the place where forgotten dreams were reborn. And in that moment, she knew that she was ready to return, not as the person she had once been, but as the person she was always meant to become. Part 5. The Reawakening. The ripples in the fountain settled, leaving the water still and clear, reflecting the stars above. Alara stood in front of it, her heart racing, as the memories she had uncovered swirled inside her. The forgotten dreams she had once thought lost were now vivid and alive, each one whispering its secrets, its truths, and its lessons. A soft breeze stirred the air, rustling the petals of the flowers around her, and the voice that had guided her on this journey spoke again, this time with a note of warmth. "Now you understand. Alara. You have gathered the pieces of your past and woven them together. You are whole once more." Alara closed her eyes, letting the breeze wash over her, the scent of the meadow filling her senses. She felt an overwhelming sense of peace, as though all the weight she had carried for so long was finally lifting. For the first time in years, she felt complete. "Are the dreams truly mine?" she asked, her voice barely more than a whisper, the question lingering in the air. "They are," the voice replied, "but they are more than just your own. The dreams you have uncovered are shared with all who walk this path. Each person who comes to this meadow leaves behind their own memories, their own lost dreams. And in turn, they find what they've forgotten. It is a cycle that never ends. The meadow grows, and so do you." The thought of her dreams being connected to others filled her with wonder, but also with something deeper, a sense of responsibility. The dreams of all those who had walked the meadow were now a part of her, and she could feel them, subtle but powerful, like a current beneath the surface of her consciousness. the ground beneath her feet shifted slightly, the soft earth shifting like a pulse, as if the meadow itself was alive, breathing with her. She looked down, noticing how the flowers beneath her feet had begun to bloom in vibrant colors, their petals unfurling in response to the renewed energy in the air. "It's time," the voice said softly. "The journey you've begun is not over. You must share the dreams you've rediscovered, for they hold wisdom that can heal the world. But first, you must choose. Will you stay here, in this meadow, and become a part of it, or will you return to the world you once knew, carrying the gifts of your dreams with you?" Elara stood still for a moment, contemplating the question. The peace of the meadow, the gentle hum of the wind, the presence of the forgotten dreams all around her, they all beckoned to her, offering solace and refuge. But the world she had left behind, the people who still needed healing, still needed hope, called to her as well. She closed her eyes once more, feeling the weight of the decision settle upon her. She thought of the faces of those she loved, the ones who were still struggling, still lost in their own forgotten dreams. She thought of how much she had learned, how much she had grown, and how the wisdom she had uncovered could help others find their way. "I will return," Elara said, her voice steady, filled with resolve. "I will carry the dreams with me and share them. The world outside needs them." There was a pause, and then the voice spoke again, this time with pride and affection. "You have made your choice, Elara. You have found the heart of the meadow, and in doing so, you have found the strength to face the world. Go, then, and take what you've learned. The meadow will always be with you, its dreams alive in your heart." The ground beneath her feet began to tremble gently, and the air around her shimmered with a soft, golden light. The fountain's water began to glow, its light growing brighter and brighter until it enveloped her entirely. Elara closed her eyes, feeling the warmth of the light, and in that moment, she felt the meadow's energy flow into her, into every fiber of her being. When she opened her eyes again, the meadow had faded. The soft, golden light was gone, and in its place stood the familiar landscape of the world outside, the rolling hills, the forest in the distance, and the path that led her home. But something had changed. The air felt different, as if it, too, had been touched by the magic of the meadow. Elara could feel the presence of the forgotten dreams all around her, a whisper on the wind, a thread that connected her to everything. The world seemed brighter, more alive, and she could sense the dreams of others, waiting to be discovered, waiting to be remembered. She took a deep breath, feeling the cool evening air fill her lungs, and began to walk forward. With each step, she felt the weight of her decision settle more firmly within her. The dreams she had uncovered were not just hers to keep. They were meant to be shared, to be lived. She would not hide them away in the safety of the meadow. She would carry them into the world, where they could heal, inspire, and awaken others. As she walked, the soft glow of the dreams within her heart illuminated the path ahead. The stars above twinkled in the sky, and the wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it the echoes of all the dreams that had come before. Elara was no longer just a wanderer in the meadow. She was a dream keeper, a keeper of forgotten dreams, and the world was waiting for her to share them. The journey was just beginning. Part 6: The Awakening of the Dream Keepers. Elara's feet moved with purpose along the well-worn path that stretched before her. The familiar landscape of the world outside seemed unchanged, yet she could not shake the feeling that everything had subtly shifted, as if the very earth beneath her was alive, aware of the dreams she now carried within her heart. Each step she took was a step toward the unknown, a world full of forgotten hopes and lost dreams waiting to be reawakened. As she walked, the air around her felt charged, humming with a quiet energy. It was as though the wind itself carried whispers of forgotten wishes, of lives waiting to be touched by the spark of remembered dreams. She could feel the presence of the meadow within her, its light, its wisdom, its dreams, echoing through her thoughts, guiding her, urging her forward. She knew her journey had only just begun. The dreams she had uncovered were not just for her, not just to heal her. They were meant to be shared, to heal the world. The path led her toward a small village nestled between two hills, a place she had visited many times before. It was quiet, the kind of place where time seemed to slow, and the hustle of the outside world felt far away. Yet something felt different today, a subtle change in the atmosphere that she could not quite place. As she approached the village, she was greeted by the familiar faces of the villagers, people who had known her for years. But as she met their eyes, she saw something new. There was a flicker of recognition, a spark in their gazes that hadn't been there before. It was as though they, too, could feel the presence of something extraordinary. "Elara," said Aidan, a man who had known her since childhood, his voice soft but filled with wonder. "There is something about you today. Something different. Something brighter." Elara smiled, feeling the weight of her new role settle upon her shoulders. She had not expected to feel so seen, so understood, but the recognition in Aidan's eyes made her realize that the dreams she had carried from the meadow were not meant to be hidden. They were meant to be shared. To spread like ripples in a pond, touching all who encountered them. "I've seen something," Elara said softly, her voice trembling with the truth of her words. "I've uncovered forgotten dreams. They've awakened inside me, and now I must share them with the world. With you." Aidan nodded slowly, as if he understood more than words could express. The village around them seemed to listen, the trees rustling gently in the wind, as though awaiting what Elara would say next. "The dreams," she continued, her heart racing, "are not just memories. They are hopes, forgotten wishes, and lost connections that bind us all together. We each have our own dreams, but they are all woven into the fabric of something larger. And I believe that now, more than ever, we need to remember those dreams, to awaken them." The villagers stood in silence, waiting for Elara's next words. She could feel the weight of their expectations, but she did not feel afraid. The meadow had given her the strength to speak her truth, and she would not back down. "I've seen the path ahead," she said, her voice steady now. "I must travel farther, visit others who have forgotten their dreams. I will share with them the wisdom I have found. And with each person, the dreams will grow stronger, until the world is filled with the light of our shared memories and hopes." A soft murmur ran through the crowd, but no one spoke. Instead, they simply watched, as though waiting for Elara to show them the way. And in that moment, she realized that the meadow had not just shown her her own forgotten dreams, it had awakened in her the knowledge of her purpose. She was meant to be a dream keeper, to travel the world, to heal the broken and forgotten pieces of others' hearts, and to guide them back to their dreams. "I will leave soon," Elara said, but I will carry your dreams with me, and in time, I will return. You will not be alone. We are all connected, and together, we will awaken the dreams that sleep within us." As she spoke, she felt the dreams inside her stir, like whispers in the night, like the soft brush of wind through the trees. The villagers looked at her with understanding, their faces calm but filled with something deeper, a quiet hope, a spark of belief. Aiden stepped forward, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Elara, we will wait for your return. We, too, will awaken the dreams within us. And when you come back, we will be ready." Elara nodded, her heart swelling with emotion. She had not known what to expect when she had left the meadow, but she now understood. This journey was not just hers, it was theirs, too. The meadow had given her the key, and now it was her responsibility to share it with others. With a final look at the village, Elara turned and began to walk toward the distant horizon. The wind seemed to guide her steps. And the sky above was vast and open, as if the entire world were waiting for her to fill it with the light of forgotten dreams. As she walked, the sounds of the village faded behind her, and the world stretched out before her, waiting for the awakening to begin. Part 7. The Awakening of the Dream Keepers. Elara's footsteps quickened as the village faded into the distance, the horizon before her stretching wide and filled with promise. The world was vast, yet her heart felt lighter, more determined than ever. Every step she took toward the unknown was fueled by the dreams she now carried, the memories of those forgotten desires, hopes, and loves, safeguarded within her soul. The air hummed with the energy of potential, and Elara could feel the power of the dreams calling to her. The journey ahead was not one she could make alone. She needed others to join her, to share in the awakening of these forgotten dreams, to create a network of dream keepers, each entrusted with the power of remembering and nurturing the dreams of others. The seed of hope had been planted, and now, it was time to help it grow. As the days passed, Elara traveled through rolling hills, dense forests, and quiet valleys. Along the way, she encountered travelers and strangers, all with their own stories, each carrying a thread of forgotten dreams. She would speak to them of the meadow, of the dreams she had uncovered, and of the powerful call to remember and share those dreams. Slowly, her words began to take root, and with every encounter, Elara saw the flicker of hope in their eyes, the same hope she had seen in the village. One evening, after a long day's journey, Elara sat by a quiet stream, the sound of the water soothing her soul. She looked up at the sky, where the stars twinkled like tiny, distant dreams. The vastness of the universe seemed to remind her that there was still so much to do, so many dreams to uncover. But she was not discouraged. She knew that each person she encountered, each heart she touched, was another step toward her ultimate goal. As the evening sky darkened, Elara's thoughts turned to the dreamers she had met so far, people like Malia. A woman who had once been an artist but had lost her passion after the death of her child, or Leon, a man who had been too afraid to follow his dream of exploring the world. They had shared their stories with her, and she had seen the spark of something deeper behind their eyes, the remnants of their forgotten dreams, buried beneath layers of grief and doubt. She knew that her mission was far from over. The power of the meadow had touched her, but it needed to spread to others, to heal the wounds of the world and ignite the flame of forgotten dreams. The road ahead was long, but she felt a new sense of purpose. As the moon rose higher in the sky, casting a silver glow over the land. Elara felt a sudden presence beside her. She turned to find a figure standing by the edge of the stream, a figure draped in shadows, yet somehow familiar. "You've come a long way, Elara," the figure said, their voice soft and like the wind through the trees. "But there are more than just forgotten dreams waiting to be awakened. There are forgotten truths, truths buried deep within the world itself." Elara's heart skipped a beat. She recognized the voice. It was the voice of the dream keeper, the one who had first whispered the call to her in the meadow. "What do you mean?" she asked, her voice trembling with curiosity. The figure stepped closer, the shadows around them shifting as if they were alive. "Dreams are more than wishes and memories," they explained. "They are the echoes of a deeper connection, one that stretches beyond time and space. These forgotten truths, these lost connections, are intertwined with the dreams of the world. To awaken them, you must first understand what binds us all together." Elara nodded, her mind racing with the implications of the dreamkeeper's words. "But how can I uncover these deeper truths?" The dreamkeeper smiled, their eyes glowing like distant stars. "That, Elara, is the true test of a dreamkeeper. The journey ahead will not be easy. You will face doubts, fears, and challenges. But if you stay true to your path, if you continue to listen to the whispers of the forgotten dreams, you will uncover the truths that have been lost to time. And with those truths, you will have the power to heal not only the hearts of the dreamers you meet, but the very fabric of the world itself." Elara stood in silence, absorbing the weight of the dreamkeeper's words. She had always known that her journey was not just about remembering dreams, it was about uncovering something deeper, something essential to the world's healing. "I'm ready," she said finally, her voice steady and filled with resolve. "I will uncover the forgotten truths. I will awaken the dreams of the world." The dreamkeeper nodded, their form beginning to fade into the shadows. "Remember, Elara, the power of dreams is not something to be taken lightly. You must protect them, honor them, and never forget that the journey is as important as the destination." With that, the figure disappeared, leaving Elara standing alone by the stream, the moonlight reflecting off the water like 1,000 shimmering dreams. Elara took a deep breath, her heart full of determination. The journey was far from over. There was still so much to learn, so much to uncover, but she knew that with every step, she was bringing the world closer to the awakening it so desperately needed. As she continued her journey, the stars above seemed to shine brighter, guiding her toward the next part of her adventure, toward the forgotten truths that lay hidden beneath the surface of the world. Waiting to be discovered, Part 8, The Seeds of the Eternal Bloom. Elara walked through the night, her mind abuzz with the words of the dreamkeeper. The journey ahead now felt even more significant, filled with a deeper purpose than she had ever imagined. The stars overhead, which had once seemed so distant and silent, now seemed to speak to her with a quiet urgency, urging her onward. There was no turning back. She had to uncover the forgotten truths, those that had been buried deep within the earth, the heart of the world itself. As the days passed, Elara ventured through mountains and valleys, meeting more people whose forgotten dreams whispered to her like a secret, eager to be brought back to life. One evening, in a small village nestled at the edge of a great forest, Elara met an old woman named Serafina. The woman's hands were gnarled with age, and her eyes sparkled with wisdom, but there was a weariness in her smile that spoke of a life lived with unfulfilled dreams. why do you travel so far, child? Serafina asked, her voice like the wind rustling through autumn leaves. I seek to uncover the forgotten dreams, Elara explained. There is a call to remember the lost hopes of the world, to bring them back into the light, and to share them once more. Serafina looked at her with a knowing gaze. Ah, the forgotten dreams, she murmured, they are not just dreams, are they? They are the seeds of the future. What you seek to awaken is not just a memory, but a garden, one that has the power to change the world. Elara felt a chill run down her spine as Serafina's words took root in her heart. She had always understood dreams as fleeting, ethereal things, but the old woman's words gave them substance, purpose. You must visit the sacred grove, Serafina continued. It lies at the heart of this forest. There, you will find what you seek, the seeds of the eternal bloom. These seeds were planted long ago by the dream keepers, and they hold the power to awaken the forgotten truths you seek. With the old woman's directions in mind, Elara set out for the sacred grove the following morning. The path was long and winding, with towering trees that whispered ancient secrets to each other, their leaves rustling in the breeze. The deeper Elara went into the forest, the more the world seemed to change. The air grew heavier with the scent of earth and magic, and the trees seemed to part as if guiding her toward a hidden place. After hours of walking, Elara finally arrived at the sacred grove. The moment she stepped into the clearing, she felt a profound shift in the air. The grove was alive with an energy unlike anything she had ever experienced, a pulsing, rhythmic beat, as if the very earth itself was breathing. In the center of the grove stood a massive tree, its bark shimmering like silver. Its branches reaching high into the sky, adorned with blossoms of light. At the base of the tree, she saw the seeds, small, glowing orbs that seemed to hum with the promise of something ancient and powerful. They were the seeds of forgotten dreams, resting in the soil, waiting to be awakened. Elara knelt before the tree, her heart pounding in her chest. She could feel the weight of her mission, the responsibility that now rested on her shoulders. These seeds were not just memories, they were potential, the very lifeblood of the world's future. If she could unlock their power, she could help heal the fractured hearts of the dreamers she had met, and perhaps even heal the world itself. The ground beneath her seemed to vibrate as she reached out and touched the nearest seed. A surge of energy flooded her, and for a moment, Elara saw visions, flashes of past dreams, present struggles, and future possibilities. She saw children laughing in meadows, lovers reuniting after lifetimes of separation, artists painting with colors the world had never known. But she also saw darkness, dreams buried under fear, despair, and loss. The balance was delicate, and the weight of it all pressed against her heart. As the visions faded, Elara knew what she had to do. She would plant these seeds, not just in the earth, but in the hearts of the people she encountered. Each seed would carry a piece of the forgotten dreams, a fragment of the truth that had been lost to time. And as the seeds grew, so too would the dreams, awakening, expanding, and intertwining with the hopes of the world. With reverence, Elara carefully gathered the seeds into a pouch and stood before the great tree. The air was still now, and the grove seemed to hold its breath, waiting for her next move. She spoke softly, her words carrying the weight of her journey. I will not let these dreams remain forgotten, she vowed. I will plant them in the hearts of those who need them, and with each dream that blooms, the world will grow stronger. No longer will we live in the shadow of forgotten hopes, the tree shimmered in response. And Alara could feel the energy of the grove flowing into her, filling her with warmth and light. She had completed the first part of her mission, but the road ahead was long. She would need to travel far and wide, sharing the seeds, awakening the dreams, and helping them to grow. But she no longer felt alone. The spirits of the dream keepers, the guardians of the forgotten dreams, were with her. Together, they would change the world. With a final glance at the sacred grove, Alara turned and began her journey once more. The seeds of the eternal bloom were now in her hands, and with each step, she felt their power growing stronger. Part 9. The Blossoming of Hope, as Alara journeyed away from the sacred grove. The seeds of forgotten dreams nestled gently in her pouch. She felt an unspoken weight lifting from her heart. The energy of the grove still flowed through her, quiet but insistent, like the hum of a distant melody calling her forward. The path ahead seemed clearer now, and with each step, she felt the unfolding promise of renewal. But she also understood the challenge that lay in her mission. The dreams she carried needed to be nurtured with care, patience, and love. The first village she encountered after leaving the forest was small, nestled at the foot of a towering mountain range. The houses were quaint, made of wood and stone, their roofs dusted with the first snowflakes of the season. The villagers, though friendly, had eyes that carried the weight of their silent burdens. Their faces bore the subtle signs of lost hope, like forgotten melodies that lingered in the corners of their hearts, too faint to be heard. Alara knew this was where her journey to awaken the dreams had to begin. She entered the village at dusk, the sky painting itself in deep shades of purple and gold. The air was crisp, and a hush had settled over the land, as if the world itself was holding its breath. In the center of the village stood a small square, around which the villagers gathered each evening. Here, they shared stories, sang songs, and offered what little warmth they could to one another. But tonight, there was an air of quiet melancholy. The usual laughter had faded, replaced by whispers of uncertainty. Alara walked to the center of the square and paused. Her heart beat in time with the wind that rustled through the trees, and she could feel the energy of the seeds growing warmer against her chest. She knew this was the moment. She had come here not just to share the forgotten dreams, but to help these people rediscover the beauty of their own aspirations. She would start with a story, one that would remind them of the dreams that still lived within their hearts. She cleared her throat, and the soft murmur of the crowd stilled. Once, in a land not so far from here, there was a meadow where the flowers bloomed in colors unseen by the human eye. These flowers, delicate and vibrant, were nourished by the dreams of all who walked through the meadow. Each dream, no matter how small, no matter how forgotten, was like a seed planted in the earth. Over time, these dreams grew and intertwined, forming a garden of infinite possibilities. The villagers leaned in, captivated by her words, the quiet longing in their eyes slowly transforming into curiosity. One day, Alara continued, a traveler came to the meadow. She was tired, weary from the road, and carrying the weight of many broken dreams. But as she walked through the meadow, the flowers began to bloom, each one calling out to her, reminding her of the dreams she had once held dear. And as she knelt to touch the flowers, the dreams awakened once more, and the meadow blossomed with a radiant light. A soft gasp rippled through the crowd. The image of the blooming meadow seemed to stir something deep within them. The familiar ache of forgotten hopes was beginning to surface, and Alara could feel it. This was the moment she had been waiting for. The first seed of change was beginning to take root. She opened her pouch and took out the first of the glowing seeds. Holding it in her palm, she spoke softly, her voice almost a whisper. "These are the seeds of the forgotten dreams," she said. "They carry the hopes and wishes that have been lost to time. But they are not gone. They are waiting to be awakened. And tonight, I offer them to you, to plant them in your hearts and nurture them until they bloom again." The villagers stared at the seed in her hand, their eyes wide with wonder. One by one, they approached Alara, their hands trembling as they reached for the seed. With each touch, the energy from the sacred grove flowed through the villagers, connecting them to the dreams they had once abandoned. Their faces softened, and Alara could feel the pulse of life returning to them. Hope, long buried, was beginning to unfurl like the petals of the meadow's flowers. "Do not let your dreams be forgotten," Alara said, her voice steady now, full of conviction. "You are the keepers of your own hopes. With each dream you nurture, the world will grow brighter. No dream is too small, no hope too fragile. Together, we can bring life to what has been lost." The villagers looked at one another, their faces filled with renewed light. For the first time in a long while, they saw the world not as a place of limitations, but as a canvas for possibility. Alara could feel their energy merging, a powerful force of collective hope that rippled through the village, as if the land itself was breathing again. As the last of the villagers took the seed, Alara felt the warmth in her chest grow brighter. The seeds she carried were no longer just dreams, they were a living force, a promise that had been passed down through generations. She had awakened something deep within these people, and in turn, they would awaken it in others. The night sky above them began to shimmer with starlight, each star flickering as though in response to the renewed energy below. It was as if the very universe had heard their vows to never let the dreams fade again. Alara stood silently, watching as the villagers returned to their homes, their hearts now filled with the promise of a new beginning. She knew the journey was far from over. There were many more places to visit, many more hearts to awaken. But for tonight, this village had become a small beacon of hope, a testament to the power of remembered dreams. With a final glance at the village, Alara turned and walked into the night. The path ahead was still long, but the seeds of change had been planted, and with each step, the world would grow closer to its awakening. Part 10, The Dawn of a New Dream. As the night deepened, Alara made her way through the village, feeling the weight of the seed she had awakened. The cool wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it the distant sound of joy, laughter, and conversations filled with renewed hope. It was a sound she hadn't heard in so long, a melody that had long been forgotten. Now blooming in the hearts of the villagers like the first flowers of spring, the journey ahead felt clearer than ever. She had already begun to see the changes, small yet profound, that her presence had brought. It was in the way the villagers now spoke of their dreams with excitement, no longer shackled by doubt or regret. It was in the way their steps seemed lighter, as if they had shed the burden of past failures and embraced the possibility of tomorrow, but there was still more to do. The world was vast, and there were many more souls to awaken, many more forgotten dreams to bring to life. Alara knew that each village, each town, each person she met would be a step towards something greater, a world where dreams no longer remained hidden in the shadows, but where they flourished and thrived in the light. The next morning, as the first rays of the sun broke over the horizon, Elara stood in the center of the village square once more. The villagers had gathered around her, their faces bright with anticipation. She could feel their hearts, filled with gratitude and wonder, but she knew that there was something deeper that still needed to be shared. Today, Elara began, her voice steady, we stand at the beginning of something new. The dreams we carry are not just ours, they are the dreams of the world, woven together by the threads of time. And as we awaken our own dreams, we also awaken the dreams of others. We are connected by the hope that resides within each of us. Today, we begin a new journey, one where no dream is forgotten, and where the world is a garden of endless possibilities. The villagers listened in rapt silence, each word seeping into their hearts like a promise. They had not known, until now, how powerful the act of remembering could be. They had thought their dreams lost, like forgotten seeds buried in the earth, but now they saw that these dreams were waiting to be planted, to be nurtured, and to bloom once more. With a gentle smile, Elara opened her pouch, revealing the last of the glowing seeds. She raised them high, and the soft light that emanated from them cast a warm glow over the square. These seeds, she said, represent the heart of our journey. They are the dreams we hold in our hands, the hopes we carry in our hearts. And today, I offer them to you, not as a gift, but as a shared promise. A promise that we will never again let our dreams be forgotten. One by one, the villagers stepped forward, taking the seeds with reverence. As they touched the glowing orbs, the connection between them and their own forgotten dreams deepened. It was as if the seeds recognized them, as if they had always known each other, waiting for the moment when they would be reunited. Elara watched with a sense of awe as the villagers began to plant the seeds in the soil of their hearts. The air was thick with the energy of renewal, and she could feel the pulse of life spreading outward, like ripples across a still pond. It was as if the entire village had come alive, and the dreams that had once been buried in the dust of time were now blooming with the vibrancy of a new dawn. But Elara knew that her journey was far from over. This village, this moment, was only the beginning. The world was vast, and there were countless other hearts, waiting to be awakened, waiting to feel the stir of forgotten dreams within them. She had set the wheels of change in motion, but it was up to the villagers, and to those she would meet along the way, to carry the flame of hope forward. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, Elara turned and began to walk toward the horizon, her heart full of the promise of what was to come. Behind her, the village shimmered with the light of newfound hope. The dreams that had once seemed lost were now taking root, and the world, like the meadow she had visited so long ago, was beginning to bloom. With each step, she carried the memory of that first village, the place where dreams were no longer forgotten, and the knowledge that every dream she helped awaken would ripple out into the world, transforming it piece by piece, heart by heart. And as long as there were souls who believed in the power of their dreams, the journey would never end. Elara walked on, her steps light and full of purpose. The world awaited, and she knew that the meadow of forgotten dreams would never again be silent.